Nuclear Umbrella. Volume 3 Challenges to the Muslim World. Pakistan's Muslim NATO leadership from bad to the nuclear age. Quality defeats quantity. The strategic transformation of 2 billion Muslims from divided to united. By Zaheer Ahmad Meer, constitutional and corporate lawyer. Introduction. Population. Beyond. The true determinants of power. How many a small company has overcome a large company by permission of Allah? Quran 2:249. Throughout human history, the struggle between quantity and quality has been a recurring theme in warfare, statecraft, and civilizational resilience. In an age obsessed with numerical strength, GDP figures, and demographic forecasts, the fundamental insight offered by this Quranic verse remains a profound and counterintuitive truth. This introduction lays the conceptual foundation for a 6-volume vision of Muslim collective security centered on Pakistan's unique position as a military, ideological, and geopolitical nucleus of the Ummah. This introduction is not merely rhetorical. It frames the philosophical and strategic core of the nuclear umbrella, Pakistan's Muslim NATO leadership, and sets the stage for a journey across 6 distinct yet interlinked volumes. Volume I explores Islamic strategic traditions and military doctrine. Volume 2 examines Pakistan's strategic capabilities and positioning. Volume 3 diagnoses internal and external threats to the Ummah. Volume 4 outlines the structural design of a Muslim NATO. Volume V maps its operational implementation across regions. Volume 6 provides transformation case studies and the longer-term vision. Note on implementation: this 6-volume framework is envisioned as a 5-year strategic plan, open for adoption by the current regime of Pakistan. If embraced with sincerity and resolve, its implementation can elevate Pakistan and the Muslim Ummah to the ranks of a true global superpower. If the present leadership is unwilling or unable, the vision remains preserved for a future government, whoever that may be. The one who realizes this vision will alter the trajectory of the Muslim world, just as Quaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah changed history through the creation of Pakistan. The Quranic foundation: quality over quantity. The Quran emphasizes that triumph does not depend on numbers alone. From the victory of Talut, Saul, over Jalut, Goliath, to the Battle of Badr, the consistent Quranic theme is that faith, discipline, and divine sanction convert smaller forces into strategic titans. This concept is not a dismissal of material power but a call to optimize it with moral force and ideological clarity. This perspective resonates with Islamic military history, from Khalid ibn al-Walid's campaigns to Salahuddin Ayyubi's disciplined resistance. Each illustrates the divine law that victory is a reward for preparation fused with moral commitment. Historical validation: from Thermopylae to Kargil. Civilizational history affirms the Quranic insight. Spartans at Thermopylae, Vietnamese guerrillas resisting the US, or Finnish soldiers halting Soviet advances in the Winter War, all show that 1. Leadership trumps numbers. 2. Innovation disrupts mass. 3. Cohesion beats fragmentation. 4. Morale multiplies combat power. Pakistan's own record, from 1965 to the surgical parity established in May 2025, exemplifies this principle in modern strategic theatre. Pakistan's unique qualifications. Pakistan is not merely the only Muslim nuclear power. It is the most battle-tested, ideologically consistent, and strategically autonomous Muslim majority state. Key qualifications include credible nuclear deterrence, operationally effective armed forces, resilient intelligence services, geographic centrality to MENA, South Asia, and Central Asia, sectarian inclusion and Islamic constitutional foundation, strategic partnership with China, ironclad axis. These features uniquely position Pakistan to lead the proposed Muslim NATO initiative with moral legitimacy and operational viability. Why 2025 marks a turning point? Multiple converging trends make the 2025 to 2030 period decisive. Abraham Accords fragment Ummah diplomacy, technological revolutions increase capability gaps, proxy conflicts and hybrid warfare intensify, sacred sites face heightened threats, economic coercion and sanctions proliferate. Pakistan's May 2025 performance during Operation Sindoor demonstrated strategic maturity, digital warfare readiness, and credible restraint, the prototype of Muslim strategic leadership in action. A preview of the Pakistan-led Muslim NATO. The proposed architecture comprises 1. Collective defense treaty modeled on NATO 2. Extended nuclear umbrella for Muslim states 3. Joint military, industrial and intelligence fusion centers 4. Integrated crisis response units for occupied lands 5. Sacred sites protection forces 6. Economic and cyber defense cooperation frameworks. This framework is not utopian. It is designed with legal safeguards, operational protocols, and phased implementation tailored to real-world geopolitical constraints. 6 problems this architecture solves. 1. Occupation and liberation, Palestine, Kashmir, etc. 2. Sovereignty against military interventions 3. Protection from economic coercion 4. Technological independence 5. Defense of Islamic sanctities 6. Unifying fragmented Muslim foreign policies. From mass to weight. This book argues that the 2 billion-strong Ummah lacks not potential but structure. By converting mass into weight through disciplined institutions and shared doctrine, we can create a defense civilization aligned with both divine guidance and strategic realities. Let this introduction mark not just the beginning of a book but the start of a long-overdue realignment of power in the Muslim world. The subsequent volumes develop each element of this vision with scholarly rigor, practical proposals, and moral urgency. Pakistan has the deterrent. The Ummah has the mandate. History has issued the summons. What remains is unity, discipline, and strategic design. Executive Summary Introduction. In a world teetering between digital conquest and kinetic warfare, between the fragmentation of nations and the consolidation of empires, the Muslim world finds itself strategically paralyzed, rich in numbers, but poor in unity, rich in resources, but weak in resolve. The Ummah, over 50 sovereign Muslim states, 2 billion believers, and vast swathes of strategic geography, remains a sleeping giant. Disunited, besieged, and without a collective defense doctrine, it has become the soft target of every aggression, sanction, occupation, and psychological operation of our age. The Nuclear Umbrella is a monumental 6-volume doctrine born out of this crisis, but shaped with vision. It is not just a call to arms, but a call to strategy. It offers a bold, legally sound, and historically anchored proposal, the formation of a Pakistan-led Muslim NATO, grounded in shared Islamic ethics, nuclear deterrence, and asymmetric intelligence superiority. This concept is not theoretical, it is operational, constitutional, and urgent. This executive summary offers a condensed walkthrough of 121 chapters across 6 volumes, each built upon historical legitimacy, strategic realism, and a deeply Islamic worldview. From the military doctrines of Prophet Muhammad and Salahuddin Ayyubi to Pakistan's nuclear capability and the 2025 turning point, from the failures of the OIC to the promise of an Ummah Charter, this work is the first comprehensive civilizational blueprint of its kind. More than a military thesis, it is a strategic resurrection project, a fusion of law, warfare ethics, technological foresight, and collective identity. At its core lies one question. If the world's most ideologically fragmented nations can form alliances to defend interests, why can't the Ummah form one to defend sanctity? This summary is prepared for scholars, generals, diplomats, jurists, and visionaries. But above all, it is for those who still believe the Ummah can rise, not by romantic slogans, but by structured unity, disciplined deterrence, and prophetic moral clarity. Volume 3, Challenges to the Muslim World. Chapter 22, Palestine, the Occupied. Heart of the Ummah. This chapter positions Palestine as the moral core and geopolitical wound of the Muslim world. It traces the century-long occupation, betrayal by global powers, and repeated failures of Muslim states to mount a credible deterrent. Palestine is framed as the litmus test for any future Muslim security alliance. Without liberation or at least defense of al-Quds, no Muslim unity is complete. Chapter 23, Kashmir, the Forgotten. Jihad. Pakistan's moral and legal position on Kashmir is reasserted as the gold standard of principled Islamic resistance. This chapter critiques global hypocrisy, Indian state oppression, and Muslim silence. It argues that any Muslim NATO must enshrine Kashmir as a defense clause, just as NATO protects Europe. Pakistan's sacrifices and nuclear shield are presented as deterrent models. Chapter 24, Sacred Sites Under Siege. Makkah al-Aqsa. The defense of Islamic sanctities is treated as a non-negotiable red line. From Zionist threats to al-Aqsa to the politicization of Hajj and Umrah, this chapter argues for a pan-Islamic protection mandate. The book proposes that a Muslim alliance must function as a guardian of all sacred geography, ensuring spiritual sovereignty alongside physical security. Chapter 25, Military Interventions and Muslim Collateral. This chapter outlines the disproportionate impact of foreign military interventions on Muslim countries, from Iraq to Syria, Libya to Somalia. It documents civilian casualties, cultural erasure, and social fragmentation. The analysis demands that a Muslim strategic doctrine emerge that resists foreign adventurism and builds rapid reaction peace enforcement capacities. Chapter 26, Hybrid Warfare, a New Colonialism. A sophisticated deconstruction of how narrative control, digital surveillance, economic warfare, and media manipulation form a new style of colonization. The chapter underscores how Muslim youth are the primary targets. It calls for a unified Muslim cyber defense command, anti-disinformation initiatives, and sovereignty over data and digital identity. Chapter 27, Cyber Sovereignty and Information Warfare. Building upon the previous chapter, this section delves deeper into how AI, social media platforms, and hostile algorithms are weaponized against Islamic societies. The chapter argues for halal tech, Muslim tech clusters, and international treaties protecting Muslim digital rights. It calls Pakistan to lead a digital OIC. Chapter 28, the OIC, From Dormancy to Resurrection. This chapter is a bold indictment of the OIC's impotence. It documents decades of silence, inaction, and elite capture. Yet it ends with hope. The OIC can be reformed or replaced by a leaner, mission-driven Muslim Defense and Diplomacy Council, MDDC. It must evolve or be sidelined by newer, purposeful alliances. Chapter 29, Intra-Muslim Conflicts and Sectarian Poison. The book does not shy from internal problems. Sectarianism, nationalism, and proxy wars are identified as cancers eating the Ummah from within. Using examples from Yemen, Syria, and Lebanon, this chapter urges a pan-Islamic arbitration system, cross-sect military education, and a no-war pact between Muslim states. Chapter 30, Economic Dependencies and Strategic Subjugation. Muslim states hold resources but lack financial sovereignty. From petrodollar slavery to IMF-imposed austerity, this chapter exposes economic colonization. It proposes a Muslim monetary union, Sharia-compliant investment banks, and energy tech convergence as pillars of independent strategic capacity. Economic sovereignty is strategic sovereignty. Volume 3 Conclusion. Volume 3 outlines the crises demanding collective Muslim defense, territorial, digital, economic, and doctrinal. It proves that the Muslim world is under siege not only by outsiders but also from within. If disunity was the disease, strategic integration is the cure. Part 3. Critical security challenges facing the Muslim world. Section A. Territorial sovereignty and sacred sites. Chapter 22. The Palestinian question and Jerusalem. Glory be to him who carried his servant by night from the sacred mosque to the farthest mosque, whose surroundings we have blessed, that we might show him some of our signs. Quran 17:1. Introduction. The central issue in Muslim security. The Palestinian question and status of Jerusalem represent not merely regional conflict but fundamental security challenge defining the Muslim world's relationship with the international system. The Quranic reference to Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, the farthest mosque, establishes Jerusalem's centrality to Islamic faith through divine revelation rather than merely human political claim. This religious dimension transforms what might otherwise be territorial dispute into civilizational imperative, carrying spiritual conventional security calculations. Obligation transcending. For the Muslim security architecture proposed in this book, the Palestinian question represents both foundational challenge and defining purpose. Any framework claiming to protect Muslim world security while failing to address Palestine would lack fundamental credibility among the Ummah it purports to serve. Conversely, establishing effective mechanisms to protect Palestinian rights and Jerusalem's Islamic character would provide demonstrable validation of the architecture's purpose and capability, directly addressing challenge that has defeated previous Muslim cooperation attempts. The Abraham Accords framework, presenting normalization with Israel as pathway to security for participating states, directly challenges the premises underlying traditional Muslim world positions on Palestine. By explicitly decoupling normalization from Palestinian statehood and Jerusalem's status, this model creates existential question for Muslim nation relationships with Israel and by extension with Western security frameworks. The proposed Pakistan-led security architecture offers fundamentally different approach, maintaining both principled positions on Palestine and effective security capabilities through indigenous rather than external dependent frameworks. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated how principled position on Palestine enhances rather than diminishes security effectiveness. Pakistan's maintenance of consistent Palestinian support while effectively defending its sovereignty established practical example of how authentic Islamic position and strategic capability reinforce rather than contradict each other, precisely the synthesis required for proposed security architecture. This practical demonstration refuted common assumption that Muslim nations must compromise on Palestine to achieve security, establishing viable alternative through indigenous capability rather than external dependency. This chapter examines the Palestinian question and Jerusalem's status across 4 dimensions: historical context and current status, Jerusalem's significance in Islamic tradition, threats to Al-Aqsa and other holy sites, and requirements for effective protection mechanisms. The analysis moves beyond rhetorical positions to examine practical security implications, developing concrete proposals for how the Muslim security architecture could provide effective protection currently lacking in existing international frameworks. Historical context and current status of Palestine. Understanding Palestine's current circumstances requires examining the historical processes that created and perpetuate present conditions from Ottoman era to British Mandate. The transformation of Palestine from Ottoman province to British Mandate established patterns still visible in contemporary conflict. 1. Ottoman administrative framework. Prior to World War I, Palestine functioned as integrated region within Ottoman system with substantial religious diversity under Islamic governance, establishing historical reference point for peaceful coexistence under Muslim administration relevant to proposed security architecture. 2. Balfour Declaration consequences. The 1917 British commitment to national home for the Jewish people in Palestine while promising to protect existing non-Jewish communities created fundamental contradiction never effectively resolved, establishing pattern of external powers making incompatible commitments that continues in contemporary peace processes. 3. Mandate system structural problems. The League of Nations mandate granting Britain administrative authority while theoretically preparing the territory for independence created governance structure prioritizing imperial interests over local population needs, establishing problematic pattern visible in subsequent international interventions. For indigenous resistance development, Palestinian opposition to increasing Zionist immigration developed increasingly sophisticated political and military dimensions despite asymmetric power relationships, demonstrating indigenous agency frequently overlooked in external analyses. 5. Religious Site Administration Evolution. The British Mandate period established administrative arrangements for Jerusalem's holy sites attempting to balance competing claims, creating precedents still referenced in contemporary status discussions. This historical foundation directly informs the proposed security architecture by identifying patterns requiring address through comprehensive rather than fragmentary approach. The recurring role of external powers making contradictory commitments particularly highlights need for Muslim world independent capability rather than continued dependency on international frameworks with demonstrated failure record. 19 for 719 for 8 Partition and Nakba. The events surrounding Israel's establishment created refugee crisis with ongoing implications. 1. UN Partition Plan Inequities. The 1947 partition allocated 56% of historical Palestine to Jewish state despite Jewish population constituting approximately 30% and owning roughly 7% of land, establishing fundamental legitimacy questions unresolved in subsequent peace initiatives. 2. Systematic displacement scale. The exodus of approximately 750,000 Palestinians during 19 for 719 for 9, over half the indigenous Arab population, created refugee population that has grown to over 5 million, establishing humanitarian dimension inseparable from political resolution. 3. Property expropriation mechanisms. Israeli legal frameworks including absentee property law, 1950, transferred Palestinian refugee property to state control, creating material dimension beyond symbolic recognition in contemporary claims. For Jerusalem status transformation, the division of Jerusalem between Israeli and Jordanian control fundamentally altered city's character and access patterns, establishing practical complications beyond symbolic significance in contemporary status discussions. 5. Regional involvement dimensions. The intervention of Arab states established regional security dimension beyond bilateral Israeli-Palestinian relationship, creating precedent for collective Muslim world responsibility directly relevant to proposed security architecture. These foundational events directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing the practical humanitarian dimensions requiring address beyond political negotiations. The refugee situation particularly represents ongoing security challenge with both humanitarian and political dimensions requiring comprehensive approach beyond isolated diplomatic initiatives. Post-1967 occupation dynamics. The occupation following the 1967 war created system with distinctive security implications. 1. Territorial control expansion. Israel's occupation of West Bank, Gaza, East Jerusalem, and Syrian Golan Heights triple territory under its control, creating governance challenge still unresolved through subsequent peace processes. 2. Settlement enterprise development. The systematic establishment of Israeli civilian settlements in occupied territories created approximately 700,000 settlers in West Bank and East Jerusalem, establishing facts on ground are designed to prevent territorial compromise central to two-state framework. 3. Jerusalem status unilateral change. Israel's 1980 Jerusalem law declaring complete and united Jerusalem as capital attempted to formalize annexation rejected by international community, creating fundamental challenge to two-state solution premised on shared capital. For security barrier territorial implications, the separation barrier constructed largely within West Bank rather than along Green Line effectively annexed approximately 10% of territory, demonstrating how security justifications frequently advance territorial objectives. 5. Resource asymmetry institutionalization. The occupation created systematic war. 3. Jerusalem status unilateral change. Israel's 1980 Jerusalem law declaring complete and united Jerusalem as capital attempted to formalize annexation rejected by international community, creating fundamental challenge to two-state solution premised on shared capital. 4. Security barrier territorial implications. The separation barrier constructed largely within West Bank rather than along Green Line effectively annexed approximately 10% of territory, demonstrating how security justifications frequently advance territorial objectives. 5. Resource asymmetry institutionalization. The occupation created systematic water, land, and movement restrictions favoring settler population over indigenous Palestinians, establishing structural inequities beyond direct military control. These occupation dynamics directly inform the proposed security architecture by identifying systematic challenges requiring address through comprehensive approach rather than incremental measures. The deliberate creation of territorial facts on ground particularly highlights inadequacy of diplomatic processes' capabilities to without corresponding security ensure implementation of negotiated agreements. Current status complexities. The contemporary Palestinian multidimensional challenges situation presents. 1. Territorial fragmentation reality. The Palestinian population exists across disconnected territories including Gaza Strip, West Bank areas A or B, C, East Jerusalem, Israel proper, and refugee populations in neighboring countries, creating governance state-building models. Challenge beyond conventional. 2. Political division complications. The Hamas-Fatah split between Gaza and West Bank has created parallel governance structures complicating unified national development, establishing challenge for international engagement frameworks including proposed security architecture. 3. Gaza blockade humanitarian dimensions. The comprehensive restrictions on Gaza movement and import since 2007 have created unprecedented humanitarian crisis with 80% aid dependency, establishing urgent humanitarian security requirement beyond political negotiations. 4. West Bank restriction matrix. The complex system of checkpoints, permits, settler-only roads, and security zones has fragmented territorial contiguity, creating daily security challenges affecting basic livelihood beyond abstract political status questions. 5. Asymmetric legal frameworks. The application of military law to Palestinians alongside civilian law for Israeli settlers in same territory creates systematic judicial inequality, establishing rule of law challenge beyond conventional security considerations. These current complexities directly inform the proposed security architecture by identifying specific challenges requiring immediate address while longer-term political resolution remains unresolved. The humanitarian dimensions particularly require capabilities independent of political processes, establishing concrete functions for proposed architecture addressing human security alongside traditional territorial considerations. Jerusalem's significance in Islamic tradition. Jerusalem's central importance in Islamic tradition creates religious obligation for its protection transcending political calculations. Theological and historical foundations. Jerusalem's Islamic significance rests on divine revelation and historical development. 1. Quranic foundation. The Quran explicitly references the Prophet Muhammad's night journey to Al-Masjid al-Aqsa, 17:1, establishing Jerusalem's religious significance through direct divine revelation rather than merely historical. Development, creating theological obligation for protection beyond political considerations. 2. First Qibla status. Jerusalem served as Islam's first Qibla, prayer direction, before Mecca, establishing fundamental position in Islamic practice that transcends later historical developments and creates ongoing religious connection for all Muslims regardless of geography. 3. Prophet Muhammad's Isra and Mi'raj, the night journey and ascension experience centered on Jerusalem establishes city's role as connection between earthly and divine realms, creating spiritual significance transcending material political calculations in Islamic consciousness. 4. Third holiest site definition, the Prophet's hadith establishing Jerusalem as destination for religious pilgrimage after Mecca and Medina creates ongoing obligation for Muslim access, establishing religious practice requirement beyond political arrangements. 5. Umar ibn al-Khattab's peaceful entry, the second caliph's respectful entrance to Jerusalem in 637 CE established model for Islamic governance balancing Muslim administration with protection for Christian and Jewish communities and sites, creating historical precedent relevant to contemporary governance discussions. These theological and historical foundations directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing Jerusalem's protection as religious obligation rather than merely political preference. The resulting commitment transcends diplomatic calculations, creating non-negotiable requirement for any framework claiming Islamic legitimacy. Religious site concentration. Jerusalem contains extraordinary concentration of sites sacred to Islam. 1. Al-Aqsa Mosque Compound, Haram al-Sharif. The 35-acre compound contains Islam's third holiest site incorporating both Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock, creating concentrated sacred space with unparalleled spiritual significance requiring comprehensive protection. 2. Dome of the Rock spiritual significance. The shrine marking Prophet Muhammad's ascension point features architecture and Quranic inscriptions establishing Islamic presence in Jerusalem's visual identity, creating symbolic significance beyond purely functional religious space. 3. Historical mosque heritage. Beyond Al-Aqsa itself, Jerusalem contains numerous historical mosques including Al-Buraq, Marwani, and Ottoman structures, creating religious heritage landscape beyond single significant building. 4. Islamic educational complex. The historical madrasas, libraries, and scholarly institutions established throughout Islamic administration periods create cultural heritage beyond purely religious functions, establishing significance alongside spiritual importance. Educational. 5. Islamic cemetery sanctity. The presence of major Islamic cemeteries containing companions of the Prophet and significant Islamic figures creates sacred obligation for their protection, establishing additional dimension beyond active worship spaces. This religious site concentration directly informs the proposed security architecture by identifying specific locations requiring protection through specialized capabilities beyond general territorial security. The resulting requirements would include both physical security measures and legal frameworks ensuring Muslim administration and access maintained through concrete capabilities rather than merely diplomatic assurances. Jerusalem in Islamic governance history. Jerusalem's 14 centuries of predominant Islamic administration establishes historical patterns. 1. Multiple Islamic administration periods. The city's governance under Rashidun, Umayyad, Abbasid, Fatimid, Ayyubid, Mamluk and Ottoman administrations established continuous Islamic presence interrupted only by Crusader period, creating historical depth beyond contemporary political claims. 2. Religious pluralism models. Islamic governance consistently maintained Christian and Jewish rights to worship while establishing Muslim administration, creating precedents for pluralistic arrangements under Islamic authority relevant to contemporary status discussions. 3. Architectural development patterns. Each Islamic administration period contributed distinctive architectural elements creating visual identity integrating diverse influences within Islamic framework, establishing cultural heritage transcending purely religious significance. 4. Waqf endowment system. The establishment of religious endowment supporting Jerusalem's Islamic institutions created sustainable economic foundation for religious infrastructure, demonstrating sophisticated administrative systems beyond purely political control. 5. Knowledge center development. Jerusalem consistently functioned as a significant center for Islamic scholarship throughout different administration periods, establishing intellectual dimension alongside spiritual significance in Islamic civilization. This governance history directly informs the proposed security architecture by providing models for how Islamic administration can protect pluralistic religious landscape while maintaining Muslim character. The historical precedents particularly demonstrate feasibility of arrangements respecting diverse religious communities while preserving Islamic administration of the city's sacred sites. Contemporary Muslim world connection. One, universal Muslim emotional attachment. Polling consistently shows Jerusalem's status among highest priority concerns for Muslims worldwide regardless of geography, creating political significance transcending traditional Middle Eastern regional framework. 2. Regular visitation patterns. Despite access restrictions, Muslims from dozens of countries regularly visit Jerusalem when permitted, demonstrating practical connection beyond symbolic attachment through actual religious practice. 3. Financial support networks. Global Muslim funding supports Jerusalem institutions through official and unofficial channels, creating practical stake in city status beyond diplomatic positions. 4. Educational curriculum presence. Jerusalem features prominently in religious education throughout Muslim world, establishing knowledge foundation maintaining connection across generations despite political developments. 5. Social media mobilization capacity. Jerusalem developments consistently generate immediate Muslim world social media response transcending language and geographic barriers, demonstrating communication infrastructure maintaining global Muslim connection to cities' developments. This contemporary connection directly informs the proposed security architecture by establishing Jerusalem's status as pan-Islamic concern rather than merely regional issue. The resulting global Muslim state creates both responsibility and capability for proposed architecture addressing Jerusalem through multinational Muslim approach rather than leaving protection to individual states or external powers. Threats to Al-Aqsa and other holy sites. Jerusalem's Islamic holy sites face unprecedented threats requiring systematic protection measures. Physical damage and destruction risks. Al-Aqsa and other Islamic sites face tangible physical threats. 1. Extremist attack history. Multiple documented arson and attack attempts against Al-Aqsa, including the devastating 1969 fire, demonstrate ongoing threat requiring physical protection, establishing concrete security requirement beyond diplomatic statements. 2. Archaeological excavation damage. Ongoing excavations beneath and around Al-Aqsa compound have caused documented structural damage including wall collapses and foundation weakening, creating physical preservation requirement alongside access questions. 3. Infrastructure project threats. Development projects including cable cars and tourist facilities around the Old City threaten physical and visual integrity of Islamic sites, establishing urban planning dimension in protection requirements. 4. Natural disaster vulnerability. Jerusalem's seismic vulnerability combined with aging infrastructure creates natural disaster risk requiring specialized conservation measures, establishing technical protection dimension beyond political arrangements. 5. Civil conflict collateral damage. Intensification of conflict including police operations within Al-Aqsa compound has caused physical damage to historical structures, demonstrating how security operations themselves can threaten site integrity without specialized protocols. These physical threats directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing requirements for specialized protection capabilities including physical security, conservation expertise, disaster preparedness, and conflict prevention measures. The resulting protection functions would require both technical capabilities and legal frameworks, ensuring implementation through reliable mechanisms rather than dependent on political circumstances. Access restriction mechanisms. Muslim access to Jerusalem's holy sites faces systematic restrictions. 1. Permit system limitations. The Israeli permit regime allows only limited categories of Palestinians access to Jerusalem, creating systematic religious freedom restriction affecting millions of Muslims within short distance of their third holiest site. 2. Age and gender restrictions. Security measures frequently restrict male worshippers under certain ages from Friday prayers at Al-Aqsa, creating demographic-based religious practice limitations not applied to other faith sites. 3. Geographic origin discrimination. Muslims from certain countries face enhanced restrictions or complete bans on Jerusalem access, creating unequal religious freedom based on nationality rather than individual security assessment. 4. Physical barrier effects. The separation barrier physically prevents most West Bank Palestinians from reaching Jerusalem without special permits, creating geographic obstacle to religious practice regardless of individual security profile. 5. International Muslim access challenges. Muslims from countries without Israeli diplomatic relations face complex indirect entry procedures or complete inability to visit their third holiest site, creating global religious freedom limitation affecting hundreds of millions of Muslims. These access restrictions directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing requirements for legal frameworks and practical mechanisms ensuring Muslim access to their holy sites. The resulting protection functions would include both diplomatic initiatives and practical assistance programs helping Muslims overcome bureaucratic and physical obstacles to religious practice in Jerusalem. Administrative status erosion. Al-Aqsa's traditional Islamic administration faces systematic challenges. 1. Historical status quo alterations. The arrangements established under Ottoman and British administration recognizing Islamic oversight of Haram al-Sharif face incremental changes through security measures and court decisions, creating administrative erosion through seemingly technical adjustments. 2. Jordanian custodianship limitations. Jordan's official custodianship role faces practical implementation challenges. Without enforcement capacity, creating gap between theoretical protection and practical capability. 3. Waqf authority constraint patterns. The Islamic Waqf administering Al-Aqsa faces increasing restrictions on renovation permissions, staff appointments, and security arrangements, creating practical administrative weakening despite formal recognition. 4. Religious ministry intervention increase. Israeli religious affairs authorities have taken increasing roles in Haram al-Sharif administration, creating challenging traditional Islamic oversight. Parallel authority. 5. Jerusalem Islamic Heritage Department obstacles. Palestinian institutions maintaining Islamic sites face funding restrictions, personnel limitations, and jurisdictional constraints, creating practical capacity reduction for site protection despite formal mandates. These administrative challenges directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing requirements for institutional support strengthening Islamic administration bodies through both material resources and international legitimacy. The resulting protection functions would include capacity building programs, legal support mechanisms, and diplomatic initiatives reinforcing traditional administrative arrangements through practical capabilities rather than merely rhetorical positions. Identity alteration attempts. Jerusalem's Islamic character faces systematic alteration efforts. 1. Historical narrative revision patterns, educational materials, archaeological presentations, and tourism information increasingly minimize or eliminate Jerusalem's Islamic history, creating knowledge foundation for legitimizing reduced Muslim presence and rights. 2. Terminology transformation strategy. The systematic replacement of Arabic names with Hebrew alternatives in official documents, signage, and maps creates linguistic foundation for identity alteration, establishing narrative challenge requiring systematic counter-documentation. 3. Visual landscape modification. The construction of settlements, government buildings, and tourism facilities using distinctive architectural styles around the old city creates visual context diminishing Islamic presence in Jerusalem's identity, establishing aesthetic dimension beyond purely administrative challenges. 4. Demographic engineering mechanisms. The combination of Palestinian residency revocations, settlement expansion, and discriminatory housing policies creates systematic demographic transformation, establishing population foundation for permanent status alterations. 5. Religious practice pattern changes. The increasing authorization of Jewish prayer at Haram al-Sharif despite historical prohibitions creates precedent for fundamental status transformation, establishing worship pattern challenge alongside administrative questions. These identity alteration attempts directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing requirements for cultural protection alongside physical security. The resulting protection functions would include documentation programs, cultural preservation initiatives, legal challenges to discriminatory policies, and public communication strategies maintaining accurate historical narrative through systematic capabilities rather than ad hoc responses. Frameworks. Existing international mechanisms have demonstrated systematic failure to protect Palestinian rights and Jerusalem's status. United Nations structural limitations. The UN system faces fundamental constraints in Palestinian protection. 1. Security Council veto paralysis. The consistent use of United States veto power to block resolutions on Palestinian protection creates structural incapacity at UN's highest authority, establishing pattern of international system fundamental failure frameworks. Requiring alternative protection. 2. Resolution implementation enforcement gap. Despite numerous resolutions on Jerusalem's status and Palestinian rights, the UN lacks effective implementation mechanisms, creating disconnect between rhetorical positions and practical protection requiring alternative enforcement capabilities. 3. Peacekeeping deployment restrictions. Unlike conflict zones worldwide, UN peacekeeping operations face political obstacles to deployment in Palestinian territories, creating protection gap requiring alternative security arrangements. 4. Agency mandate limitations. UN agencies operating in Palestinian territories face restrictive mandates focused on humanitarian relief rather than rights protection, establishing systematic limitation on existing international frameworks addressing fundamental issues. 5. Funding manipulation vulnerability. UN operations supporting Palestinians face regular funding crises through politically motivated withholding of contributions, creating operational instability undermining consistent protection capability. These UN limitations directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing clear need for alternative protection mechanisms with reliable funding, consistent mandate, and implementation capabilities independent of major power politics. The resulting Muslim security framework would address specifically the implementation gap between international rhetorical positions and practical protection measures. Oslo process design flaws. The peace process framework contains fundamental structural problems. 1. Interim arrangement permanence. The Oslo Accords, designed as 5-year interim arrangement, have become semi-permanent governance structure without evolution toward final status, creating apparently endless transitional situation without sovereignty development. 2. Power asymmetry institutionalization. The negotiation framework between occupying power and occupied population without effective third-party balancing creates systematic advantage for stronger party, establishing need for equalizing mechanism in any effective protection framework. 3. Security rights sequence dilemma. The prioritization of Israeli security requirements before Palestinian rights creates protection paradox where rights implementation remains perpetually deferred, establishing need for simultaneous rather than sequential approach in effective framework. 4. Territorial fragmentation normalization. The division of West Bank into areas A, B, and C has normalized territorial fragmentation rather than developing contiguity, creating governance challenge requiring systematic rather than incremental address. 5. International donor substitution effect. The extensive international funding supporting Palestinian Authority functions has inadvertently subsidized occupation costs that should legally fall on occupying power, creating perverse incentive system maintaining status quo rather than resolving fundamental issues. These Oslo Process flaws directly inform the proposed security architecture by identifying specific structural challenges requiring address through comprehensive approach rather than piecemeal negotiations. The resulting protection framework would specifically establish countervailing power equalizing negotiations, implementation, and simultaneous territorial integrity rights security mechanisms addressing fundamental flaws in existing process. Regional state capacity limitations. Individual Muslim states face significant constraints in Palestinian protection. 1. Military projection capability gaps. Even the largest Muslim militaries lack sustained power projection capability reaching Jerusalem, creating practical constraint on conventional protection requiring alternative approaches through proposed architecture's collective capabilities. 2. Economic leverage insufficiency. Individual Muslim economies lack sufficient trade relationships with Israel or its major supporters to create meaningful economic pressure, establishing need for collective economic instruments in effective protection framework. 3. Diplomatic fragmentation effects. The individualized diplomatic approaches to Palestinian question create exploitable divisions, demonstrating need for coordinated diplomatic strategy through institutional mechanisms. 4. Internal stability prioritization. Many Muslim states face significant domestic challenges limiting their capacity for external initiatives, creating practical constraint requiring burden-sharing mechanisms architecture. Ineffective protection. 5. External security dependency constraints. States dependent on Western security relationships face significant constraints on Palestinian initiatives contrary to Western preferences, establishing need for independent security capability through proposed architecture. These state capacity limitations directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing clear need for collective mechanisms transcending individual state constraints. The resulting framework would specifically develop combined capabilities creating effective protection through shared resources where individual states lack sufficient capacity for meaningful intervention. Abraham Accords Alternative Framework. The normalization agreements present fundamentally problematic alternative. 1. Palestinian issue marginalization. The explicit decoupling of normalization from Palestinian rights creates framework abandoning core issue while pursuing peripheral relationships, establishing dangerous precedent requiring countermodel maintaining Palestinian centrality. 2. Jerusalem status ambiguity. The agreements deliberately avoid addressing Jerusalem's status, effectively accepting unilateral Israeli positions by omission, creating precedent requiring explicit alternative vision maintaining Jerusalem's Islamic status. 3. Security dependency perpetuation. The security arrangements embedded in normalization create deeper dependency on external protection rather than indigenous capability, establishing problematic model requiring alternative based on self-reliance rather than subordination. 4. Economic integration leverage loss. The economic relationships developed through normalization reduce potential pressure mechanisms for Palestinian rights, creating practical constraint requiring alternative economic frameworks. Maintaining leverage. 5. Diplomatic fragmentation acceleration. The bilateral nature of agreements encourages individualized relationships rather than collective positions, establishing counterproductive precedent requiring institutional alternative maintaining Muslim world unity on core issues. The Abraham Accords framework directly informs the proposed security architecture by demonstrating urgent need for credible alternative maintaining both principled positions and effective capabilities. The resulting Muslim security framework would specifically provide the missing indigenous capability allowing principled positions without security sacrifice that drives normalization despite Palestinian status concerns. Requirements for effective protection. Mechanisms. Addressing the Palestinian question and Jerusalem's status requires comprehensive mechanisms with specific capabilities. Legal framework requirements. Effective protection requires robust legal foundations. 1. Palestinian sovereignty legal foundation. The protection framework requires clear articulation of Palestinian Sovereignty rights based on international law rather than negotiated concessions, establishing principled foundation transcending power-based compromise dynamics. 2. Jerusalem Special Status Codification. The framework requires specific legal instruments defining Jerusalem's status, protecting both Islamic administration of holy sites and broader religious pluralism, creating clear standard against which violations can be identified. 3. Refugee Rights Documentation System. The protection mechanisms require comprehensive documentation of Palestinian refugee rights, maintaining legal claims despite time passage, establishing evidentiary basis for rights implementation beyond political negotiations. 4. Occupation Violation Accountability. The framework requires specific legal mechanisms establishing accountability for occupation policy violations, including settlement expansion and resource exploitation, creating concrete consequences for actions undermining Palestinian rights. 5. Indigenous rights recognition. The protection system requires explicit recognition of Palestinians as indigenous population with corresponding rights under international instruments, establishing additional legal foundation beyond purely territorial sovereignty frameworks. These legal requirements directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing need for sophisticated legal capabilities alongside physical protection measures. The resulting framework would include specialized legal institutions documenting violations, pursuing accountability, and articulating rights through systematic capabilities rather than ad hoc initiatives. Physical protection capabilities. Effective mechanisms require specific security capabilities. 1. Holy Site Security Forces. The protection framework requires specialized forces with both security training and religious sensitivity for holy site protection, creating capability addressing physical threats while maintaining site sanctity through appropriate protocols. 2. Non-military interposition capability. The framework requires capacity for deploying civilian protection presence in sensitive areas including settlements, checkpoints, and agricultural zones, creating witness function, reducing violence through international presence. 3. Documentation and monitoring systems. The protection mechanisms require sophisticated documentation capabilities establishing violations through verifiable evidence, creating accountability foundation through systematic rather than anecdotal reporting. 4. Emergency response capabilities. The framework requires specialized units capable of rapid response to emerging threats against Palestinian communities or religious sites, creating practical protection beyond diplomatic statements during crisis situations. 5. Conservation technical expertise. The protection system requires specialized architectural and archaeological expertise protecting physical integrity of religious sites, addressing technical preservation requirements alongside security dimensions. These physical capabilities directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing specific functional requirements beyond conventional military forces. The resulting framework would develop specialized units with appropriate training, equipment, and deployment protocols addressing the unique requirements of protecting both Palestinian civilians and Islamic holy sites. Diplomatic and communication dimensions. Effective capabilities. Protection requires sophisticated influence. 1. Unified Muslim position articulation. The framework requires institutional mechanisms ensuring consistent diplomatic positions across Muslim nations, creating coherent voice transcending individual state variations through systematic coordination. 2. Alternative narrative distribution. The protection system requires sophisticated media capabilities ensuring Palestinian and Jerusalem narratives distribution, countering receive effective disproportionate global representation through systematic rather than reactive communication. 3. International coalition building. The framework requires diplomatic capabilities building support beyond Muslim world, creating broader legitimacy through engagement with diverse international actors sharing principled positions. 4. Language precision enforcement. The protection mechanisms require capabilities ensuring accurate terminology usage in international forums regarding occupation, settlements, and normalization through language shifts. Jerusalem, preventing. 5. Digital documentation preservation. The framework requires sophisticated digital capabilities preserving historical evidence of Palestinian presence and rights against erasure attempts, creating permanent record accessible despite physical document vulnerability. These influence capabilities directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing requirements for sophisticated diplomatic and communication functions alongside physical protection. The resulting framework would include specialized institutions developing influence campaigns, building international coalitions, and maintaining accurate narratives through systematic capabilities rather than reactive statements. Economic and development mechanisms. Effective protection requires practical support sustaining Palestinian presence. 1. Holy site preservation funding. The framework requires sustainable financing mechanisms supporting conservation and operation of Jerusalem's Islamic sites, creating material foundation for continued religious function beyond diplomatic protection. Requires 2. Palestinian institution capacity building. The protection system programs strengthening indigenous governance capabilities, creating sustainable administration, reducing dependency on external support or occupation authorities. 3. Strategic sector development. The framework requires targeted economic programs supporting agriculture, housing, and education in vulnerable areas including East Jerusalem and Area C, creating practical support for continuing Palestinian presence in contested areas. 4. Resource protection systems. The protection mechanisms require specific capabilities defending Palestinian water, land, and natural resource rights, addressing material foundation for economic viability beyond abstract political arrangements. 5. Boycott and sanctions implementation. The framework requires practical mechanisms implementing economic pressure against occupation policies, creating concrete consequences for violations through systematic rather than symbolic measures. These economic requirements directly inform the proposed security architecture by establishing practical support functions beyond traditional security operations. The resulting framework would include specialized economic institutions providing material assistance, implementing pressure mechanisms, and developing strategic sectors through systematic programs rather than humanitarian aid maintaining dependency. Islamic Alliance Protection Model. The proposed Muslim security architecture offers a comprehensive approach addressing fundamental limitations in existing frameworks. Holy Sites Protection Force. The architecture would establish specialized capability for Jerusalem. 1. Multinational Islamic composition. The protection force would include personnel from diverse Muslim nations, creating legitimacy through broad participation rather than individual state initiative while demonstrating unified Muslim world commitment. 2. Religious security integration. Force members would receive both professional security training and religious education regarding site significance and appropriate protocols, creating unique capability respecting sacred nature while providing effective protection. 3. Technological monitoring systems. The force would employ sophisticated surveillance technology monitoring site integrity, creating early warning capability addressing potential threats before physical damage occurs. 4. Conservation expert component. The force would include specialized architectural and archaeological experts addressing technical preservation requirements alongside security dimensions. 5. Status documentation mandate. The force would maintain comprehensive documentation of site status, access patterns, and administrative arrangements, creating authoritative record preventing incremental changes through detailed baseline monitoring. This specialized force directly addresses critical gap in existing international frameworks which lack dedicated capability for holy site protection. The resulting capability would provide concrete manifestation of Muslim world commitment to Jerusalem through practical protection mechanisms rather than merely rhetorical positions or diplomatic initiatives. Palestinian Rights Documentation Center. The architecture would establish authoritative documentation institution. 1. Comprehensive evidence collection. The center would systematically document occupation violations, refugee claims, property rights, and historical presence, creating authoritative record transcending political negotiations through objective evidence preservation. 2. Legal expertise concentration. The institution would maintain specialized legal staff with international law expertise, developing sophisticated rights articulation through authoritative legal analysis rather than political declarations. 3. Digital preservation technology. The center would employ advanced digital preservation techniques ensuring evidence permanence, protecting historical record against physical destruction or manipulation through redundant storage systems. 4. Academic partnership network. The institution would maintain formal relationships with international academic institutions, creating scholarly legitimacy beyond political advocacy through rigorous methodology and peer review. 5. Strategic case development. The center would prepare comprehensive legal cases for appropriate international forums, creating accountability. Existing mechanism through systematic rather than ad hoc legal initiatives. This documentation center directly addresses critical weakness in protection frameworks where evidence fragmentation undermines accountability. The resulting capability would establish authoritative record maintaining Palestinian rights documentation regardless of political developments through institutional permanence transcending individual state initiatives or politically vulnerable UN agencies. Economic Development Commission. The architecture would establish practical support mechanism. 1. Strategic Sector Investment Program. The Commission would implement targeted economic programs supporting Palestinian presence in vulnerable areas, creating practical foundation for steadfastness through material support beyond humanitarian assistance. 2. Jerusalem Islamic Heritage Fund. The institution would maintain dedicated financing for Islamic site preservation and operation, ensuring material resources for continued religious function independent of political developments. 3. Alternative Market Access Facilitation. The Commission would develop trade relationships providing Palestinian products access to Muslim world markets, creating economic viability, reducing dependency on Israeli economy or Western donors. For technical capacity transfer programs, the institution would implement knowledge transfer initiatives developing Palestinian technical capabilities, creating indigenous expertise, reducing external dependency through human capital development. 5. Boycott Implementation Coordination. The Commission would establish practical mechanisms coordinating economic pressure against occupation policies, creating effective implementation of theoretical boycott positions through systematic rather than symbolic measures. This economic commission directly addresses practical sustainability requirements often overlooked in protection frameworks focused on legal or political dimensions. The resulting capability would provide material foundation for Palestinian steadfastness through systematic economic programs transcending humanitarian dependency, perpetuating rather than resolving the fundamental situation. Jerusalem Access Facilitation Program. The architecture would establish practical support for Muslim worshippers. 1. Legal support services. The program would provide specialized assistance helping Muslims navigate permit systems and access restrictions, creating practical capability helping individuals overcome bureaucratic obstacles to religious practice. 2. Transportation Coordination System. The initiative would organize transit from various Muslim countries and Palestinian territories to Jerusalem, reducing logistical barriers to access through systematic rather than individual arrangements. 3. Visitor Accommodation Network. The program would maintain affordable lodging near Jerusalem for Muslim visitors, addressing practical requirements beyond abstract access rights through material infrastructure. 5. Documentation and advocacy integration. The program would systematically record access denials and restrictions, creating evidence database supporting broader advocacy through individual case documentation. This access program directly addresses practical constraints facing Muslims attempting to worship at their third holiest site. The resulting capability would transform theoretical Access rights into practical religious practice through systematic support mechanisms helping individuals overcome the complex obstacles created by current restrictions. Conclusion from symbolic position to effective protection. The Palestinian question and Jerusalem's status represent not merely political issue but fundamental religious obligation for the Muslim world security architecture. The Quranic designation of Al-Aqsa as blessed site, Jerusalem's historical significance as Islam's first Qibla, and the Prophet Muhammad's direct connection through Isra and Mi'raj collectively establish protection responsibility transcending conventional security calculations. This religious dimension creates non-negotiable requirement for any framework claiming Islamic legitimacy to provide effective protection beyond rhetorical positions. The historical context demonstrates how external power interventions, from Balfour Declaration through Oslo process to Abraham Accords, have consistently failed to protect Palestinian rights or Jerusalem's Islamic character. The resulting situation, territorial fragmentation, refugee displacement, settlement expansion, and holy site threats, creates urgent requirement for alternative approach addressing fundamental limitations in existing frameworks. The proposed Muslim security architecture provides this alternative through independent capabilities rather than continued dependency on demonstrably inadequate international mechanisms. Jerusalem's extraordinary significance in Islamic tradition creates particular protection imperative for the proposed architecture. The concentration of sacred sites including Al-Aqsa Mosque and Dome of the Rock, the city's 14 centuries of predominant Islamic administration, and its continuing powerful connection with global Muslim consciousness collectively established Jerusalem as pan-Islamic concern rather than merely regional issue. This universal Muslim state creates both responsibility and opportunity for multinational protection limitations. Transcending individual state. The threats facing Al-Aqsa and other Islamic sites, physical damage, access restrictions, administrative erosion, and identity alteration, require systematic protection measures beyond conventional diplomatic initiatives. The proposed architecture addresses these specific threats through specialized capabilities including multinational protection forces, documentation centers, economic support mechanisms, and access facilitation programs. These concrete functions transform abstract commitment into practical protection addressing detailed requirements identified through comprehensive threat analysis. The existing international frameworks, from United Nations mechanisms through Oslo process to Abraham Accords, have demonstrated systematic failure to protect Palestinian rights or Jerusalem's status. The structural limitations in these frameworks, including Security Council veto paralysis, interim arrangement permanence, power asymmetry institutionalization, and dependency perpetuation, create fundamental gaps requiring alternative approach through proposed Muslim security architecture. The requirements for effective protection, legal frameworks, physical security capabilities, diplomatic influence mechanisms, and economic support systems establish specific functions for the proposed architecture beyond rhetorical positions. The resulting capabilities, including Holy Sites Protection Force, Palestinian Rights Documentation Center, Economic Development Commission, and Jerusalem Access Facilitation Program, create comprehensive framework addressing detailed requirements through concrete institutions rather than symbolic declarations. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how principled position on Palestine enhances rather than diminishes security effectiveness. Pakistan's maintenance of consistent Palestinian support while effectively defending its sovereignty established practical example of how authentic Islamic position and strategic capability reinforce rather than contradict each other. This practical demonstration refuted common assumption that Muslim nations must compromise on Palestine to achieve security, establishing viable alternative through indigenous capability rather than external dependency. As the Muslim world confronts the Abraham Accords framework presenting normalization as pathway to security, the proposed architecture offers fundamentally different model maintaining both principled positions and effective capabilities through external dependent indigenous mechanisms. This rather than comprehensive approach, addressing both symbolic significance and practical protection requirements, fulfills the religious obligation established through Jerusalem's sacred status in Islamic tradition while providing concrete capabilities lacking in existing international frameworks. The Palestinian question and Jerusalem status thus represent both foundational challenge and defining purpose for proposed Muslim security architecture. By establishing Kashmir and Muslim territorial disputes, and hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether and do not become divided. Quran 3:103. The question of territorial sovereignty lies at the heart of the Muslim world's security challenges in the 21st century. No comprehensive security architecture can succeed without addressing the unresolved territorial disputes that continue to destabilize Muslim regions, drain critical resources, and create openings for external intervention. Among these disputes, Kashmir stands as the most significant and enduring conflict, a 7-decade struggle with profound implications for regional stability and broader Muslim world security. This chapter examines Kashmir as the paradigmatic case of Muslim territorial disputes, analyzing its evolution, current status, and implications for the proposed security architecture. Beyond Kashmir, the chapter explores other significant territorial disputes affecting Muslim populations, the legal frameworks governing these conflicts, their humanitarian consequences, and their economic and security implications. By understanding these disputes through both strategic and Islamic frameworks, we can develop appropriate responses within the proposed Muslim security architecture. Kashmir conflict evolution and current status. The Kashmir dispute represents the most dangerous unresolved territorial conflict in the Muslim world, a protracted struggle with nuclear dimensions that has triggered multiple wars and continues to threaten regional stability. Understanding its evolution provides critical insights into the broader challenges of Muslim territorial sovereignty. Historical development and root causes. The Kashmir conflict emerged directly from the flawed partition process that created Pakistan and India in 1947, establishing a pattern of territorial disputes that would characterize Muslim-majority regions throughout the post-colonial era. 1. Partition implementation failure. The British withdrawal from South Asia left the princely state of Jammu and Kashmir in limbo, with a Hindu ruler governing a predominantly Muslim population, 77% Muslim according to the 1941 census. The Maharaja's succession to India, signed under duress as tribal forces approached Srinagar and after a Muslim uprising had already established the Azad Kashmir government, violated the partition principle of religious demographics determining territorial alignment. 2. UN resolution evasion. United Nations Security Council resolutions, particularly UNSCR 47 of 1948, mandated a 94 PAGE plebiscite allowing Kashmiris to determine their own future through democratic means. India's progressive abandonment of this commitment established a pattern seen throughout Muslim territorial disputes, international resolutions systematically ignored when they favor Muslim populations. 3. Militarization escalation. What began as a political dispute transformed into one of the most militarized zones globally, with India deploying over 900,000 security personnel by 2023, creating one of the world's highest soldier-to-civilian ratios. This militarization reflects the broader pattern of force deployment against Muslim populations in disputed territories from Palestine to Xinjiang. 4. Demographic engineering attempts. The conflict has featured systematic efforts to alter Kashmir's demographic character, culminating in India's August 2019 revocation of Article 370, which removed prohibitions on non-Kashmiri settlement. This pattern of demographic alteration to undermine Muslim territorial claims appears consistently across disputed regions globally. 5. External power involvement. Throughout its evolution, the Kashmir conflict has been shaped by external power calculations, from Cold War dynamics to contemporary US-China competition. This external interference pattern characterizes nearly all major Muslim territorial disputes, highlighting the strategic vulnerability created by the Muslim world's fragmentation. The May 2025 crisis, triggered by India's Operation Sindoor incursion across the line of control, demonstrated Kashmir's continued potential as a nuclear flashpoint. The crisis revealed both the dangers of unresolved Muslim territorial disputes and Pakistan's capability to defend Muslim populations through proportionate response without escalation to nuclear exchange. Pakistan's calibrated Operation Bunyan Mahsoos, Unbreakable Wall, effectively countered Indian aggression while maintaining international legitimacy, a model for how the proposed security architecture could address territorial disputes through measured strength rather than either passivity or recklessness. Current status and governance realities. The contemporary status of Kashmir reflects the complex challenges facing Muslim populations in disputed territories globally. 1. Territorial fragmentation. The region remains divided along the line of control, with Pakistan administering Azad Jammu and Kashmir and Gilgit-Baltistan, approximately 35% of the territory, while India controls the Kashmir Valley, Jammu, and Ladakh at approximately 65%. This physical division mirrors the fragmentation seen in other Muslim territorial disputes from Palestine to the South Philippines. 2. Autonomy erosion. India's August 2019 revocation of Article 370 removed Kashmir's special status guaranteed in the Indian constitution, eliminated the separate constitution, flag, and legal autonomy, and split the region into two union territories directly controlled by Delhi. This unilateral change to long-established governance arrangements mirrors similar autonomy revocations affecting Muslim regions globally. 3. Military occupation reality. Indian-administered Kashmir functions under de facto martial law through the Armed Forces Special Powers Act, AFSPA, which grants security forces extraordinary powers including detention without warrant and immunity from prosecution. Over 70,000 civilians have been killed since 1989, with thousands more disappeared, creating one of the world's most persistent humanitarian crises affecting a Muslim population. 4. Democratic deficit. Despite periodic elections, democratic expression remains severely constrained in Indian-administered Kashmir, with pro-independence leaders routinely detained, parties banned, and basic rights like internet access restricted for extended periods, including the world's longest internet shutdown from August 2019 to January 2021. This democratic suppression pattern appears consistently in disputed Muslim territories globally. 5. International status limbo. Kashmir remains in international legal limbo, neither fully integrated into either country nor recognized as independent, while UN resolutions remain unimplemented after 7 decades. This pattern of perpetual temporary arrangements characterizes numerous Muslim territorial disputes, from the temporary Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories to provisional arrangements in Western Sahara. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated how this unresolved status creates persistent security vulnerabilities, not just for Kashmir's Muslim population but for the broader region. Operation Sindoor's justification through alleged terrorist infrastructure targeting reflected the consistent pattern of security pretext for military actions against Muslim populations in disputed territories. The crisis underscored the urgent need for the proposed Muslim security architecture to develop specific capabilities addressing territorial disputes beyond individual nation-state capacity. Indigenous resistance evolution. The Kashmiri struggle for self-determination has evolved through distinct phases that mirror broader patterns in Muslim territorial disputes globally. 1. Political mobilization phase. 1947-1987. The initial resistance remained predominantly political and constitutional, seeking implementation of UN resolutions and working within democratic frameworks despite restricted options. This pattern of initial political engagement before armed resistance appears consistently across Muslim territorial disputes. 2. Armed insurgency phase. 1987-2010. Following the rigged 1987 elections that demonstrated the impossibility of democratic resolution, armed resistance emerged with both indigenous and external support elements. At its peak, dozens of militant organizations operated in the region with varying objectives and methods. This phase established familiar patterns seen across Muslim territorial disputes: external Actors exploiting legitimate grievances, religious secular divisions within resistance movements, and civilian populations bearing disproportionate suffering. 3. New resistance phase, 2010-present. The post-2010 period witnessed evolution toward hybridized resistance combining civil disobedience, stone-pelting protests, social media activism, and smaller-scale military operations. This evolution toward multidimensional resistance mirrors similar adaptations in Palestinian, Uyghur, Moro, and other Muslim territorial struggles globally. For internationalization efforts phase, 2019-present. Following India's Article 370 revocation, Kashmiri resistance increasingly focused on international advocacy, human rights documentation, and global awareness campaigns alongside traditional resistance methods. This internationalization strategy appears across contemporary Muslim territorial disputes as affected populations recognize the limitations of bilateral approaches. 5. Digital resistance emergence. Despite the world's longest internet shutdown, 553 days, Kashmiris developed sophisticated digital resistance strategies including VPN utilization, offline content sharing networks, and diaspora amplification. This digital resilience represents an emerging pattern across Muslim territorial disputes globally as affected populations leverage technology to overcome isolation. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated both the persistence of Kashmir's indigenous resistance and its vulnerability without effective external support mechanisms. Operation Sindoor specifically targeted resistance infrastructure using counterterrorism justifications, while Pakistan's response necessarily remained limited to conventional military action rather than comprehensive support for Kashmiri self-determination. This limitation highlights the need for the proposed security architecture to develop specialized capabilities supporting legitimate self-determination struggles beyond individual state capacity. Other significant territorial disputes affecting Muslims. While Kashmir represents the most dangerous and protracted territorial dispute in the Muslim world, numerous other conflicts affect Muslim populations globally. Understanding these disputes as a collective pattern rather than isolated incidents reveals the systematic vulnerability of Muslim territories to sovereignty violations. Palestine, the paradigmatic occupation. The Palestinian territories constitute history's longest ongoing military occupation in the post-WWII era, establishing patterns that have been replicated in other Muslim territorial disputes. 1. Sequential territorial reduction. From controlling 100% of historical Palestine before 1948, Palestinian sovereignty has been progressively reduced to fragmented enclaves comprising less than 22% of original territory. This pattern of incremental sovereignty erosion appears in numerous Muslim territorial disputes, including Kashmir's incorporation and Xinjiang's autonomy reduction. Progressive. 2. Settlement as strategic weapon. Israeli settlements housing over 700,000 settlers in East Jerusalem and the West Bank represent demographic engineering as strategic policy, creating facts on the ground that preclude territorial return. This settlement strategy has been partially replicated in Kashmir following Article 370 abrogation and appears in various forms across disputed Muslim territories. 3. Religious site contestation. The Al-Aqsa Mosque Temple Mount dispute represents the paradigmatic case of religious sites becoming territorial sovereignty flashpoints, a pattern repeated at Kashmir's Sharar-e-Sharif Shrine, the Gyanvapi Mosque in Varanasi, and numerous other disputed sites in Muslim territories. For international law inadequacy, despite dozens of UN resolutions condemning the occupation, settlement activity, and annexation moves, the Palestinian case demonstrates international law's enforcement limitations regarding Muslim territorial disputes, a pattern consistently repeated across comparable conflicts. 5. Resistance criminalization. Palestinian resistance has been systematically delegitimized through terrorism designation, regardless of methods employed, establishing a pattern where Muslim territorial claims face unique delegitimization barriers self-determination movements. Compared to non-Muslim The Palestinian case provides both warning and instruction for the proposed Muslim security architecture. Its persistence demonstrates the inadequacy of traditional diplomatic approaches, while also highlighting the necessity of specialized capabilities protecting Islamic sacred sites, providing humanitarian support, and maintaining international advocacy beyond individual state capacity. East Turkestan Xinjiang, the sovereignty rights nexus. The Uyghur homeland in what China designates Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region represents a distinctive category of Muslim territorial dispute where sovereignty claims intersect with severe rights violations. 1. Colonial incorporation history. The region was incorporated into China through Qing dynasty colonial expansion, completing absorption in 1884, and subsequent Soviet-backed Chinese communist reincorporation in 1949. This colonial incorporation legacy characterizes numerous Muslim territorial disputes globally, creating distinctive historical and legal questions around sovereignty legitimacy. Two. Autonomy promise betrayal. Despite constitutional guarantees of autonomy, actual Uyghur self-governance has been progressively reduced to nominal status. This pattern of autonomy promise followed by implementation betrayal appears consistently across Muslim territorial disputes from Mindanao to Kashmir. 3. Mass surveillance and control systems. The region has implemented history's most sophisticated surveillance architecture, with facial recognition cameras, mandatory smartphone monitoring, DNA collection, and QR codes on homes, creating unprecedented population control. These surveillance systems targeting Muslim populations in disputed territories have been partially replicated across multiple conflicts globally. For cultural erasure campaigns, state policies explicitly targeting Islamic practice, Uyghur language, and cultural expression reflect a distinctive pattern in Muslim territorial disputes where identity erasure becomes a sovereignty consolidation strategy. Similar patterns appear in varying degrees across Muslim minority regions globally. 5. International response fragmentation. The Muslim world's divided response to Uyghur repression, with economic dependencies frequently overriding religious solidarity, highlights the strategic vulnerability created by the absence of unified security architecture. This fragmentation pattern consistently undermines effective responses to Muslim territorial disputes globally. The Xinjiang case presents unique challenges for the proposed security architecture given China's economic and military power and its strategic partnership with Pakistan. However, it also demonstrates why coordinated capabilities beyond individual state capacity are essential, potentially enabling balanced engagement that supports Muslim populations while managing strategic relationships constructively through institutional rather than bilateral approaches. Western Sahara, the forgotten occupation. Africa's last colony, represents a Muslim territorial dispute characterized by international neglect despite clear legal status. 1. Decolonization interruption. Spain's withdrawal without proper decolonization process allowed Moroccan and Mauritanian occupation despite International Court of Justice rejection of historical sovereignty claims. This interrupted decolonization pattern appears in several Muslim territorial disputes, including Kashmir and Palestine. 2. UN resolution paralysis. Despite MINURSO peacekeeping present since 1991, the mandated self-determination referendum remains unimplemented 3 decades later. This pattern of resolution without implementation characterizes numerous Muslim territorial disputes globally. 3. Resource exploitation focus. The conflict features systematic extraction of Western Sahara's considerable phosphate deposits, fisheries, and potential oil reserves by occupying forces, reflecting a common pattern where economic exploitation motivates territorial disputes affecting Muslims. 4. Refugee generation. The conflict created one of the world's oldest refugee situations, with approximately 173,000 Sahrawis living in Algerian desert camps since 1976, some now in their 3rd generation of exile. This pattern of protracted Muslim refugee situations appears consistently across territorial disputes globally. 5. Islamic identity suppression. Despite shared Islamic faith between occupiers and indigenous population, Sahrawi Islamic practice has faced restrictions when expressing distinct cultural identity, reflecting how even shared religion doesn't prevent sovereignty contestation in Muslim territorial disputes. The Western Sahara case demonstrates why the proposed security architecture requires specialized capabilities addressing forgotten Muslim territorial disputes beyond high-profile conflicts. Its resource exploitation dimension particularly highlights the need for economic protection mechanisms within comprehensive security frameworks. Significant Muslim minority territorial disputes. Beyond majority Muslim disputed territories, numerous conflicts involve Muslim minorities seeking territorial autonomy or independence. 1. Southern Philippines at Bangsamoro. Following centuries of resistance against Spanish, American, and Philippine control, the Moro struggle achieved partial autonomy through the 2018 Bangsamoro Organic Law after multiple failed peace agreements. This case demonstrates both the persistence of Muslim territorial claims across generations and the challenges of implementing autonomy arrangements. 2. Southern Thailand. The conflict in Thailand's Malay Muslim provinces, Pattani, Yala, Narathiwat, stems from Siam's 1909 annexation of the former Patani Sultanate and subsequent assimilation policies. Despite 7,000+ deaths since 2004, this territorial dispute receives minimal international attention, reflecting the vulnerability of Muslim minorities without effective external support. 3. Myanmar's Rakhine State. While primarily framed as a humanitarian crisis, the Rohingya situation involves contested territorial claims in historical Arakan, where Muslim population settlement predates modern Myanmar. The conflict demonstrates how citizenship denial becomes a territorial sovereignty tool against Muslim populations. 4. Northern Cyprus. The Turkish Republic of Northern Cyprus represents a distinctive case where military intervention protected a Muslim population facing existential threat but created an unrecognized state with limited international legitimacy. This case highlights the challenges of balancing protection responsibilities with international legal frameworks. 5. Crimean Tatars' homeland. The indigenous Muslim Tatar population of Crimea has faced serial displacement under Russian rule, with the 2014 annexation renewing sovereignty restrictions after limited autonomy under Ukraine. This case demonstrates how Muslim territories often suffer disproportionately during great power competition. These diverse cases reveal common patterns requiring systematic response through the proposed security architecture. Their persistent marginalization in international discourse highlights the need for institutional advocacy mechanisms beyond individual state capacity, while their humanitarian dimensions necessitate specialized protection capabilities under cohesive Muslim world leadership. Legal frameworks and international law. Dimensions. Muslim territorial disputes operate within complex and often contradictory legal frameworks that simultaneously provide potential resolution paths and perpetuate existing injustices. Understanding these legal dimensions is essential for developing effective security architecture responses. Self-determination principle applications and limitations. The right to self-determination represents the primary legal framework governing most Muslim territorial disputes, yet its application reveals systematic disparities affecting Muslim populations. 1. Selective implementation patterns. Self-determination has been implemented inconsistently in the post-colonial era, with Muslim-majority regions like Kashmir and Palestine facing exceptional barriers compared to non-Muslim regions achieving independence through identical legal principles. This selectivity undermines international law's legitimacy while creating distinctive vulnerability for Muslim territories. 2. Internal versus external self-determination distinctions. International jurisprudence increasingly distinguishes between internal self-determination, autonomy within existing states, and external self-determination, independence. This distinction systematically disadvantages Muslim territorial claims by presuming territorial integrity prevails except in extreme cases meeting restrictive criteria. 3. Democratic expression suppression. Many Muslim territorial disputes feature systematic prevention of the democratic processes necessary to implement self-determination, from India's failure to conduct the Kashmir plebiscite to Morocco's obstruction of the Western Sahara referendum. This creates a legal catch-22 where expression of self-determination becomes impossible within existing frameworks. 4. Remedial secession threshold questions. Emerging remedial secession doctrine suggests that severe rights violations may justify independence despite territorial integrity principles. However, this standard has been applied inconsistently, with Muslim populations frequently facing higher thresholds despite comparable or worse violations than successful secession cases like Kosovo. 5. Temporal consideration distortions. Many Muslim territorial disputes face artificial temporal limitations where historical claims beyond arbitrary cutoff dates are delegitimized, while settler colonial projects benefit from facts-on-ground recognition despite recent establishment. This temporal inconsistency systematically disadvantages Muslim historical territorial claims. The proposed security architecture must develop sophisticated legal capabilities addressing these contradictions, not through rejection of international law but through its more consistent application. Pakistan's experience successfully navigating international legal frameworks despite asymmetric constraints provides a valuable model for the broader Muslim world in addressing territorial disputes through principled yet pragmatic approaches. United Nations Framework Effectiveness and Failures. The United Nations system provides the primary international legal framework governing Muslim territorial disputes, yet its record reveals significant limitations requiring strategic response. 1. Resolution without implementation pattern. Muslim territorial disputes frequently generate impressive resolution catalogues that remain unimplemented, from UNSC Resolution 47 on Kashmir's plebiscite to dozens of resolutions on Palestinian rights. This implementation gap creates a distinctive vulnerability where Muslim populations have paper rights without practical protection. 2. Peacekeeping without resolution. UN peacekeeping operations in Muslim territorial disputes often perpetuate frozen conflict status quo rather than advancing resolution, demonstrated by MINURSO's 3 decades in Western Sahara without referendum implementation and UNIFIL's limited mandate in Lebanon. This pattern institutionalizes temporary arrangements into semi-permanent structures, disadvantaging Muslim territorial claims. 3. Security Council structural limitations. The UNSC veto system systematically disadvantages Muslim territorial claims, with the United States utilizing its veto power 45 times on Palestine-related resolutions, creating extraordinary barriers to enforcement action compared to non-Muslim disputes. This structural imbalance necessitates alternative approaches beyond exclusive UNSC dependence. 4. Special Procedure Mechanism underutilization. UN Special Rapporteur findings on Muslim territorial disputes, including recent reports documenting rights violations in Kashmir, Palestine, and Xinjiang, frequently generate comprehensive documentation without corresponding enforcement action. This accountability gap reflects procedural rather than evidential limitations. 5. International court jurisdiction challenges. Muslim territorial disputes face distinctive barriers to international Court of Justice jurisdiction. Through reservation declarations, India's Article 36 declaration excluding Kashmir, or non-recognition of jurisdiction, Israel's rejection of ICJ authority regarding Palestinian territories. These technicalities create legal black holes where justice mechanisms cannot function despite clear violations. The proposed security architecture must develop complementary capabilities addressing these UN system limitations while maintaining principled engagement with international institutions. Pakistan's experience successfully utilizing UN frameworks despite structural constraints, most recently during the May 2025 crisis where it secured favorable Security Council attention despite initial Indian framing attempts, provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing these complementary approaches. Territorial acquisition prohibition and exception claims. Contemporary international law's prohibition against territorial acquisition by force represents a critical protection for Muslim lands yet faces systematic exception claims requiring coordinated response. 1. Conquest prohibition erosion, the fundamental prohibition against territorial acquisition through force, codified in UN Charter Article 2, for, and the 1970 Friendly Relations Declaration, faces progressive erosion through exception claims disproportionately affecting Muslim territories, from defensive conquest assertions regarding East Jerusalem to historical right claims in Kashmir. 2. Terra nullius doctrine persistence. Despite formal rejection of the colonial terra nullius doctrine, modified versions continue affecting Muslim territories through assertions that particular regions lacked effective governance prior to incorporation, arguments advanced regarding Western Sahara, parts of Kashmir, and historically in Palestine. 3. Effective control doctrine exploitation, the international legal principle that effective control eventually confers legal rights incentivizes precisely the forcible demographic changes and settlement policies witnessed across Muslim territorial disputes. This creates perverse incentives where violation duration eventually produces legitimization. 4. Annexation prohibition testing. Recent annexation attempts, including Israel's incorporation of East Jerusalem and the Golan Heights, Russia's Crimean annexation affecting Tatar Muslims, and India's effective annexation through Article 370 revocation, represent coordinated testing of prohibition boundaries territories, specifically targeting Muslim. 5. Military necessity claims expansion. Temporary military control justified through security necessity has progressively transformed into permanent territorial control across Muslim disputed regions, exemplified by Israeli security zones in southern Lebanon evolving into settlement areas and Indian military zones in Kashmir expanding into permanent installations. The proposed security architecture must develop specific legal and diplomatic capabilities countering these exception claims through consistent principles rather than case-by-case responses. Pakistan's successful resistance against effective control doctrine application to Kashmir, maintaining both legal claims and physical control of Azad Kashmir despite prolonged conflict, provides institutional knowledge for developing these coordinated counter-strategies. Indigenous rights framework applications. The emerging indigenous rights framework offers potential alternative legal approaches for Muslim territorial disputes where traditional self-determination avenues appear blocked. 1. UN Declaration on Indigenous Rights Application. The 2007 Declaration's provisions regarding land rights, cultural protection, and free prior informed consent create alternative legal frameworks potentially applicable to Muslim populations in disputed territories, particularly for groups like Kashmiris, Uyghurs, Moros, and Rohingya with clear indigenous status. 2. Cultural heritage protection mechanisms. UNESCO frameworks protecting cultural heritage provide indirect territorial protection avenues where direct sovereignty claims face barriers, particularly relevant for disputes involving Islamic historical sites in Jerusalem, Kashmir, Xinjiang, and the Balkans. 3. Tribal and traditional governance recognition. Indigenous rights frameworks recognizing traditional governance structures offer potential alternatives to conventional state models, particularly relevant for regions like Fatah, parts of Kashmir, and tribal areas across Muslim territories where traditional systems persist alongside modern governance. For environmental protection intersection, indigenous frameworks linking territorial rights with environmental protection create potential advocacy avenues where conventional sovereignty approaches face blockage, applicable to cases like Western Sahara phosphate extraction and Kashmir water resource exploitation. 5. Minority rights framework limitations. While providing some protections, conventional minority rights frameworks often prove inadequate for Muslim territorial disputes by presuming issues concern rights within legitimate states rather than sovereignty questions themselves. This categorization error systematically disadvantages Muslim territorial claims. The proposed security architecture should develop specialized capabilities utilizing these emerging frameworks as complements to traditional sovereignty approaches. Pakistan's state experience integrating tribal governance systems within modern structures, including recent FATA mainstreaming, provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing these alternative protection frameworks while maintaining sovereignty principles. Humanitarian consequences of unresolved conflicts. Beyond legal and political dimensions, Muslim territorial disputes generate profound humanitarian consequences requiring systematic response through the proposed security architecture. These human impacts transcend individual conflicts, creating patterns requiring coordinated capabilities beyond individual state capacity. Civilian casualty patterns and documentation challenges. 1. Disproportionate civilian impact. Across Muslim territorial disputes, civilian casualties consistently outnumber combatant deaths by significant margins, from Kashmir's estimated 70,000 civilian deaths since 1989 to Gaza's civilian casualty rates exceeding 70% in recent conflicts. This disproportionate civilian impact reflects both tactical factors and insufficient protection mechanisms. 2. Documentation obstruction patterns. Muslim territorial disputes face systematic documentation barriers including access denial, Kashmir's foreign journalist restrictions, communication blackouts, Xinjiang's information controls, witness intimidation, documented in the West Bank, and forensic investigation obstruction, grave access restrictions in various conflicts. These patterns prevent accurate casualty assessment while enabling violation continuation. 3. Combatant definition manipulation. Security forces in Muslim disputed territories routinely expand combatant definitions to include unarmed protesters, political activists, and religious leaders, creating artificial legitimacy for civilian targeting while manipulating casualty statistics. This pattern appears across Kashmir, Palestine, southern Thailand, and other Muslim disputes. 4. Mass grave proliferation. Multiple Muslim territorial disputes feature undocumented or partially documented mass graves, including sites in Kashmir, with 7,000 plus estimated bodies in unmarked graves documented by the State Human Rights Commission, Xinjiang, Bosnia, and Iraq. This pattern reflects both conflict intensity and accountability absence. 5. Medical infrastructure targeting. Muslim territorial disputes feature distinctive patterns of medical infrastructure targeting, including documented hospital strikes in Gaza, ambulance restrictions in Kashmir, and medical personnel detention in various conflicts. This creates compound humanitarian impacts where initial casualties cannot receive treatment. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities documenting, preventing, and addressing these civilian casualty patterns. Pakistan's experience developing casualty documentation systems during counterterrorism operations, including distinction mechanisms separating civilians from combatants with Islamic legal compliance, provides institutional knowledge for developing these capabilities on broader scale. Detention, torture, and enforced disappearance crises. Muslim territorial disputes generate distinctive patterns of arbitrary detention, torture, and enforced disappearances requiring specialized response capabilities. 1. Administrative detention proliferation. Across Muslim disputed territories, administrative detention without charge or trial has become normalized, from Israel's application to thousands of Palestinians annually to India's Public Safety Act detentions in Kashmir and China's vocational training facilities for Uyghurs. This pattern creates sustained population intimidation while circumventing legal protections. 2. Torture systematization. Documentation from multiple human rights organizations has established torture patterns in Muslim disputed territories, including specific methodologies. Positional torture in Israeli facilities, electrocution in Kashmir detention centers, sleep deprivation in Xinjiang, and facility networks, black sites, interrogation centers, and temporary holding locations. This systematization reflects institutional rather than individual responsibility. 3. Enforced disappearance campaigns. Muslim disputed territories feature distinctive enforced disappearance patterns, with Kashmir's Association of Parents of Disappeared Persons documenting 8,000 plus disappearances, similar patterns in Balochistan, and historical cases throughout the Muslim world. These disappearances serve both punishment and population control functions. 4. Detention condition weaponization. Prison conditions in Muslim disputed territories are frequently weaponized beyond security requirements, with documented food restriction, medical neglect, extreme temperature exposure, and religious practice prevention containment functions. Serving punishment rather than. 5. Juvenile detention targeting. Several Muslim territorial disputes feature juvenile detention targeting, with children as young as 10 detained under security legislation in Kashmir and Palestine. This pattern creates intergenerational trauma while violating both international and Islamic legal standards regarding child protection. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities addressing these detention and disappearance patterns, including documentation systems, diplomatic intervention protocols, and international accountability mechanisms. Pakistan's experience reforming detention practices during counterinsurgency operations, implementing Islamic and international legal compliance while maintaining security effectiveness, provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing these specialized capabilities. Refugee generation and displaced population management. Muslim territorial disputes generate distinctive refugee and displacement patterns capabilities, requiring systematic response. 1. Protracted displacement chronicity. Muslim territorial disputes have generated the world's most persistent displacement situations, including Palestinian refugees, now in fourth generation after 75 years, Western Sahara refugees, 45+ years, Kashmiri Pandits, 33+ years, and Rohingya, multiple displacement waves since 1978. This chronicity creates distinctive challenges beyond emergency response capabilities. 2. Internal displacement manipulation. Security forces in Muslim disputed territories frequently employ displacement as population control strategy, including India's village relocation programs in Kashmir, Israel's residency revocation policies in East Jerusalem, and Myanmar's Rohingya village destruction. These design displacements serve strategic rather than simply security functions. 3. Return right obstruction. Muslim displaced populations face distinctive barriers to return rights established under international law, including property confiscation legislation, Israeli absentee property law, documentation destruction, Rohingya citizenship records, and physical return prevention through militarized zones and settlements. 4. Gender-specific vulnerability patterns. Displacement in Muslim territorial disputes creates distinctive gender vulnerabilities including female-headed household proliferation, estimated at 32,000+ in Kashmir, sexual violence targeting, and specific religious cultural challenges for displaced Muslim women requiring specialized support systems. 5. Host community integration challenges. Muslim displaced populations frequently face distinctive integration challenges in host communities, including citizenship barriers, Lebanon's Palestinian restrictions, employment limitations, Jordan's tiered rights system, and political rights constraints, Pakistan's Afghan refugee registration challenges. These challenges create protracted vulnerability requiring systematic response. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities addressing these displacement patterns beyond traditional humanitarian response. Pakistan's experience hosting the world's largest refugee population, 3.5 million+ Afghans, for decades while managing internal displacement during counterterrorism operations provides institutional knowledge for developing these capabilities on broader scale. Psychological trauma and social fabric destruction. Beyond physical impacts, Muslim territorial disputes generate distinctive psychological and social consequences requiring specialized response capabilities. 1. Collective punishment trauma. Security measures in Muslim disputed territories frequently employ collective punishment strategies, including home demolitions, Israeli policy affecting 50,000+ Palestinians since 1967, extended curfews, Kashmir's record 90-day curfew after Article 370 revocation, and family member detention. These measures generate distinctive collective trauma patterns requiring specialized intervention. 2. Surveillance-induced psychological impacts. Muslim populations in disputed territories face increasingly sophisticated surveillance systems generating documented psychological effects including paranoia, self-censorship, sleep disorders, and social isolation. These surveillance-specific impacts require specialized mental health responses beyond conventional trauma models. 3. Religious practice obstruction trauma. Restrictions on religious practices in Muslim disputed territories, including prayer access limitations at Al-Aqsa, Kashmir Mosque. Closures and Ramadan restrictions in various conflicts create distinctive spiritual psychological impacts beyond secular trauma models. These impacts require faith-sensitive intervention approaches. 4. Intergenerational trauma transmission. The prolonged nature of many Muslim territorial disputes creates distinctive intergenerational trauma patterns, with documented transmission mechanisms including parenting behavior alterations, narrative inheritance, and epigenetic factors. These patterns require specialized intervention breaking transmission cycles. 5. Social capital destruction tactics. Beyond individual trauma, Muslim territorial disputes feature systematic targeting of social cohesion mechanisms, including leadership detention, civil society organization banning, and cultural institution closure. These measures target collective resilience rather than security threats, requiring specialized rebuilding approaches. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities addressing these psychological and social impacts beyond conventional security and humanitarian response. Pakistan's experience developing trauma response systems during counterterrorism operations, including Islamic approaches integrating spiritual and psychological support, provides institutional knowledge for developing these specialized capabilities at broader scale. Economic and security implications. Muslim territorial disputes generate profound economic and security implications extending beyond directly affected regions to impact the broader Muslim world and global stability. Understanding these implications is essential for developing effective response capabilities within the proposed security architecture. Development diversion obstruction and resource. Unresolved territorial disputes systematically undermine economic development across the Muslim world through multiple mechanisms. 1. Military expenditure diversion. The Kashmir conflict alone has diverted an estimated $4.5 trillion in combined Indian-Pakistani military spending since 1947 that could have addressed poverty, infrastructure, and human development. This resource diversion pattern appears across Muslim territorial disputes, disproportionately affecting development-challenged regions. Opportunity the world's costs most. 2. Natural resource access denial. Muslim territorial disputes frequently involve regions with significant natural resources rendered inaccessible through conflict, including Kashmir's hydroelectric potential, estimated at 20,000 plus MW, Palestinian Dead Sea minerals, Western Saharan phosphates, 73% of global reserves, and Kashmiri timber resources. This access denial creates compound development impacts beyond direct conflict costs. 3. Infrastructure development prevention. Security restrictions in disputed territories systematically prevent infrastructure development, from road construction limitations in Area C of the West Bank to Kashmir's connectivity restrictions and southern Thailand's development disparities. These infrastructure gaps create compounding disadvantages persisting beyond conflict resolution. 4. Human capital migration. Conflicts generate significant human capital flight from Muslim disputed territories, including an estimated 170,000 skilled Kashmiris migrating since 1989, similar patterns from Palestine, and diaspora formation from numerous other conflicts. This brain drain creates long-term development impacts persisting generations beyond initial displacement. Territorial 5. Investment climate deterioration. Beyond direct conflict zones, disputes create regional investment uncertainty, demonstrated by South Asia's position as the world's least economically integrated region despite significant potential. This regional impact extends the economic cost far beyond directly disputed territories. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these economic implications dramatically, with estimated weekly economic losses exceeding $1.2 billion for Pakistan alone despite the conflict's limited duration. This resource diversion pattern necessitates specialized economic protection mechanisms. within the proposed security architecture to prevent territorial disputes from continuing to undermine Muslim world development potential. Regional stability and conflict spillover dynamics. Unresolved Muslim territorial disputes generate distinctive spillover effects threatening broader regional stability. 1. Non-state actor proliferation. Protracted disputes create operational space for non-state armed groups, demonstrated by Kashmir's evolution from primarily indigenous resistance to multi-actor complexity, including groups with broader ideological agendas. This pattern appears across Muslim territorial disputes, creating security challenges extending beyond original conflict boundaries. 2. Proxy competition attraction. Unresolved Muslim territorial disputes frequently attract external power proxy competition, demonstrated by various state sponsors operating in Kashmir, Palestine, Yemen, and other disputed regions. This proxy dimension transforms local conflicts into regional and sometimes global security challenges. 3. Refugee flow security implications. Displacement from Muslim territorial disputes creates distinctive security challenges in receiving regions, from radicalization risks in underserved refugee populations to cross-border movement exploitation by non-state actors. These secondary effects extend security implications far beyond original conflict zones. 4. Border control degradation. Disputed territories by definition involve contested borders, creating systematic border control challenges exploited by criminal networks, trafficking operations, and non-state actors. This border degradation creates security vulnerabilities affecting entire regions beyond directly disputed territories. 5. Sectarian spillover potential. Several Muslim territorial disputes contain sectarian dimensions potentially inflaming broader regional tensions, including Kashmir Shia. Nuclear escalation risks and deterrence dynamics. Several Muslim territorial disputes directly involve nuclear powers or occur within nuclear flashpoint regions, creating distinctive escalation risks requiring specialized management capabilities. 1. Three-party nuclear triangle. The Kashmir dispute involves two declared nuclear powers, Pakistan and India, while occurring within close proximity to a third, China, creating history's most complex nuclear deterrence triangle directly affecting a Muslim territorial dispute. This configuration has no parallel in international relations, with conventional escalation models inadequately addressing its distinctive dynamics. 2. Escalation ladder compression. Kashmir's geography creates compressed escalation timeframes with minimal decision windows, demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis when Operation Sindoor's initial incursion triggered response decisions within hours rather than days. This compression increases miscalculation risks while challenging traditional deterrence models predicated on deliberation time. 3. Nuclear doctrine asymmetry. The Kashmir dispute features significant nuclear doctrine asymmetry, with Pakistan maintaining ambiguous first-use options while India claims no first-use commitment despite recent policy statements suggesting flexibility. This doctrinal mismatch creates distinctive signaling challenges during crises requiring specialized management capabilities. 4. Tactical strategic blurring. Both India and Pakistan have developed capabilities blurring conventional nuclear boundaries, including India's cold start doctrine designed for limited territorial gain below nuclear thresholds and Pakistan's tactical nuclear weapons intended to counter such limited incursions. This blurring creates distinctive escalation risks requiring specialized management approaches. 5. Nuclear terrorism exploitation. The presence of non-state actors in disputed Kashmir creates unique nuclear escalation scenarios involving third-party exploitation, including potential catalytic scenarios where actors deliberately trigger escalation between nuclear powers. These asymmetric dimensions require security capabilities beyond conventional state-centric nuclear management models. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated both the reality of these nuclear dimensions and Pakistan's sophisticated capabilities in managing escalation despite extreme pressure. Operation Bunyanan Mahsoos demonstrated Pakistan's evolution toward capability-based deterrence rather than explicit nuclear threat communication, a mature approach demonstrating precisely the strategic sophistication required for leading the proposed Muslim security architecture. This nuclear management capability represents one of Pakistan's unique qualifications for security leadership within the Muslim world. Sovereignty erosion through hybrid warfare. Muslim territorial disputes increasingly face hybrid warfare approaches deliberately designed to erode sovereignty while avoiding direct military confrontation. 1. Lawfare strategy proliferation. Disputed Muslim territories face systematic legal warfare through mechanisms including property rights manipulation, Israel's legal system enabling Palestinian land acquisition, residency status revocation, East Jerusalem's complex permit system, and environmental regulation exploitation, West Bank natural resource access restrictions. These lawfare approaches achieve territorial control objectives through quasi-legal mechanisms designed to avoid military confrontation while accomplishing identical sovereignty erosion. 2. Economic coercion targeting. Muslim populations in disputed territories face sophisticated economic coercion including banking access restriction, demonstrated in Kashmir after Article 370 revocation, trade route manipulation, Gaza's crossing point controls, permit system economic impacts, West Bank movement restrictions, and development investment conditional on political compliance. These economic measures achieve population control objectives without direct military action. 3. Information sovereignty challenges. Muslim disputed territories face distinctive information warfare campaigns including internet access manipulation, Kashmir's extended shutdowns, social media monitoring systems, demonstrated in multiple conflicts, international media access restriction, and formal to informal censorship regimes targeting sovereignty narratives. These information operations achieve narrative control while justifications presenting ostensibly security-based. 4. Grey zone operations proliferation. Security forces operating in Muslim disputed territories increasingly employ deniable grey zone operations including unmarked personnel deployment, documented attribution-resistant in technological various operations, conflicts, diplomatic position ambiguity, and proxy utilization with plausible deniability. These approaches deliberately exploit sovereignty ambiguity while avoiding accountability mechanisms. 5. Identity documentation weaponization. Multiple Muslim territorial disputes feature identity documentation manipulation as sovereignty erosion strategy, including citizenship documentation confiscation, Rohingya case, residency permit complexity, Jerusalem Palestinians, biometric registration requirements, Kashmir and Xinjiang, and family unification prevention through documentation barriers. These administrative mechanisms achieve population control and demographic engineering without explicit military action. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these hybrid dimensions alongside conventional military operations, with documented cyber operations against Pakistani infrastructure, economic pressure through credit rating manipulation, and sophisticated information operations preceding military action. These hybrid dimensions highlight why the proposed security architecture must develop specialized counter-hybrid capabilities addressing sovereignty erosion attempts below conventional military thresholds. Kashmir as strategic priority for Muslim security architecture. Kashmir must form a central focus within the proposed Muslim security architecture based on its strategic significance, nuclear dimensions, and paradigmatic relevance for broader Muslim territorial disputes. Legal and diplomatic support framework. The proposed security architecture must include specialized capabilities addressing Kashmir's legal and diplomatic dimensions. 1. UN Resolution Implementation Mechanism. The alliance should establish a dedicated diplomatic team focused exclusively on UN resolution implementation strategies, moving beyond rhetorical support to develop practical pathways for implementing UNSC Resolution 47's plebiscite requirement through innovative diplomatic approaches. 2. Legal expertise consolidation. The architecture should include a specialized legal division consolidating expertise on Kashmir's complex legal status, including historical accession questions, autonomy guarantees, UN resolution implications, and human rights documentation to support both international litigation and diplomatic engagement. 3. Strategic communication coordination. the alliance should establish sophisticated strategic communication capabilities countering narrative management attempts that frame Kashmir as terrorism rather than self-determination issue. This would include media engagement protocols, digital content development, and counter-disinformation systems. 4. Parliamentary diplomacy activation. The architecture should coordinate parliamentary engagement across member states to elevate Kashmir discussions within democratic institutions globally, moving beyond executive-level diplomacy to engage legislative bodies with human rights concerns. 5. Track 2 Dialogue facilitation. The alliance should develop specialized dialogue facilitation capabilities supporting unofficial engagement without compromising principled positions, creating potential resolution pathways while maintaining Kashmiri self-determination principles. Representation and these capabilities would address Kashmir's current diplomatic isolation while creating structured alternatives to both bilateral stagnation and internationalization failure. Pakistan's leadership would provide both legitimacy and practical expertise based on decades of diplomatic engagement on the issue. Humanitarian protection mechanisms. The proposed security architecture must include specialized capabilities addressing Kashmir's humanitarian dimensions. 1. Human rights documentation system. The alliance should establish sophisticated documentation capabilities employing advanced methodologies including satellite imagery analysis, open-source investigation techniques, testimony collection protocols, and forensic documentation, creating evidential bases meeting international legal standards. 2. Medical support network. The architecture should include specialized medical capabilities addressing Kashmir's healthcare access challenges, including trauma treatment, psychological services, disability support, and rehabilitation systems for torture survivors and conflict-affected populations. 3. Legal aid coordination. The alliance should develop coordinated legal aid systems supporting Kashmiri victims pursuing accountability through available mechanisms, including technical expertise on documentation requirements, procedural knowledge, and legal representation access. 4. Education access programs. The architecture should establish education support systems addressing disruption caused by ongoing conflict, including scholarship programs, remote learning platforms, and specialized curricula for conflict-affected students to prevent generational educational deficits. 5. Cultural heritage protection. The alliance should develop specialized capabilities protecting Kashmir's cultural and religious heritage during conflict, including documentation systems, preservation expertise, and potential emergency intervention capabilities for sites facing deliberate or collateral damage. These humanitarian capabilities would address critical needs while demonstrating the Muslim world's commitment beyond rhetorical support. Pakistan's proximity and cultural understanding would enable effective implementation while its existing humanitarian operations provide operational foundation. Conflict prevention and crisis management. The proposed security architecture must include specialized capabilities for Kashmir conflict prevention and crisis management. 1. Early warning system development. The alliance should establish sophisticated early warning capabilities monitoring escalation indicators across military, political, economic, and social dimensions, providing actionable intelligence to prevent crisis development through early intervention. 2. Crisis communication channels. The architecture should maintain dedicated communication channels separate from compromised bilateral mechanisms, ensuring accurate information flow during crises while reducing miscalculation risks through reliable authentication protocols. Develop 3. Confidence-building measure facilitation. The alliance should specialized confidence-building engagement proves measures capabilities when direct impossible, serving facilitating bilateral as trusted intermediary while maintaining principled positions on final status issues. 4. Military observer capability. The architecture should establish professional observer capabilities deployable during tensions to provide independent assessment beyond compromised existing mechanisms, enhancing transparency while deterring false flag operations through credible monitoring. 5. Escalation management protocols. The alliance should develop sophisticated escalation management protocols specifically designed for nuclear flashpoint conditions, including predefined diplomatic interventions, international engagement sequences, and crisis communication strategies. These capabilities would address the dangerous escalation patterns demonstrated during the May 2025 crisis while creating institutional alternatives to ad hoc crisis management. Pakistan's nuclear crisis management experience provides essential expertise capabilities for developing these specialized post-resolution stabilization planning. The proposed security architecture must include forward-looking capabilities planning for Kashmir's eventual resolution. 1. Constitutional option development. The alliance should establish specialized expertise developing constitutional frameworks consistent with self-determination principles while addressing practical governance challenges, preparing technical solutions in advance of political resolution opportunities. 2. Security sector reform planning. The architecture should include specialized capabilities for security sector transformation following potential resolution, including demilitarization planning, police reform frameworks, and integration protocols for former fighters within legitimate security structures. 3. Economic reconstruction frameworks. The alliance should develop comprehensive economic rebuilding plans addressing Kashmir's substantial conflict-related infrastructure damage, development gaps, and economic distortions created through decades of militarized economy. 4. Transitional justice system design. The architecture should establish specialized capabilities designing transitional justice mechanisms balancing accountability needs with reconciliation requirements, developing frameworks suitable for Kashmir's unique circumstances while incorporating international best practices. 5. Civil society capacity building. The alliance should develop programs strengthening Kashmiri civil society organizations that would play essential roles in post-conflict governance, including technical training, institutional development support, and connectivity with broader Muslim world civil society networks. These forward-looking capabilities would demonstrate serious commitment to Kashmir's resolution beyond rhetorical support. By developing concrete plans for post-resolution scenarios, the architecture would strengthen the credibility of diplomatic efforts while providing practical implementation pathways when political conditions permit resolution. Addressing other Muslim territories disputes. While Kashmir represents the most dangerous and protracted Muslim territorial dispute requiring focused attention, the proposed security architecture must develop capabilities addressing the broader pattern of territorial disputes. 3. Multi-jurisdictional cooperation requirements. Sacred sites frequently span jurisdictional boundaries, from different security agencies to international borders in some cases. The Jerusalem Old City exemplifies how fragmented security authority creates vulnerability requiring specialized coordination mechanisms beyond conventional approaches. 4. Crowd management specialization. Major sacred sites require sophisticated crowd management during religious events beyond standard security protocols, from Hajj-specific requirements in Mecca to Ramadan crowd surges at Al-Aqsa. These specialized requirements necessitate dedicated approaches rather than generic event security models. 5. Screening technology appropriateness. Standard security screening technologies frequently prove religiously inappropriate or historically damaging, from body scanners raising modesty concerns to metal detection requiring historical material interaction. Effective approaches require technology adaptation to religious and historical contexts rather than standardized implementation. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities addressing these distinctive requirements, drawing on Pakistan's experience securing major religious gatherings at historic sites despite resource constraints. This experience provides valuable expertise for developing balanced approaches maintaining both security effectiveness and religious functionality without compromise to either. Threat-specific vulnerability assessment. Different sacred sites face distinctive threat patterns requiring specialized vulnerability assessment beyond generic security approaches. 1. Extremist targeting patterns. Analysis reveals specific targeting patterns from known extremist groups, including ISIS documentation explicitly prioritizing certain Islamic site categories, particularly Sufi and Shia, and far-right manifestos identifying specific European mosques. Effective protection requires understanding these ideologically-driven selection criteria rather than generic threat modeling. 2. State actor methodology assessment. State-sponsored or state-tolerated threats follow distinctive patterns, including deniable proxy utilization, documented in Babri Masjid destruction, gradual alteration strategies, evident at Al-Aqsa, and legalistic mechanism exploitation, seen in India's mosque court cases. These sophisticated approaches require specialized countermeasures beyond conventional security. 3. Insider threat dimensions. Sacred sites face distinctive insider threat vectors through individuals with legitimate access, from maintenance contractors to religious personnel themselves in some cases. The 1994 Ibrahimi mosque attack by a regular visitor with known extremist connections demonstrates how conventional security failed to address this specific vulnerability. For collateral damage assessment, many sacred sites face primary risk from collateral damage rather than direct targeting, particularly in active conflict zones where absence of specialized protocols creates preventable destruction. Syria's experience demonstrates how technical capabilities identifying sacred sites within military planning systems could prevent significant damage. 5. Combined threat scenarios. Sacred sites frequently face combined threats exceeding generic modeling, from coordinated physical cyber attacks to sequential targeting designed to strike secondary targets during emergency response. Effective protection requires multimodal scenario development rather than linear threat assessment. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized assessment capabilities addressing these complex threat dimensions, drawing on Pakistan's counterterrorism experience protecting significant religious sites from sophisticated asymmetric threats. This experience provides invaluable expertise for developing realistic vulnerability assessments balancing theoretical models with practical implementation constraints in resource-limited environments. Technology integration and limitations. Sacred site protection increasingly involves sophisticated technology with both potential benefits and significant limitations requiring realistic assessment. 1. Remote monitoring systems, satellite imagery, drone surveillance, and remote sensing technologies offer potential monitoring capabilities for sites in inaccessible areas, particularly conflict zones or restricted regions. However, these systems face limitations including resolution constraints for detecting gradual alterations, interpretation challenges requiring specialized expertise, and data manipulation vulnerability. 2. Artificial intelligence applications. AI systems offer potential benefits for pattern recognition in threat detection, analyzing vast video feeds, and identifying unusual behavior patterns. However, implementation reveals significant limitations including false positive rates in religious contexts where standard behavior differs from secular baselines, algorithm bias affecting Muslim worship patterns, and technology infrastructure requirements exceeding available resources at many sites. 3. Non-invasive security technology. Advanced scanning and detection systems including ground-penetrating radar, thermal imaging, and millimeter wave technology offer potential security enhancement without physical intrusion. However, practical implementation reveals limitations including high cost barriers, maintenance challenges in remote locations, and operator expertise requirements exceeding available human resources. 4. Structural monitoring innovation. New technologies including distributed sensor networks, vibration analysis systems, and materials degradation monitoring offer enhanced preservation capabilities. However, integration with historical structures creates significant challenges including installation damage risks, power supply requirements in remote locations, and data transmission limitations in connectivity-constrained environments. 5. Digital twin documentation. Advanced documentation technologies including photogrammetry, 3D laser scanning, and augmented reality systems offer unprecedented documentation precision for reconstruction if necessary. However, implementation reveals practical limitations including massive data storage requirements, specialized expertise for accurate implementation, and technology access barriers for many threatened sites. The proposed security architecture must develop realistic technology integration approaches recognizing both potential benefits and practical constraints. Pakistan's experience implementing advanced security systems in resource-constrained environments provides valuable expertise for developing appropriate technology strategies maximizing protection without creating unsustainable dependencies or unrealistic implementation requirements. Human security components. Technology remains insufficient without appropriate human security components specifically adapted to sacred site requirements. 1. Religious sensitivity training. Security personnel require specialized training beyond standard protocols, including religious practice understanding, cultural sensitivity development, and appropriate interaction guidelines. The Western Wall Al-Aqsa complex demonstrates how security personnel without appropriate training create incidents through mishandling religiously sensitive situations despite technical competence. 2. Local community integration. Effective protection requires local community participation rather than imposed external security, creating sustainable systems where communities themselves participate in protection through established roles and responsibilities. Historical preservation. Patterns demonstrate how sites with strong community protection integration survive conflicts that destroy sites lacking similar community embeddedness. 3. Religious authority coordination. Sacred site security requires formal coordination mechanisms with relevant religious authorities, ensuring security measures respect religious requirements while religious authorities understand legitimate security constraints. Successful models demonstrate how joint decision protocols create sustainable balances preserving both security and religious functions. 4. Guard force composition considerations. Sacred site protection requires careful consideration of guard force composition, including religious background, gender balance for sex-segregated areas, language capabilities, and local credibility factors. Inappropriate composition creates both security vulnerabilities through information gaps and religious function disruption through cultural mismatch. 5. Leadership security protocols. Religious leadership at sacred sites requires specialized protection beyond standard VIP security, addressing both physical security and communication security while maintaining religious leadership functions. Effective approaches balance protection with accessibility rather than isolating leadership through excessive security that undermines religious functions. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized human security approaches addressing these distinctive requirements. Pakistan's experience protecting religious leadership during heightened threat periods while maintaining their essential religious functions provides valuable expertise for developing these balanced approaches preserving both security and religious authenticity. Documentation and preservation of cultural heritage. Effective sacred site protection requires comprehensive documentation systems preserving both physical structures and intangible religious practices associated with them. Current approaches frequently emphasize physical documentation alone while neglecting the religious practices that transform buildings into living sacred spaces. Digital documentation implementation standards and comprehensive documentation provides both preservation insurance and legal evidence requiring specialized approaches for sacred sites. 1. Multidisciplinary effective sacred site documentation requirements. Documentation must integrate architectural recording, religious practice documentation, historical context preservation, and contemporary use patterns. This multidimensional approach requires specialized methodologies beyond conventional heritage documentation focused primarily on physical structures. 2. Authentication and chain of custody protocols. Documentation serving legal evidence purposes requires rigorous authentication protocols, including timestamp verification, geolocation confirmation, and expert certification. These requirements exceed standard heritage documentation approaches, particularly when documentation may support future legal claims or war crimes prosecution. 3. Local knowledge integration. Sacred site documentation must incorporate local religious knowledge beyond expert assessment, including worship practices, site significance understanding, and historical narratives that may not appear in formal historical records but constitute essential elements of site significance. 4. Baseline establishment for change monitoring. Comprehensive documentation establishes essential baselines for detecting incremental changes, particularly critical for sites facing gradual alteration strategies deliberately remaining below international attention thresholds. Technical parameters must include sufficient detail to detect subtle modifications rather than only dramatic changes. 5. Technical standard adaptation to resource constraints. While ideal documentation involves advanced technologies, effective systems must include methodologies implementable with limited resources, creating viable documentation options for threatened sites in remote or resource-constrained locations rather than perfect standards achievable only under optimal conditions. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized documentation capabilities implementing these principles, from high-end technical systems for priority sites to simplified methodologies applicable in resource-constrained environments. Pakistan's experience documenting historic religious sites despite limited resources provides valuable expertise for developing these graduated approaches, maximizing protection without creating implementation barriers through excessive standards. Intangible heritage preservation integration. Sacred sites represent more than physical structures, requiring integrated approaches preserving associated religious practices. Four. Ritual object documentation. Sacred sites frequently contain movable religious objects equally significant to immovable structures, from historic minbars to ancient Qurans. Comprehensive documentation including detailed photography, condition assessment, and significance recording provides essential protection frequently overlooked in structure-focused approaches. Ritual object documentation. Sacred sites frequently contain movable religious objects equally significant to immovable structures, from historic minbars to ancient Qurans. Comprehensive documentation including detailed photography, condition assessment, and significance recording provides essential protection frequently overlooked in structure-focused approaches. 5. Religious soundscape preservation. Many sacred sites feature distinctive acoustic environments integral to religious experience, from specific call to prayer traditions to architectural acoustics supporting particular recitation styles. Audio documentation preserving these distinctive soundscapes provides essential dimension beyond visual recording alone. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities preserving these intangible dimensions, recognizing that protecting empty buildings while losing associated practices creates hollow preservation, failing to maintain living heritage. Pakistan's experience preserving distinctive regional religious traditions associated with historic sites provides valuable expertise for developing these integrated approaches, maintaining both physical and spiritual dimensions. Preventive conservation implementation. Beyond emergency response, effective protection requires preventive conservation systems addressing deterioration before reaching crisis levels. 1. Environmental monitoring systems. Comprehensive protection requires monitoring environmental factors affecting sacred sites, including temperature fluctuation, humidity levels, air pollution, groundwater changes, and vibration impacts. These monitoring systems enable intervention before damage becomes irreversible rather than responding to visible deterioration alone. 2. Maintenance capacity development. Sustainable protection requires local maintenance capacity beyond international expert intervention, including traditional construction technique preservation, material sourcing knowledge, and regular maintenance scheduling. These systems address the critical gap between major restoration projects that unaddressed frequently leave ongoing maintenance. 3. Risk mapping methodologies. Effective preventive conservation requires systematic risk assessment, identifying threats from water infiltration, structural weaknesses, material degradation, insect infestation, and other factors requiring monitoring. These assessments enable prioritized intervention before emergency conditions develop. 4. Traditional knowledge integration. Many sacred sites historically employed sophisticated traditional maintenance systems displaced by modernization. Documenting and revitalizing these traditional approaches, often incorporating locally available materials and climate-appropriate techniques, creates sustainable preservation systems less dependent on external resources. 5. Community-based monitoring networks. Sustainable monitoring requires local community engagement beyond professional conservation alone, creating distributed observation networks identifying emerging threats before reaching expert attention thresholds. These systems address the critical gap between periodic expert assessment and continuous monitoring requirements. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized preventive conservation capabilities emphasizing sustainability and local capacity rather than exclusive reliance on international expertise. Pakistan's experience maintaining historic religious sites through combined traditional and modern approaches despite resource constraints provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing these preventive systems. Emergency documentation protocols. Threatened sites require emergency documentation capabilities capturing essential information under crisis conditions. 1. Rapid assessment methodologies. Sites under imminent threat require streamlined documentation protocols capturing maximum information within severe time constraints, prioritizing critical elements when comprehensive recording proves impossible. These methodologies require predefined prioritization rather than standard documentation approaches assuming optimal conditions. 2. Remote documentation techniques. Sites inaccessible due to conflict, political restrictions, or security conditions require remote documentation capabilities, including satellite imagery analysis, social media evidence collection, and witness testimony protocols. These approaches necessarily sacrifice detail for feasibility while maintaining sufficient rigor for future reconstruction. 3. Crowdsourced documentation systems. When professional access proves impossible, structured crowdsourcing provides alternative documentation pathway, collecting imagery and information from worshippers, local residents, and other non-specialists through simplified protocols designed for non-expert implementation. These systems trade expertise for access while maintaining usable results through careful methodology design. 4. Authentication under crisis conditions. Emergency documentation faces heightened authentication challenges requiring specialized verification protocols, including metadata preservation, submission process verification, and source assessment methodologies adapted to crisis conditions. These systems maintain evidence standards despite compromised implementation conditions. 5. Data security. During collection, documentation in sensitive areas creates security risks for both collectors and subjects requiring specialized protection approaches, including encryption systems, anonymous contribution mechanisms, and secure transmission protocols. These security dimensions frequently prove decisive in successfully documenting threatened sites in politically sensitive locations. The proposed security architecture must develop these emergency capabilities, ensuring documentation continues under crisis conditions rather than accepting information loss when optimal conditions disappear. Pakistan's experience documenting heritage in conflict-affected areas provides valuable expertise for developing these emergency protocols, balancing comprehensiveness with practicality under severe constraints. Emergency response protocols. 4. Imminent threats. Beyond documentation and preventive measures, effective protection requires specialized emergency response capabilities addressing imminent threats through coordinated intervention. Current international systems demonstrate systematic response gaps, particularly affecting Islamic sacred sites, with established mechanisms frequently failing during critical periods when protection proves most essential. Threat detection and early warning systems. Effective emergency response begins with sophisticated threat detection beyond conventional security approaches. 1. Multi-source intelligence integration. Comprehensive threat detection requires integrating diverse information sources. Rapid response deployment capabilities. When threats materialize despite preventive efforts, effective protection requires specialized rapid response capabilities beyond conventional security systems. 1. Sacred Site Specialization Training. Effective response requires personnel specifically trained for sacred site scenarios, including religious sensitivity protocols, cultural heritage preservation during security operations, and specialized tactics appropriate for historically significant structures. Generic security forces frequently cause preventable damage through inappropriate methodologies designed for conventional scenarios rather than sacred site protection. 2. Prepositioned equipment caching. Rapid response requires appropriate equipment prepositioned within reasonable deployment range, including specialized fire suppression systems safe for historic materials, non-damaging barrier systems, and documentation tools for evidence preservation. These specialized requirements frequently exceed standard conventional targets. Security equipment appropriate for 3. Religious authority coordination protocols. Effective response requires predetermined coordination with relevant religious authorities, establishing clear lines of communication, decision hierarchies during emergencies, and appropriate roles respecting both security and religious leadership. Failed responses frequently demonstrate coordination gaps where religious and security authorities operated at cross purposes during critical periods. 4. Graduated response options. Sacred site protection requires a continuum of response options matching intervention appropriately to threat level, from heightened monitoring through structural damage, appropriate weapon restrictions near irreplaceable elements, and evidence preservation protocols for potential prosecution. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized response capabilities, ensuring appropriate intervention when threats materialize. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's sophisticated capabilities in this domain when specially trained units successfully protected several historic mosques during operations against militants using religious structures as cover. This experience provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing comparable capabilities at broader scale within the proposed architecture. Evacuation and religious object preservation. When site protection becomes impossible due to overwhelming threats, effective response requires specialized evacuation capabilities preserving both human life and sacred heritage. 1. Religious object prioritization protocols. Effective evacuation requires predetermined prioritization for movable religious objects, establishing clear hierarchies when complete preservation proves impossible. These protocols must incorporate both religious significance and heritage value assessments to make impossible decisions under crisis conditions rather than arbitrary selection during emergency implementation. 2. Emergency handling procedures. Sacred object evacuation requires specialized handling protocols beyond conventional emergency removal, including appropriate touching permissions for ritual objects, specialized transportation requirements for manuscripts and textiles, and religious protocols for items like Qurans requiring specific handling procedures even during emergencies. 3. Documentation during evacuation. Effective protocols must incorporate documentation during removal, creating clear records of what was removed by whom to which location using specified methodologies. Failed evacuations frequently create secondary crises through documentation gaps leading to loss, theft allegations, or repatriation impossibility after conditions stabilize. 4. Temporary repository networks. Sustainable evacuation requires predetermined sanctuary locations meeting both security and religious requirements, including appropriate storage conditions, security capabilities, and religious compliance for housed objects. These networks must exist before crises rather than improvised during emergencies when appropriate facilities prove impossible to arrange. 5. Religious leadership evacuation. Comprehensive protection must address associated religious leadership alongside physical heritage, providing appropriate evacuation options for imams, scholars, and custodians maintaining living traditions. Historical patterns demonstrate how leadership loss frequently proves more damaging to living heritage than physical structure damage despite receiving less attention in conventional protection frameworks. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized evacuation capabilities, ensuring preservation options when protection in place becomes impossible. Pakistan's experience evacuating religious manuscripts and artifacts from conflict zones, particularly during counterterrorism operations in tribal areas, provides valuable expertise for developing these capabilities at broader scale within the proposed architecture. International coordination mechanisms. Effective emergency response requires sophisticated international coordination diplomatic channels. 1. Religious organization. Transcending. Integration. Conventional. Response coordination must incorporate religious bodies beyond governmental actors, including international Islamic organizations, denominational networks, and scholarly associations with specialized knowledge and influence capabilities. These religious networks frequently provide intervention options when conventional diplomatic channels face political constraints. 2. Technical expert rapid deployment. Effective response requires specialized expert teams deployable under emergency conditions, including conservation specialists, religious scholars, documentation technicians, and security advisors with sacred site protection experience. These capabilities must exist within predetermined deployment frameworks rather than improvised during crises when logistical barriers prevent effective mobilization. 3. Diplomatic intervention protocols. Sacred site emergencies require specialized diplomatic interventions beyond generic human rights approaches, leveraging specific international legal instruments, appropriate multilateral forums, and effective pressure points relevant to particular contexts. These interventions require predetermined escalation protocols rather than case-by-case improvisation when time constraints prevent effective strategy development. 4. Media and information management. Effective response includes strategic communication capabilities ensuring accurate information during crises when misinformation frequently compounds physical threats, including verification protocols, appropriate spokesperson systems, and channeling international attention toward constructive intervention rather than passive observation. 5. Post-event documentation standards. Emergency response must include immediate post-event documentation before evidence degradation, establishing what occurred, responsibility attribution if possible, and damage assessment supporting both reconstruction planning and potential legal accountability. These capabilities require predetermined methodologies implementable under challenging post-event conditions. The proposed security architecture must develop these international coordination capabilities, ensuring effective response transcending individual state limitations. Pakistan's experience coordinating international responses during religious site emergencies, including the 2010 Data Darbar Shrine attack, provides valuable expertise for implementing these coordination mechanisms at broader scale through the proposed architecture. Funding mechanisms for emergency protection. Effective emergency response requires sustainable funding mechanisms beyond ad hoc arrangements characterizing current approaches. 1. Rapid disbursement protocols. Sacred site emergencies require funding accessibility within hours rather than weeks or months, typical of conventional international assistance. Predetermined disbursement protocols with simplified emergency procedures enable critical early intervention when conventional funding mechanisms remain inaccessible due to procedural requirements. 2. Islamic financial instrument integration. Sustainable protection requires dedicated funding through specialized Islamic financial mechanisms, including WACF-based endowments, sukuk instruments supporting capital-intensive protection infrastructure, and zakat eligibility frameworks for appropriate emergency responses classified as rightful recipients under Islamic jurisprudence. 3. Insurance and risk pooling innovation. Sacred site protection requires specialized insurance mechanisms addressing unique risk profiles and valuation challenges, including takaful models appropriate for religious properties, parametric triggers enabling automatic disbursement upon verified threat conditions, and multi-site risk pooling distributing costs across the broader Muslim world. 4. Public-private partnership models. Sustainable funding requires coordinated participation beyond governmental sources alone, including corporate social responsibility channeling, high-net-worth individual contribution frameworks, and community microfinance aggregation systems converting distributed small contributions into meaningful protection resources. 5. Funding condition appropriateness. Effective protection requires funding free from inappropriate conditions, creating religious compromise, establishing guidelines ensuring donor requirements maintain religious integrity while enabling necessary protection activities. Historical patterns demonstrate how inappropriate conditions frequently undermine protection effectiveness by creating religious security conflicts. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized funding mechanisms, ensuring sustainable resource availability during emergencies. Pakistan's experience. Mobilizing emergency religious site protection funding despite economic constraints, particularly through innovative public-private partnerships, provides valuable expertise for developing these sustainable funding models at broader scale within the proposed architecture. Sacred Sites Protection Force, Specialized. Capabilities development. Effective implementation of the protection framework requires dedicated forces with specialized capabilities beyond conventional security, conservation, or religious affairs personnel. Current approaches frequently fail through responsibility fragmentation across agencies without integrated expertise combining security, religious, and heritage dimensions. Force structure and composition. The proposed Sacred Sites Protection Force requires carefully designed structure requirements, balancing multiple specialized. 1. Multidisciplinary integration. Effective protection requires personnel combining security, religious, and heritage preservation expertise rather than separate specialists operating independently. This integration enables appropriate decision-making, recognizing all dimensions simultaneously rather than prioritizing single factors at others' expense. 2. Religious representativeness. Force composition must reflect the diversity within Islamic tradition, including appropriate representation across madhabs, theological perspectives, and regional traditions. This representativeness creates both operational effectiveness through diverse expertise and legitimacy through inclusive composition. 3. Technical specialization units. Effective protection requires specialized units focused on particular challenges, including documentation teams, preventive conservation specialists, emergency response units, and legal expertise cells. These specialized capabilities enable appropriate response calibration rather than generic approaches unsuitable for particular requirements. For gender composition considerations, force structure must include appropriate gender diversity, enabling operations within sex-segregated sacred spaces, ensuring both male and female personnel availability for gender-restricted areas found in many Islamic sacred sites that would otherwise create operational gaps. 5. Local international integration. Effective structure requires balancing local personnel knowledge with international expertise and neutrality, creating composite teams combining site-specific understanding with broader capabilities and legitimate intervention credibility across diverse contexts. The proposed security architecture must develop this specialized force structure, enabling comprehensive protection beyond fragmented current approaches. Pakistan's experience creating dedicated protection units for major religious sites, combining security, religious affairs, and conservation personnel under unified command, provides valuable institutional knowledge for developing comparable capabilities at international scale. Training and certification systems. Specialized protection requires sophisticated training beyond conventional security or conservation approaches. 1. Religious security integration curriculum. Effective training must integrate religious knowledge with security procedures, enabling personnel to understand the security implications of religious practices and the religious implications of security measures rather than treating these dimensions as separate considerations. 2. Conservation security methodology. Training must address the frequent tension between security requirements and conservation considerations, developing methodologies that achieve security objectives while minimizing impact on historic fabric rather than implementing standard security approaches causing preventable damage. 3. Scenario-based simulation. Effective preparation requires realistic scenario training addressing sacred site-specific challenges, including religious sensitivities during security operations, decision-making under theological constraints, and managing complex stakeholder interactions during crises. For religious leadership engagement, training must include appropriate protocols for engaging relevant religious authorities during operations, establishing clear guidance on respective roles, consultation requirements, and decision hierarchies balancing security imperatives with religious authority respect. 5. International humanitarian law specialization. Personnel require specialized training in the legal framework specifically protecting sacred sites, including detailed understanding of the protections, permissible security measures under various legal regimes, and documentation requirements supporting potential accountability processes. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized training systems, ensuring personnel capability beyond generic security or conservation approaches. Pakistan's experience developing specialized training for personnel protecting high-value religious targets, integrating security procedures with religious sensitivities and cultural heritage considerations, provides valuable expertise for implementing comparable training at broader scale. Equipment and technology specialization. Effective protection requires specialized equipment beyond standard security or conservation tools. 1. Non-damaging security technology. Sacred site protection requires security equipment specifically designed for historic structures, including mounting systems avoiding fabric damage, detection technology compatible with traditional building materials, and barrier systems preserving both security and architectural integrity. 2. Documentation technology package. Protection forces require specialized documentation tools, including rapid assessment equipment, evidence collection kits meeting international standards, and field-deployable digital preservation systems enabling immediate recording under emergency conditions. 3. Communication system appropriateness. Operations require communication technology appropriate for sacred environments, including discrete systems minimizing worship disruption, frequency selections avoiding interference with historic electronic systems, and appropriate installation approaches in sensitive locations. 4. Protective equipment adaptation. Personnel require protective equipment modified for sacred site operations, including non-marking footwear for sensitive floor surfaces, appropriate head covering options for religious spaces, and protective gear designed for confined historic spaces unlike modern security environments. 5. Fire suppression specialization. Sacred sites require specialized fire protection beyond conventional systems, including detection technology appropriate for historic materials, suppression agents safe for irreplaceable religious objects, and deployment systems minimizing collateral damage during activation. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized equipment specifications, ensuring appropriate technology deployment in sacred contexts. Pakistan's experience deploying security technology in historic religious structures, developing specialized approaches preserving both security effectiveness and site integrity, provides valuable expertise for implementing these specialized systems at broader scale. Deployment and jurisdiction frameworks. Effective protection requires clear operational frameworks addressing the complex jurisdictional questions surrounding sacred sites. 1. Sovereignty respect protocols. International protection forces require explicit frameworks respecting host nation sovereignty while enabling effective protection, establishing clear invitation procedures, operational parameters, and exit protocols preventing mission expansion beyond agreed mandates. 2. Religious authority coordination. Operational frameworks must establish clear relationships with relevant religious authorities, delineating respective jurisdictions, consultation requirements, and decision processes for situations presenting security religious dilemmas requiring balanced judgment. 3. Legal mandate clarity. Protection forces require explicit legal foundations establishing their authority, limitations, and accountability mechanisms, preventing both jurisdiction uncertainty undermining effectiveness and mandate expansion creating legitimacy questions. 4. Escalation threshold definition. Operational frameworks must establish clear thresholds for graduated response, defining precisely which conditions warrant which interventions to prevent both delayed response when action is necessary and premature intervention creating unwarranted disruption. 5. Multi-agency coordination mechanisms. Protection operations frequently require coordination across multiple agencies with overlapping jurisdiction, necessitating predetermined protocols establishing leadership hierarchies, information sharing requirements, and dispute resolution mechanisms preventing operational paralysis. The proposed security architecture must develop these operational frameworks, ensuring clear authority while respecting complex jurisdictional realities surrounding sacred sites. Pakistan's experience navigating the complex jurisdictional questions surrounding major religious sites, balancing security imperatives with religious autonomy and heritage preservation requirements, provides valuable expertise for developing these nuanced frameworks at international scale. Ethical framework and accountability systems. Specialized protection requires sophisticated ethical frameworks addressing the unique moral dilemmas arising in sacred site contexts. 1. Islamic ethical framework integration. Operational guidelines must explicitly incorporate relevant Islamic ethical principles, including property protection obligations, necessity doctrine application, proportionality requirements, and specific religious object handling protocols derived from Islamic jurisprudence rather than solely secular security ethics. 2. Transparency security balance. Accountability systems must balance legitimate transparency requirements with operational security needs, establishing appropriate disclosure protocols, oversight mechanisms, and reporting requirements maintaining public compromising protection effectiveness. Confidence without. 3. Use of force specialization. Protection forces require specialized use of force guidelines appropriate for sacred contexts, addressing the distinctive considerations arising when potential action occurs in spiritually significant spaces requiring approaches beyond conventional security doctrine. 4. Cross-cultural ethics navigation. Operations across diverse Islamic contexts require ethical frameworks addressing varying interpretations and practices, establishing core principles universally applicable while allowing appropriate contextual differences. Application respecting regional. 5. Religious leadership consultation. Ethical frameworks must include explicit processes for religious authority consultation on moral dilemmas, establishing when consultation is required, which authorities have standing, and how conflicting religious opinions should be addressed when unanimity proves impossible. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized ethical frameworks, ensuring protection activities maintain both effectiveness and moral legitimacy. Pakistan's experience developing ethical guidelines for security operations in religious contexts, balancing security imperatives with Islamic ethical principles, provides valuable expertise for implementing these sophisticated frameworks at broader scale. From vision to implementation. Operationalizing sacred site protection. Translating the comprehensive framework into operational reality requires practical implementation pathways beyond theoretical design. Current protection approaches frequently fail not through conceptual inadequacy but implementation deficiencies, creating sophisticated frameworks without practical activation mechanisms. Priority categorization and resource allocation. Effective implementation requires realistic prioritization given inevitable resource constraints. 1. Threat significance matrix development. Implementation requires systematic methodology balancing threat level against site significance, creating defensible prioritization when resource limitations prevent equal protection for all sites. This matrix must incorporate both objective threat assessment and cultural religious significance evaluation beyond purely material value considerations. 2. Geographic distribution balancing. Effective implementation requires appropriate geographic distribution, preventing regional concentration, ensuring protection extends across diverse Muslim regions rather than focusing exclusively on high-profile Middle Eastern sites while neglecting equally significant locations in Southeast Asia, Africa, and elsewhere. 3. Layered protection approach. Resource constraints necessitate graduated protection levels, establishing tiered systems providing appropriate measures proportionate to significance and unprotected threat rather categorization. Then this binary approach maximizes impact across more sites than high-intensity protection concentrated on few locations. 4. Local international resource matching. Sustainable implementation requires appropriate cost sharing between local and international sources, establishing contribution frameworks proportionate to capability while ensuring local ownership alongside international support rather than creating dependency relationships undermining sustainability. 5. Measurable outcome definition. Effective resource allocation requires clear metrics beyond activities alone, establishing what protection success specifically means for different site categories and threat scenarios to enable meaningful evaluation rather than process measurement disconnected from actual preservation outcomes. The proposed security architecture must develop these practical prioritization frameworks, ensuring maximum protection impact within inevitable resource constraints. Pakistan's experience protecting numerous sacred sites despite limited resources, developing sophisticated prioritization methodologies maximizing protection across diverse locations, provides valuable expertise for implementing realistic approaches at broader scale. Phased implementation strategy. Effective implementation requires realistic phasing rather than attempting simultaneous comprehensive deployment. 1. Emergency response capabilities. First, implementation should prioritize emergency response capabilities for highest risk sites, establishing immediate intervention potential for imminently threatened locations while longer-term preventive systems develop. This approach addresses the most urgent protection gaps while building toward comprehensive coverage. 2. Regional hub development. Phased implementation should establish regional protection hubs serving surrounding areas, creating distributed capability centers from which specialized resources can deploy rather than attempting immediate universal coverage. These hubs enable graduated expansion while providing immediate capability for priority responses. 3. Capacity transfer sequencing. Implementation should incorporate deliberate knowledge transfer phases, beginning with international specialist leadership while systematically developing local capability through structured mentoring rather than creating permanent dependency on external expertise. 4. Technology adoption gradualism. Realistic implementation requires graduated technology introduction, beginning with essential systems while developing infrastructure for more sophisticated capabilities rather than attempting immediate advanced technology deployment, creating unsustainable maintenance requirements and operational gaps when systems inevitably fail. 5. Legal operational parallel development. Effective implementation requires simultaneous development of legal frameworks alongside operational capabilities, ensuring protection activities maintain appropriate authorization rather than creating capability mandate gaps where operational potential exceeds legal authority or vice versa. The proposed security architecture must develop this phased approach, ensuring realistic implementation rather than aspirational planning disconnected from practical constraints. Pakistan's experience developing sacred site protection capabilities through deliberate phasing despite resource limitations, building sustainable systems through realistic implementation sequencing, provides valuable expertise for comparable approaches at international scale. Pakistan's leadership role in implementation. Pakistan stands uniquely qualified to lead sacred site protection implementation within the proposed security architecture. 1. Demonstrated capability despite constraints. Pakistan has developed sophisticated sacred site protection despite resource limitations, creating effective systems for major sites like Data Darbar, Badshahi Mosque, and numerous shrines despite security challenges and economic constraints. This demonstrated capability under challenging conditions provides precisely the pragmatic implementation experience required for broader architecture development. 2. Religious security integration experience. Pakistan's protection approaches successfully integrate security requirements with religious considerations, maintaining both effective protection and authentic religious functionality without compromising either dimension. This integration expertise directly addresses the central implementation challenge facing sacred site protection globally. 3. Technological appropriateness balance. Pakistan's protection systems demonstrate sophisticated understanding of appropriate technology deployment, utilizing advanced capabilities where necessary while maintaining operational effectiveness when technology proves unavailable or unsustainable. This balanced approach provides essential expertise for realistic implementation across diverse Muslim contexts with varying technological capacity. 4. Multisectarian protection experience. Pakistan's protection framework successfully addressed diverse Islamic traditions, providing effective protection for Sunni, Shia, Sufi, and other sacred sites with appropriate sensitivity to different requirements. This multisectarian expertise directly addresses the implementation challenges facing broader Muslim world protection, requiring inclusive approaches transcending sectarian divisions. 5. Threat adaptation capabilities. Pakistan's protection systems demonstrate sophisticated adaptation to evolving threats, from conventional terrorism to hybrid operations employing multiple attack vectors. This adaptive capability provides essential expertise for implementing protection systems resistant to emerging threats rather than responding only to historical patterns. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated these capabilities in operational context when Pakistan successfully protected numerous sacred sites despite active conflict conditions, employing specialized protection units, appropriate technology, and effective coordination with religious authorities. This operational validation confirms Pakistan's unique qualification for leading sacred site protection implementation within the proposed security architecture. Monitoring and effectiveness evaluation. Sustainable implementation requires sophisticated monitoring beyond simplistic metrics. 1. Outcome-based evaluation framework. Effective monitoring requires focusing on protection outcomes rather than activity metrics alone, measuring actual preservation impact rather than merely counting activities without verification of their effectiveness. This approach prevents the common implementation failure where extensive activity creates minimal actual protection. 2. Local international assessment integration. Credible evaluation requires balancing local and international assessment, combining site-specific knowledge with independent verification rather than relying exclusively on either self-reporting or external evaluation lacking contextual understanding. This balanced approach prevents both credibility gaps and contextual misinterpretation. 3. Leading indicator identification. Effective monitoring requires identifying early warning indicators before protection failures, establishing metrics predicting potential breakdowns rather than measuring only after failure occurs. This preventive approach enables corrective action before irreversible damage rather than documenting protection failure retrospectively. 4. Beneficiary perspective integration. Comprehensive evaluation must incorporate primary stakeholder assessment, including local religious communities, worshippers, and religious authorities rather than exclusively technical evaluation disconnected from sacred sites' primary purpose. This inclusive approach ensures protection maintains sites as living religious spaces rather than merely preserved monuments. 5. Continuous improvement mechanism. Sustainable implementation requires structured learning processes, incorporating evaluation findings into operational adjustments through formal feedback loops rather than static. Implementation resistant to evolution. This adaptive approach enables progressive effectiveness improvement rather than perpetuating initial implementation limitations. The proposed security architecture must develop these sophisticated monitoring systems, ensuring continuous effectiveness improvement rather than static implementation evaluation. Pakistan's experience developing outcome-focused evaluation for sacred site protection, measuring actual preservation impact rather than merely activities conducted, provides valuable expertise for implementing comparable systems at broader scale. Conclusion: sacred sites are strategic. Security priority. Sacred site protection represents not peripheral cultural concern but core security imperative for the Muslim world. These sites embody the spiritual heritage, historical identity, and cultural continuity of the Ummah, making their protection fundamental, transcending conventional to comprehensive military security dimensions. The systematic threats facing Islamic sacred sites, from Jerusalem to Kashmir, Syria to India, and beyond, demonstrate the urgent necessity for coordinated protection transcending individual state capabilities. The comprehensive framework outlined in this chapter addresses the critical gaps in current protection approaches. Moving beyond fragmented, reactive, and under-resourced efforts toward integrated capabilities addressing the full spectrum from preventive measures through emergency response. By developing specialized legal advocacy, physical protection, documentation systems, and crisis intervention capabilities, the proposed architecture would transform sacred site protection from aspiration to operational reality. Pakistan's unique qualifications for leading this critical security domain stem from demonstrated excellence across relevant capabilities, from sophisticated integration of security measures with religious considerations to technological appropriateness, balancing advanced capabilities with practical sustainability. The May 2025 crisis provided operational validation of these capabilities when Pakistan successfully protected numerous sacred sites despite active conflict conditions, demonstrating precisely the expertise required for broader Muslim world application. The proposed Sacred Sites Protection Force, with its specialized training, equipment, legal frameworks, and operational protocols, represents an essential component of the broader Muslim security architecture rather than peripheral cultural initiative. By institutionalizing protection capabilities within dedicated structures, the architecture would address the critical vulnerability created by current fragmentation, where responsibility diffusion frequently results in protection failure despite theoretical commitment. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented threats to its sacred heritage in the 21st century, the choice becomes increasingly clear: continue the failed pattern of rhetorical commitment without operational capability, or implement the comprehensive protection framework necessary for effective preservation. The lessons from Al-Aqsa to Barbari Masjid, Shahrar-e-Sharif to destroyed Syrian mosques demonstrate the catastrophic consequences of protection failure, creating irreversible losses to Islamic heritage that diminish both current and future generations. Through the leadership of Pakistan within the proposed security architecture, the Muslim world can transform sacred site protection from aspiration to implementation, creating the operational capabilities necessary to fulfill the sacred obligation expressed in Surah Al-Baqarah 2-114, condemning those who prevent worship in mosques and strive toward their destruction. By establishing comprehensive protection systems addressing both prevention and response, the architecture would enable the Muslim world to fulfill this divine mandate through practical action rather than mere condemnation after destruction occurs. This sacred site protection framework thus represents not peripheral cultural concern but central security imperative, protecting the spiritual landscape that gives meaning to the physical territory the broader architecture defends. Without these sacred spaces maintaining the spiritual continuity of the Ummah, the territorial sovereignty protected through conventional security would become hollow geography rather than meaningful homeland. The comprehensive protection of these irreplaceable sites thus stands as both religious obligation and strategic necessity, embodying the essential truth that Muslim security encompasses both physical and spiritual dimensions, requiring integrated protection through the unified architecture proposed in this book. Section B. External interventions and sovereignty violations. Chapter 25. Military interventions in Muslim lands. Permission to fight has been given to those who are being fought because they were wronged. And indeed, Allah is competent to give them victory. Quran 22:39. The sovereignty of Muslim lands represents a fundamental security concern that transcends individual state interests to encompass the collective dignity and self-determination of the Ummah. Yet the post-colonial era has witnessed an extraordinary pattern of external military interventions in Muslim territories, creating a systematic vulnerability that undermines both physical security and civilizational independence. From direct invasions to proxy operations, drone campaigns to peacekeeping missions with expansive mandates, these interventions have created a distinctive security challenge requiring coordinated response beyond individual state capabilities. This chapter examines the patterns of external military interventions in Muslim lands, analyzing their historical evolution, contemporary manifestations, legal and diplomatic frameworks governing their conduct, and the collective response capabilities required to address this persistent threat to sovereignty. Throughout, the analysis demonstrates how Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities in deterring, limiting, and when necessary repelling external military interventions qualify it uniquely for leadership within the proposed Muslim security architecture, providing both the strategic vision and operational expertise necessary for effective collective defense against interventionist threats. Historical patterns of external military interventions. Understanding contemporary intervention challenges requires recognizing the historical patterns that have shaped intervention dynamics in Muslim territories. Rather than isolated incidents, these interventions reveal systematic approaches that have evolved methodologically while maintaining consistent strategic objectives. Colonial legacy and intervention precedents. Modern military interventions in Muslim lands emerge directly from colonial precedents that established both operational templates and psychological foundations. 1. Civilization mission justification legacy. Contemporary humanitarian intervention justifications directly descend from colonial civilizing mission frameworks, both positioning external military force as necessary for Muslim populations' protection despite sovereign rejection. This justification continuity creates distinctive legitimacy challenges where historical memory perceives contemporary moral claims through colonial experience lenses. 2. Temporary occupation patterns. Colonial interventions frequently began as temporary security measures that evolved into permanent occupation, establishing a pattern replicated in contemporary interventions from Iraq to Afghanistan. This temporary-to-permanent transformation creates distinctive threat perceptions where initial limited intervention justifications face systematic skepticism based on historical precedent. 3. Legal framework manipulation. Colonial powers developed sophisticated legal justifications for sovereignty violations, from unequal arrangements and mandate treaties systems to protectorate. Contemporary interventions demonstrate comparable legal framework manipulation, with Security Council resolutions, self-defense claims, and responsibility to protect doctrines fulfilling similar sovereignty override functions. For civilian military interventions governance models, colonial established distinctive civilian military governance hybrids that reappear in contemporary operations, from provincial reconstruction teams in Afghanistan to coalition provisional authority structures in Iraq. These governance models create distinctive sovereignty compromises between nominal independence and practical external control. 5. Resistance pattern development. Colonial interventions generated sophisticated indigenous resistance approaches that directly influence contemporary resistance to external military presence, creating transmission of tactical, organizational, and strategic knowledge across generations. This resistance continuity creates distinctive operational challenges where historical experience accelerates adaptation to contemporary intervention approaches. The proposed security architecture must explicitly address these colonial legacy dimensions, recognizing how historical patterns shape both intervention approaches and indigenous responses rather than treating contemporary operations as unprecedented phenomena. Pakistan's experience successfully transitioning from colonial subject to sovereign state while maintaining effective control over its security apparatus provides valuable perspective for developing collective capabilities addressing these persistent patterns. Cold War proxy interventions and their aftermath. The Cold War era introduced distinctive intervention patterns specifically targeting Muslim lands as superpower competition terrain. 1. Islamic identity exploitation. Cold War intervention systematically exploited Islamic identity as mobilization framework, from American support for Afghan mujahideen to Soviet backing for secular Arab regimes. This instrumental approach to Islamic identity created enduring suspicion regarding external powers' engagement with religious dimensions of Muslim societies that continues shaping intervention dynamics. 2. Deniable operation normalization. Cold War constraints normalized deniable intervention methodologies including coup sponsorship, insurgent support, and assassination programs that continue as standard approaches in contemporary operations. This deniability creates distinctive accountability challenges where responsibility becomes deliberately obscured despite clear intervention reality. 3. Military assistance as control mechanism. Cold War competition established military assistance programs as sovereignty limitation mechanisms, creating dependency relationships through training programs, equipment provision, and advisory presences that continue constraining sovereign security decision-making. These assistance relationships create distinctive vulnerability where formal independence masks practical external control over security architecture. 4. Ideological interventions penetration strategies. Cold War developed ideological influence sophisticated alongside approaches military for presence. Establishing educational programs, media operations, and elite network development creating long-term influence surviving direct military disengagement. This ideological dimension creates persistent vulnerability where formal intervention conclusion leaves enduring influence structures intact. 5. Post-withdrawal collapse patterns. The Cold War period established recognizable patterns of post-intervention state collapse, where externally maintained governance systems proved unsustainable following support withdrawal. Afghanistan's experience following Soviet withdrawal demonstrated this pattern subsequently repeated following American disengagement, highlighting the structural rather than coincidental nature of this post-intervention vulnerability. These Cold War patterns continue influencing contemporary intervention dynamics, creating operational templates, institutional knowledge, and relationship networks that shape current approaches despite the Soviet Union's dissolution. The proposed security architecture must develop specific capabilities addressing these enduring patterns rather than assuming their disappearance with the Cold War's formal conclusion. Pakistan's experience successfully navigating Cold War intervention pressures, maintaining strategic autonomy despite intense superpower competition, provides valuable expertise for developing comparable capabilities at broader Muslim world scale. Post-9/11 intervention expansion. The post-September 11 period witnessed unprecedented expansion of military interventions in Muslim lands, establishing new patterns requiring specific response capabilities. 1. Global War on Terror Justification Framework. The post-9/11 period established terrorism as the primary intervention justification, creating an open-ended mandate transcending traditional temporal and geographic constraints on military operations. This justification framework creates distinctive sovereignty challenges where anti-terrorism imperatives systematically override normal territorial integrity protections. 2. Preemptive doctrine implementation. The Bush administration's preemptive war doctrine fundamentally challenged traditional jus ad bellum constraints, establishing anticipatory self-defense justifications that dramatically expanded intervention possibilities beyond imminent threat scenarios. This doctrinal shift creates persistent vulnerability where intervention thresholds significantly lowered compared to traditional armed attack requirements. 3. Multiple simultaneous interventions. The post-9/11 period normalized concurrent military operations across multiple Muslim countries, from major occupations in Iraq and Afghanistan to smaller operations across Africa, Yemen, and beyond. This simultaneity creates distinctive challenges, where intervention response requires addressing multiple operations within unified strategic framework rather than sequential attention. For regime change normalization, while not unprecedented historically, the post-9/11 period normalized explicit regime change objectives in major interventions, moving beyond traditional limited operational goals to fundamental political reorganization. This objective expansion creates distinctive threat perceptions where any external security engagement potentially threatens existing governance systems regardless of initial scope limitations. 5. Technological asymmetry maximization. The post-9/11 interventions demonstrated unprecedented technological advantage deployment, from network-centric warfare in conventional operations to drone campaign precision in counterterrorism missions. This technological asymmetry creates distinctive vulnerability where conventional deterrence faces fundamental challenges against capabilities operating beyond affected states' defensive reach. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated the persistence of these patterns when Operation Sindoor incorporated multiple post-9/11 operational characteristics, including counterterrorism justification framework, precision strike technology deployment, and implicit regime pressure components. Pakistan's sophisticated response balanced effective resistance with escalation management, demonstrating precisely the capabilities required for addressing contemporary intervention patterns within the proposed security architecture. Intervention methodology evolution beyond specific historical periods. Military interventions in Muslim lands demonstrate methodological evolution requiring comparable adaptation in defensive capabilities. 1. Footprint minimization trend. Intervention methodology has evolved from large force deployments toward minimized footprint approaches, utilizing special operations forces, drone capabilities, and indigenous proxies to achieve objectives without mass deployments. This evolution creates detection and attribution challenges where intervention reality becomes increasingly effectiveness. 2. Legal illegal. Deniable despite operational. Hybrid operations. Contemporary interventions increasingly blend legitimate and illegitimate components, combining authorized training missions, equipment sales, and advisory relations with unauthorized intelligence operations, special forces activities, and proxy development. This hybridization creates distinctive challenges where legitimate interaction simultaneously facilitates unauthorized intervention components. 3. Intervention increasingly privatization. Incorporate private recent military interventions contractors performing functions traditionally reserved for state forces, creating accountability gaps where responsibility becomes diffused across corporate entities operating under complex contractual rather than clear military command arrangements. This privatization creates distinctive attribution challenges where state responsibility becomes deliberately obscured. For surgical strike normalization, technological evolution has normalized limited surgical operations violating sovereignty without full-scale invasion, including special forces raids, drone strikes, and cyber operations achieving objectives without conventional military presence. These operations create distinctive deterrence challenges where traditional defensive preparations prove ineffective against unconventional intervention methodologies. 5. Multi-domain integration. Contemporary interventions increasingly integrate operations across conventional military, information, economic, and political domains, creating comprehensive pressure beyond traditional kinetic operations alone. This integration creates distinctive vulnerability where effective defense requires comparable multi-domain capabilities rather than conventional military deterrence alone. These methodological evolutions create persistent challenges for conventional sovereignty protection approaches, requiring sophisticated capabilities identifying, deterring, and when necessary countering operations deliberately designed to circumvent traditional defenses. The proposed security architecture must develop specific capabilities addressing these evolved methodologies rather than focusing exclusively on conventional intervention models increasingly superseded by hybrid approaches. Contemporary case studies and their consequences. Examining specific intervention cases reveals patterns requiring systematic response through the proposed security architecture. These cases demonstrate both the diversity of intervention approaches and their common characteristics requiring coordinated capabilities beyond individual state capacity. Iraq intervention, comprehensive sovereignty disruption. The 2003 Iraq intervention represents the paradigmatic case of comprehensive sovereignty disruption through external military action. 1. Justification evolution pattern. The intervention demonstrated sophisticated justification evolution, shifting from WMD prevention to terrorism connection to humanitarian liberation as original rationales proved unsustainable. This evolutionary pattern creates distinctive challenges where initial intervention justifications represent tactical communication rather than genuine motivation, requiring different defensive approaches. 2. State apparatus dissolution consequences. The intervention's dissolution of Iraqi state institutions, particularly security forces, created catastrophic governance collapse with regional spillover effects. This deliberate destruction pattern reveals distinctive vulnerability where external intervention targets not merely regime leadership but foundational governance institutions, creating long-term recovery challenges exceeding indigenous capacity. 3. Sectarian exploitation methodology. The intervention demonstrated sophisticated exploitation of sectarian divisions, initially as governance organization principle and subsequently as counterinsurgency approach. This exploitation pattern creates distinctive vulnerability where pre-existing social divisions become intervention tools rather than merely intervention consequences. 4. Sovereignty simulation through transition. The intervention established elaborate sovereignty simulation through transitional authority structures, creating nominal indigenous governance operating under comprehensive external control. This simulation pattern creates distinctive challenges where formal sovereignty restoration masks continued external determination of fundamental governance decisions. 5. Extractive economic restructuring. Beyond political and security dimensions, the intervention implemented comprehensive economic restructuring, opening previously state-controlled sectors to external capital through legal reforms imposed during nominal sovereignty suspension. This economic dimension creates distinctive vulnerability where intervention consequences extend far beyond security. Reorganization to fundamental economic restructuring outlasting formal occupation. The Iraq case demonstrates the catastrophic consequences of unaddressed intervention vulnerability, with effects including regional destabilization, sectarian conflict expansion, terrorist organization emergence, and governance capacity destruction extending decades beyond initial intervention. These enduring consequences highlight why collective capabilities preventing comparable interventions represent fundamental security priority, requiring the architecture proposed in this book. Afghanistan Intervention Timeline Extension. The Afghanistan intervention represents the longest external military operation in modern history, demonstrating distinctive patterns requiring specific defensive capabilities. 1. Mission expansion trajectory. What began as counterterrorism operation targeting specific non-state actors evolved through counterinsurgency, state building, and democratization phases, demonstrating how limited initial mandates expand toward comprehensive societal reorganization. This expansion pattern creates distinctive vulnerability where accepting even limited external security operations potentially initiates open-ended intervention trajectory. 2. Indigenous capacity substitution. The intervention created parallel external structures performing functions normally reserved for sovereign states, from provincial reconstruction teams delivering basic services to private security contractors performing core protection functions. This substitution pattern creates distinctive challenges where external capacity development undermines rather than strengthens indigenous governance legitimacy. 3. Strategic patience exhaustion. The intervention demonstrated how even unprecedented resource commitment ultimately faces domestic political sustainability constraints, creating artificial timelines disconnected from operational realities. This sustainability limitation creates distinctive opportunities where resistance strategies explicitly designed for extended timelines eventually encounter reduced external commitment regardless of battlefield outcomes. For technology human capability gaps. Despite deploying history's most sophisticated military technology, the intervention faced fundamental challenges from adversaries utilizing simplified but contextually appropriate methodologies. This effectiveness gap creates distinctive defensive opportunities where technological asymmetry can be offset through appropriately designed countermeasures despite resource disparities. 5. Cultural knowledge deficiencies. Despite 20 years of engagement, the intervention demonstrated persistent inability to understand fundamental cultural, tribal, and religious dynamics shaping the operational environment. This knowledge gap creates distinctive defensive advantages where indigenous forces operating within their cultural context maintain information disadvantages. Superiority despite material. The Afghanistan case demonstrates both the extraordinary costs of external military intervention and its ultimate limitations against determined indigenous resistance operating with strategic patience and cultural advantage. Pakistan's direct experience supporting initial throughout this intervention, both phases and managing complex consequences, provides invaluable expertise for developing defensive capabilities against comparable future operations within the proposed security architecture. Libya. Intervention without stabilization. The 2011 Libya intervention demonstrates distinctive patterns associated with limited objective stabilization commitment, operations without 1. Mandate expansion methodology, beginning with civilian protection justification under UNSC Resolution 1973, the operation rapidly expanded to regime change without explicit authorization, demonstrating how limited humanitarian mandates can transform into comprehensive political reorganization. This expansion pattern creates distinctive vulnerability where accepting even constrained intervention opens pathway to unlimited objective pursuit. 2. Responsibility without accountability, the intervention created catastrophic state collapse without generating corresponding responsibility among intervening powers, establishing the intervention without occupation as strategy minimizing intervening power obligations while maximizing sovereign disruption. This accountability evasion creates distinctive challenges where intervention consequences become regionalized while intervention responsibility remains unassigned. 3. Proxy competition acceleration, the post-intervention environment transformed into proxy competition arena where regional and global powers pursue objectives through indigenous surrogates rather than direct presence. This proxy pattern creates distinctive vulnerability where formal intervention conclusion initiates rather than resolves external influence competition. 4. Resource capture prioritization. Despite humanitarian justification, intervention implementation prioritized resource access control, particularly oil infrastructure, revealing economic motivations alongside stated protection objectives. This resource prioritization creates distinctive challenges where intervention-resistant strategies must address economic alongside military dimensions. 5. Criminal network exploitation. The intervention methodology incorporated existing criminal networks as operational components, creating post-intervention environment where illicit actors gained unprecedented influence including human trafficking, weapons proliferation, and territorial control. This criminal dimension creates distinctive regional security challenges where intervention consequences transcend conventional state collapse to include transnational criminal empowerment. The Libya case demonstrates the catastrophic consequences of intervention without responsibility, where external military action creates state collapse without corresponding stabilization commitment. This pattern represents particular concern for the Muslim world where numerous states exhibit vulnerability characteristics potentially triggering comparable limited interventions with similarly destabilizing consequences requiring collective prevention capabilities. Syria, multi-actor intervention complexity. The Syrian conflict demonstrates unprecedented intervention complexity with multiple external powers operating simultaneously within single sovereign territory. 1. Proxy layer proliferation. The conflict featured extraordinary proxy complexity, with various external powers operating through different non-state actors pursuing distinct objectives within nominally unified opposition. This proxy proliferation creates distinctive vulnerability where intervention resistance requires addressing multiple external sponsors simultaneously rather than unified adversary. 2. Deniable deployment normalization. Multiple external powers maintain formally deniable force presence despite operational reality, creating deliberate attribution challenges. Designed to minimize accountability while maximizing influence. This deniability creates distinctive challenges where intervention resistance requires addressing adversaries operating without formal acknowledgement of their presence or responsibility. 3. Territorial control fragmentation. The intervention pattern created formal sovereignty with practical territorial division among various external power spheres of influence, establishing de facto partition without formal recognition. This fragmentation creates distinctive governance challenges where nominal sovereignty masks practical external control over significant territory without formal responsibility. 4. Competitive intervention dynamics. Unlike interventions dominated by single external power or coalition, the conflict featured competitive interventions where multiple external powers pursued conflicting objectives, creating distinctive environment where external actors simultaneously competed and cooperated in complex relationship patterns. This competition creates intervention resistance. Distinctive can opportunities exploit external contradictions rather than confronting unified adversary. Where power. 5. Frozen conflict institutionalization. The intervention pattern established semi-permanent frozen conflict conditions, where formal resolution remains blocked by external power interests while violence continues at reduced intensity. This institutionalization creates distinctive challenges where conflict becomes normalized into quasi-permanent status without either resolution or decisive victory possibilities. The Syrian case demonstrates how sovereignty violations can achieve unprecedented complexity, creating intervention patterns exceeding individual state response capabilities regardless of conventional military strength. The proposed security architecture must develop specific capabilities addressing these multidimensional interventions through coordinated response rather than fragmented individual state reactions consistently exploited by intervening powers. Legal frameworks and international law. Dimensions. Military interventions in Muslim lands operate within complex legal frameworks that simultaneously constrain and enable external military actions. Understanding these legal dimensions is essential for developing effective response capabilities within the proposed security architecture. UN Charter Framework and its limitations. The United Nations Charter provides the foundational legal framework governing military interventions with significant implementation limitations. 1. Article 2. For prohibition erosion, the Charter's fundamental prohibition against threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state faces systematic erosion through expansive interpretation of exception clauses. This erosion creates distinctive vulnerability where nominal prohibition coexists with practical intervention permission through creative legal interpretation. 2. Self-defense exception expansion. Article 51 self-defense exception has experienced extraordinary expansion beyond traditional armed attack requirements, incorporating anticipatory self-defense, defense against non-state actors, and unwilling or unable doctrines predominantly affecting Muslim states. This expansion creates distinctive vulnerability where self-defense claims enable interventions increasingly disconnected from original charter limitations. 3. Chapter 7 Selective implementation. Security Council authorization under Chapter 7 demonstrates systematic selectivity, with intervention approval reflecting permanent member interests rather than consistent legal principle application. This selectivity creates distinctive challenges where legal protection depends on political alignment rather than sovereign equality promised in Charter principles. 4. Responsibility to protect manipulation. While conceptually reflecting important humanitarian principles, R2P implementation reveals systematic manipulation enabling intervention in selected cases while ignoring comparable or worse situations based on strategic calculations. This inconsistency creates distinctive vulnerability where humanitarian principles serve as selective intervention enablers rather than universal protection standards. 5. Peacekeeping mandate expansion. Originally conceived as consent-based operations supporting negotiated settlements, peacekeeping missions increasingly operate under expanded mandates including offensive operations, governance functions, and territorial administration. This expansion creates distinctive sovereignty challenges where peacekeeping transforms from protection mechanism into intervention methodology. These UN Charter framework limitations require specific capabilities within the proposed security architecture, not rejecting international law but developing sophisticated approaches working within its constraints while addressing its implementation gaps. Pakistan's experience successfully navigating UN frameworks despite structural disadvantages, including effective participation in peacekeeping while maintaining sovereignty protective positions, provides valuable expertise for developing these balanced approaches. Intervention justification evolution. External military interventions demonstrate sophisticated justification evolution requiring comparable capability development in defensive approaches. 1. Humanitarian justification selectivity. Humanitarian protection justifications demonstrate extraordinary selectivity, with comparable civilian suffering generating intervention in certain contexts while receiving minimal response in others based on strategic rather than humanitarian calculations. This selectivity creates distinctive challenges where genuine humanitarian concern becomes indistinguishable from strategic justification manipulation. 2. Terrorism prevention expansion. Counterterrorism justifications have expanded from targeting specific organizations directly threatening intervening states toward addressing potential future threats, ideological affinity groups, and governance conditions theoretically enabling terrorist emergence. This expansion creates distinctive vulnerability where terrorism linkage, however tenuous, potentially justifies intervention without geographic or temporal limitations. 3. Regional increasingly stability site regional justification, positioning. Frameworks, stability interventions maintenance as external military action as protection against potential destabilization despite causing immediate sovereign disruption. This framework creates distinctive challenges where stability definitions reflect external power preferences rather than indigenous priorities or international consensus. 4. WMD prevention doctrine. Despite Iraq's consequences, WMD prevention justifications remain potent intervention enablers, with varying evidence standards applied across different states based on strategic calculations rather than consistent verification requirements. This inconsistency creates distinctive vulnerability where intelligence manipulation potentially triggers devastating intervention without accountability when justifications prove unfounded. 5. Failed state preemption. Emerging intervention justifications increasingly cite potential state failure preemption, positioning external military action as necessary prevention measure against governance collapse despite frequently accelerating the deterioration being theoretically prevented. This circular reasoning creates distinctive challenges where concern about potential future collapse justifies immediate sovereignty violation. The proposed security architecture must develop specific capabilities addressing these justification frameworks, including evidence assessment systems, counter-narrative development, and diplomatic capabilities challenging selective application. Pakistan's experience successfully countering intervention justifications during the May 2025 crisis, particularly regarding terrorism linkage allegations, provides valuable expertise for developing these specialized capabilities at broader scale. Occupation law and transitional administration. When interventions occur despite preventive efforts, occupation law provides critical protection frameworks requiring specialized implementation capabilities. 1. Occupation recognition avoidance. Contemporary interventions frequently avoid formal occupation recognition despite exercising effective territorial control, utilizing constructs like stabilization missions, transitional authorities, and assistance operations to evade occupation law obligations. This avoidance creates distinctive vulnerability where intervention consequences occur without corresponding legal protections theoretically guaranteed to affected populations. 2. Indigenous authority legitimacy. Occupation law requires respecting legitimate indigenous authority to maximum extent possible, a principle frequently violated through comprehensive governance replacement based on intervention objectives rather than necessity assessment. This violation creates distinctive challenges where externally imposed governance lacks both legal legitimacy and societal foundation necessary for effective function. 3. Proportionality in security measures. occupation law establishes clear proportionality requirements for security measures affecting civilian populations, constraints routinely exceeded through collective punishment approaches, excessive force application, and disproportionate restriction systems. These violations create distinctive civilian protection challenges requiring specialized documentation and advocacy capabilities. 4. Temporal limitation requirements. Though lacking explicit timeline requirements, occupation law establishes occupation's temporary nature as fundamental principle, contrasting with open-ended presence characterizing many contemporary interventions. This discrepancy creates distinctive challenges where temporary arrangements extend indefinitely without transition toward full sovereignty restoration. 5. Resource exploitation prohibition. Occupation law specifically prohibits natural resource exploitation for occupying power benefit, the principle consistently violated through extractive contract arrangements imposed during effective sovereignty suspension. These violations create distinctive challenges where intervention economic consequences outlast security presence through long-term resource control transfer. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities ensuring occupation law implementation when interventions occur despite prevention efforts. Pakistan's experience negotiating complex legal frameworks during coalition operations in Afghanistan, maintaining principled positions while engaging pragmatically, provides valuable expertise for developing these specialized capabilities, balancing legal principle with operational reality. Asymmetric legal enforcement patterns. Military interventions in Muslim lands reveal systematic enforcement asymmetries requiring specific response capabilities. 1. International Criminal Court selectivity. Despite theoretical universality, ICC investigations demonstrate systematic selectivity, with Muslim world interventions receiving minimal accountability attention compared to extensive focus on indigenous actors. This selectivity creates distinctive challenges where intervention consequences generate prosecution against local leaders while external intervention authors remain beyond accountability reach. 2. Universal jurisdiction limitations. Though theoretically applying to serious international crimes regardless of perpetrator nationality, universal jurisdiction faces systematic constraints when potentially applicable to major power intervention actions. This constraint creates distinctive accountability gaps where legal mechanisms exist in theory while proving inaccessible in practice for Muslim world intervention victims. 3. Sovereign immunity application disparities. Intervention accountability frequently encounters sovereign immunity barriers, with courts rejecting jurisdiction through immunity doctrines applied inconsistently across different state categories. This disparity creates distinctive challenges where legal protection depends on perpetrator identity rather than violation nature or severity. 4. Evidence standards variation. Accountability mechanisms demonstrate systematic evidence standard variation, with allegations against Muslim entities facing lower verification requirements than comparable claims against intervention forces. This variation creates distinctive challenges where identical evidence qualitatively assessed differently based on alleged violator identity. 5. Domestic court jurisdiction obstruction. National courts potentially offering accountability venue face systematic obstruction through jurisdictional limitation, political pressure, and resource constraints, creating practical barriers despite theoretical authority. These obstacles create distinctive challenges where legal frameworks exist without implementation capacity accountability necessary for effective. The proposed security architecture must develop specialized capabilities addressing these enforcement asymmetries, not through rejecting international legal frameworks but through sophisticated strategies maximizing available mechanisms despite structural limitations. Pakistan's experience navigating these asymmetric environments, including successful accountability pursuit in select cases despite systemic obstacles, provides valuable expertise for developing comparable capabilities at broader Muslim world scale. Collective response capabilities required. Addressing military interventions in Muslim lands requires developing specific collective capabilities beyond individual state capacity. These capabilities must combine preventive, responsive, and recovery dimensions within coherent framework balancing immediate deterrence with long-term resilience development. Diplomatic and legal prevention frameworks. Effective intervention prevention requires sophisticated diplomatic and legal capabilities beyond conventional approaches. 1. Early warning intelligence integration. Prevention requires sophisticated early warning capabilities, integrating diplomatic reporting, open-source analysis, military intelligence, and economic indicators identifying intervention preparation before implementation. This integration enables preventive diplomacy before crisis conditions emerge rather than reactive response to established intervention dynamics. 2. Counter-justification rapid response. Effective prevention requires specialized capabilities challenging intervention justifications before they gain international traction, including rapid evidence assessment, counter-narrative development, and coordinated diplomatic messaging preventing justification consolidation. These capabilities address the critical window where intervention justifications either gain or lose legitimacy, determining subsequent international response. 3. Pre-crisis legal positioning. Prevention requires proactive legal framework engagement, establishing documented compliance with relevant international obligations, maintaining appropriate reservation declarations, and developing legal counterarguments against potential intervention justifications. This positioning creates unfavorable legal environment for potential intervening powers before specific threats materialize. 4. Strategic communication coordination. Effective prevention requires coordinated strategic communication across Muslim states, ensuring consistent messaging, evidence presentation, and narrative development rather than contradictory positions exploitable by intervention advocates. This coordination addresses the critical vulnerability where messaging fragmentation undermines otherwise sound legal and diplomatic positions. 5. Preventive coalition development. Beyond Muslim world coordination, prevention requires sophisticated coalition building with non-Muslim states sharing sovereignty protection interests, creating broader diplomatic blocs opposing intervention precedents regardless of specific target identity. This coalition approach addresses the vulnerability where Muslim-specific opposition appears sectarian rather than principle-based to international audiences. The proposed security architecture must develop these preventive capabilities, addressing intervention vulnerability at earliest stages rather than after implementation when options narrow dramatically. Pakistan's experience successfully deterring potential interventions through sophisticated diplomatic approaches, including coalition development beyond Islamic alliance frameworks, provides valuable expertise for implementing these preventive capabilities at broader scale. Deterrence and resistance capabilities. When preventive measures prove insufficient, effective response requires sophisticated deterrence and resistance capabilities. 1. Multi-domain deterrence integration. Effective deterrence requires capabilities across conventional military, asymmetric, cyber, economic, and information domains, creating prohibitive intervention cost calculations beyond traditional military dimensions alone. This multi-domain approach addresses the vulnerability where conventional deterrence proves insufficient against evolved intervention methodologies operating simultaneously across multiple spheres. 2. Cost imposition credibility. Deterrence requires demonstrated capability imposing unacceptable costs on intervening powers, creating credible consequences beyond affected territory alone through global interest targeting, diaspora mobilization, and strategic resource leverage. This comprehensive approach addresses the vulnerability where localized resistance proves insufficient against powers calculating acceptable losses within intervention theater. 3. Territorial depth utilization. Effective resistance requires territorial depth strategic utilization, maintaining capability despite initial conventional disadvantage through dispersed resistance preparation, strategic resource prepositioning, and governance continuity planning. This preparation addresses the vulnerability where decapitation operations potentially neutralize resistance before effective organization. 4. Civil-military response integration. Beyond conventional military deterrence, effective capability requires integrated civil-military approaches, including civilian infrastructure resilience, population preparation for resistant support functions, and governance continuity mechanisms ensuring function despite leadership targeting. This integration addresses the vulnerability where purely military capabilities prove insufficient against comprehensive intervention methodologies. 5. Technical countermeasure development. Specific capabilities must address intervention technologies including drone operations, surveillance systems, precision munitions, and cyber tools, developing both defensive measures and asymmetric counters appropriate for resource-constrained environments. These technical capabilities address the critical vulnerability where technological asymmetry enables intervention with minimal risk to intervening powers absent specific countermeasures. The proposed security architecture must develop these deterrence and resistance capabilities, ensuring credible cost calculation for potential intervening powers. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated Pakistan's sophisticated capabilities in this domain, employing multi-domain response that effectively balanced conventional, asymmetric, and diplomatic dimensions, creating successful deterrence against escalation despite initial intervention. This demonstrated capability provides valuable expertise for developing comparable approaches at broader Muslim world scale despite resource differentials across potential member states. Legal and prevention diplomatic frameworks. 4. Effective intervention prevention requires sophisticated legal and diplomatic capabilities beyond conventional approaches. 1. Preventive documentation systems. The architecture should establish comprehensive documentation systems recording sovereign compliance with relevant international obligations, creating evidence repositories available during crisis periods rather than attempting evidence collection under emergency conditions. These systems address the critical vulnerability where intervention justification encounters minimal evidence contradiction during crucial early stages. 2. International Legal Advisory Network. Effective prevention requires specialized legal expertise network specifically addressing intervention justification frameworks, providing rapid assessment, counter-argument development, and technical assistance to states facing intervention threats. This capability addresses the expertise gap where threatened states frequently lack specialized knowledge necessary for effective legal counter-strategy development. 3. Muslim world legal position coordination. Beyond individual state approaches, prevention requires coordinated legal positions across Muslim states, establishing consistent interpretations, reservation declarations, and implementation approaches regarding intervention-relevant legal frameworks. This coordination addresses the vulnerability where legal position fragmentation undermines collective objection effectiveness despite numerical advantage. 4. Treaty framework development. Proactive prevention requires developing specialized treaty frameworks specifically addressing intervention patterns affecting Muslim states, potentially including regional non-intervention agreements, collective security arrangements, and specialized protocols addressing common justification frameworks. These frameworks address the legal gap where existing instruments prove consistently insufficient despite theoretical protection. 5. Third-party verification systems. Effective prevention requires trusted verification capabilities regarding intervention justifications, particularly concerning terrorism allegations, WMD claims, and humanitarian condition assessments frequently serving as intervention triggers. These systems address the critical vulnerability where interested party assessments dominate international discourse despite obvious reliability limitations. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized legal and diplomatic capabilities, enabling effective prevention before crisis conditions emerge. Pakistan's experience successfully challenging intervention justifications through sophisticated legal approaches, particularly regarding terrorism allegations, frequently serving as intervention enablers, provides valuable expertise for implementing these preventive capabilities at broader scale. Post-intervention stabilization capabilities. When interventions occur despite preventive efforts, effective response requires specialized stabilization capabilities minimizing long-term consequences. 1. Governance continuity systems. Stabilization requires predetermined governance continuity mechanisms ensuring essential function despite leadership targeting, infrastructure damage, or territorial control disruption. These systems address the critical vulnerability where governance collapse creates intervention justification or post-intervention power vacuums extending conflict duration. 2. Economic resilience mechanisms. Effective stabilization requires economic functionality maintenance despite intervention disruption, including alternative banking systems, strategic reserve management, and critical supply maintenance through intervention periods. These capabilities address the vulnerability where economic collapse extends intervention impact beyond security dimensions alone. 3. External accountability pursuit. The architecture should develop specialized capabilities pursuing intervention accountability through available mechanisms, including evidence collection meeting international standards, case preparation for appropriate forums, and strategic litigation identifying jurisdictional opportunities despite structural limitations. These accountability mechanisms address the impunity pattern encouraging intervention recurrence absent consequence demonstration. 4. Social cohesion preservation. Stabilization requires specific capabilities preserving social cohesion despite intervention exploitation of existing divisions, including cross-community coordination mechanisms, unified resistance frameworks, and reconciliation systems addressing collaboration questions without creating permanent societal fractures. These capabilities address the vulnerability where intervention-exacerbated divisions outlast direct military presence. 5. Reconstruction planning integration. Effective recovery requires predetermined reconstruction frameworks reflecting indigenous priorities rather than external intervention agendas, establishing clear development objectives, implementation mechanisms, and funding approaches available immediately upon appropriate conditions. These planning capabilities address the vulnerability where post-intervention reconstruction frequently extends external influence through economic dependency creation. The proposed security architecture must develop these specialized stabilization capabilities ensuring intervention consequences remain limited rather than creating cascading effects extending decades beyond initial military action. Pakistan's experience supporting stabilization in multiple regional contexts, including Afghanistan's various transition phases, provides valuable expertise for implementing these capabilities at broader scale despite resource constraints. Muslim NATO Response Framework. The proposed Muslim security architecture offers comprehensive intervention response capabilities addressing prevention, deterrence, and recovery through integrated approach beyond individual state capacity. This framework represents not theoretical construct but practical necessity given demonstrated intervention patterns affecting Muslim lands with devastating consequences for both directly affected territories and broader regional stability. Collective Defense Intervention Scenarios Implementation 4. The architecture's collective defense provisions require specific implementation frameworks addressing external military intervention threats. 1. Intervention definition consensus. Effective collective defense requires precise common understanding regarding what constitutes intervention triggering collective response, establishing clear thresholds, evidence requirements, and classification systems enabling rapid determination without prolonged deliberation during crisis periods. This consensus addresses the vulnerability where ambiguity enables intervention progression while response remains paralyzed by definitional disagreement. 2. Graduated response options. The architecture should establish predetermined response options across diplomatic, economic, informational, and military domains, creating clear escalation ladder proportionate to intervention scale and characteristics. This graduated approach addresses both overreaction risks and insufficient response possibilities while providing clear consequence understanding to potential intervening powers. 3. Command structure activation protocols. Collective defense requires procedures predetermined specifically for command activation intervention scenarios or establishing clear authority transfer processes, command relationships, and jurisdictional boundaries when collective response becomes necessary. These protocols address the coordination failure vulnerability where response fragmentation undermines effectiveness despite adequate individual capabilities. 4. Forward deployment frameworks. Effective deterrence requires predetermined arrangements for capability forward deployment when intervention threats emerge, establishing legal frameworks, logistical preparations, and command arrangements for preventive positioning before crisis conditions become acute. These frameworks address the critical vulnerability where deployment delays create intervention opportunities during capability transition periods. 5. Nuclear umbrella extension specificity. The architecture must establish explicit parameters regarding nuclear deterrence extension against external intervention threats, creating clear understanding regarding which intervention scenarios potentially trigger nuclear dimensions versus conventional response only. This clarity addresses deterrence credibility challenges where intervening powers discount nuclear dimensions absent specific articulation connecting intervention scenarios to nuclear response possibilities. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated essential elements of this collective defense model when multiple Muslim states provided diplomatic support, intelligence sharing, and limited military assistance during Pakistan's response to Operation Sindoor. This practical implementation, despite occurring without formal alliance structures, validates the potential effectiveness of institutionalized collective defense specifically addressing intervention threats through the proposed architecture. Intelligence and early warning systems. Effective intervention prevention and response requires sophisticated intelligence capabilities beyond individual state capacity. 1. Intervention indicator monitoring. The architecture should establish specialized monitoring focused specifically on intervention preparation indicators, including force positioning, diplomatic preparation, media narrative development, and financial adjustment patterns preceding historical interventions. This specialized monitoring addresses the vulnerability where general intelligence collection frequently misses implementation begins. Intervention-specific signals until 2. Technology-enhanced verification. Effective response requires independent verification capabilities assessing intervention justification claims, particularly regarding terrorism allegations, humanitarian conditions, and WMD assertions frequently serving as intervention triggers. These capabilities address the critical vulnerability where interested party assessments dominate international discourse despite obvious reliability questions. 3. Joint analysis methodology. Beyond collection alone, effective intelligence requires joint analysis frameworks integrating inputs across member states, establishing common assessment standards, information sharing protocols, and analytical methodologies ensuring consistent interpretation despite collection source variation. This integration addresses the vulnerability where identical information generates contradictory conclusions due to methodological and normative frameworks to address these challenges while respecting legitimate security needs. Data sovereignty and information control. Beyond infrastructure protection and surveillance countermeasures, true digital sovereignty requires establishing meaningful control over data flows and information ecosystems that increasingly define both national identity and security parameters. Cross-border data flow governance. The largely ungoverned flow of data across borders creates fundamental sovereignty challenges for Muslim nations. 1. Cloud service provider jurisdiction. The dominant cloud service providers storing Muslim world governmental, commercial, and personal data operate under legal regimes that prioritize their home jurisdiction, primarily US, EU, or China, over the Muslim nations where data originates. This jurisdictional reality creates fundamental sovereignty limitations where Muslim data remain subject to foreign legal access regardless of contractual protections. 2. Data localization implementation challenges. Attempts to implement data localization requirements across the Muslim World have faced significant challenges including limited domestic infrastructure, international trade agreement conflicts, and economic pressure from digital service providers. These pressures have created practical barriers to sovereignty-enhancing regulation. 3. Transnational corporate data extraction. Multinational corporations operating across the Muslim world routinely extract vast data from local operations to global analytics platforms beyond Muslim jurisdictional control, creating both economic value transfer and potential intelligence vulnerability. This corporate data flow often occurs without transparency or adequate security oversight. 4. Limited regional data protection frameworks. Unlike the European GDPR model that established regional data protection standards with significant extraterritorial effect, the Muslim world lacks coordinated data protection frameworks that could enhance collective bargaining power against global technology platforms. This fragmentation undermines effective data governance. 5. Health and genetic data vulnerability, particularly sensitive data domains including health records, genetic information, and biological samples increasingly flow from Muslim populations to research and commercial entities beyond Muslim world control, creating both privacy concerns and potential targeting vulnerabilities. Population-specific characteristics. Based on the May 2025 crisis highlighted these data sovereignty vulnerabilities when Pakistan discovered that critical government data hosted on third-party platforms became suddenly inaccessible as part of coordinated pressure tactics. Pakistan's emergency data recovery relied on backup systems specifically designed based on previous experiences with similar incidents, a capability many Muslim nations have not yet developed. Digital content regulation and control. The global digital content ecosystem creates unique sovereignty challenges regarding information flow and narrative control. 1. Platform content policy asymmetry. Global content platforms implement moderation policies developed primarily for Western contexts yet applied across the Muslim world, creating fundamental asymmetry where content acceptable within Islamic contexts may face restriction while content offensive to Muslims often remains protected as free expression. This moderation asymmetry undermines cultural and religious sovereignty. 2. News aggregation algorithm control. The algorithmic systems determining news visibility and prioritization on global platforms remain beyond Muslim world influence yet directly impact information ecosystems across Muslim societies. These algorithmic systems frequently embed values and assumptions that disadvantage Muslim perspectives or prioritize divisive content. 3. Limited local content ecosystem development. Economic pressures and platform dominance have undermined indigenous content ecosystem development across the Muslim world, creating dependency relationships where local narratives must conform to global platform requirements or face effective invisibility. This dependency undermines cultural sovereignty and narrative control. 4. Extremist content targeting. Muslim populations face disproportionate targeting by extremist content designed to radicalize vulnerable individuals, exploit sectarian differences, or provoke reactions that damage Muslim world standing. The asymmetrical content moderation approaches of global platforms frequently allow such content to proliferate despite demonstrated harm. 5. Arabic and regional language moderation gaps. Global platforms consistently devote insufficient resources to content moderation in Arabic and other languages common across the Muslim world, creating permissive environments for harmful content that would be quickly removed in English or European languages. This resource asymmetry creates fundamental inequity in platform safety. Addressing these content regulation challenges requires collective approaches beyond individual national capabilities. The proposed security architecture would establish both technical systems and diplomatic weight to ensure Muslim world perspectives receive equitable treatment in global content governance while respecting legitimate expression rights. Digital economy sovereignty. The digital economy domain creates particular sovereignty challenges where economic and security concerns increasingly overlap. 1. E-commerce platform dominance. Global e-commerce platforms increasingly dominate commercial activity across the Muslim world, extracting both economic value and vast consumer data while operating under regulatory frameworks beyond Muslim nation control. This platform dominance creates both economic dependency and data vulnerability. 2. Fintech regulation challenges. The rapid growth of financial technology services across the Muslim world has outpaced regulatory frameworks, creating security vulnerabilities where financial data flows through systems with limited oversight or accountability. This regulatory gap creates both financial stability risks and potential intelligence collection channels. 3. Digital currency control limitations. As digital currencies gain adoption, Muslim nations face challenging sovereignty questions regarding monetary policy control, transaction visibility, and financial system stability. The cross-border nature of digital currencies creates fundamental challenges to traditional monetary sovereignty concepts. 4. Digital service tax implementation barriers. Attempts to implement equitable taxation on digital services across the Muslim world have faced significant resistance from both technology platforms and their home governments, creating fiscal sovereignty limitations that transfer economic value from Muslim economies without commensurate contribution. 5. Innovation ecosystem dependency. The innovation ecosystem supporting digital economy development across the Muslim world remain largely dependent on foreign investment, technology transfer, and human capital development pathways controlled by non-Muslim entities. This dependency creates subtle but profound sovereignty limitations. These digital economy sovereignty challenges demonstrate how economic and security domains increasingly overlap in the digital context. The proposed security architecture would address these challenges through frameworks that enhance economic sovereignty while supporting legitimate market activity and innovation. Healthcare and biodata protection. The increasing digitization of healthcare systems creates unique sovereignty vulnerabilities with both individual privacy and national security implications. 1. Electronic health record system dependencies. Healthcare digitization across the Muslim world has largely relied on systems developed by non-Muslim vendors operating under foreign regulatory frameworks, creating both technical vulnerability and jurisdictional complexity regarding sensitive health data. These dependencies create potential intelligence collection vectors through ostensibly beneficial healthcare modernization. 2. Pandemic surveillance data flows. The COVID-19 experience established new international health data sharing precedents that continue influencing health data sovereignty across the Muslim world, creating tensions between public health benefits and surveillance risks. These data flows create potential vulnerability to both legitimate international health organizations and intelligence services operating through health security channels. 3. Genomic data collection and exportation. Various research initiatives across the Muslim world have collected genomic data from Muslim populations that subsequently flows to research institutions beyond Muslim jurisdictional control, creating both privacy concerns and potential targeting vulnerabilities based on population-specific characteristics. 4. Medical AI training data exploitation. Artificial intelligence systems for healthcare often train on Muslim world medical data without adequate sovereignty protections, compensation, or security review. This unregulated data flow creates both intellectual property concerns and potential diagnostic biases in resulting systems. 5. Biobanking governance gaps. The collection and storage of biological samples across the Muslim world often occurs within governance frameworks that inadequately address long-term sovereignty concerns, data rights, or security vulnerabilities. These governance gaps create persistent risks that evolve as biotechnology capabilities advance. These healthcare data sovereignty challenges demonstrate how seemingly beneficial digitization can create security vulnerabilities without appropriate governance frameworks. The proposed security architecture would establish standards and protections that preserve healthcare benefits while addressing associated security concerns. Technological dependencies in security systems. Beyond general digital sovereignty concerns, the Muslim world faces specific technological dependencies in security systems that create particular strategic vulnerabilities requiring urgent collective solutions. Foreign vendor dependency in critical security systems. Security systems across the Muslim world frequently rely on foreign vendors, creating fundamental trust and sovereignty challenges. 1. Border security system. Foreign control. Border management systems throughout the Muslim world primarily come from a small number of foreign vendors who maintain both technical access and knowledge of system vulnerabilities. This dependency creates both practical vulnerability to system manipulation and strategic risk of access denial during crises. 2. Military communications. Foreign source code. Even seemingly indigenous military communication systems across the Muslim world frequently incorporate foreign source code or components with limited security review capability. This dependency creates potential backdoor vulnerabilities that could be exploited during conflict. 3. Encryption implementation. Verification limitations. Most Muslim nations lack the technical capabilities to fully verify the implementation of encryption systems in security applications, creating persistent vulnerability to deliberately weakened implementations or hidden access mechanisms. This verification gap undermines true security sovereignty regardless of formal control. 4. Intelligence. 2. Analysis platform dependencies. Intelligence agencies across the Muslim world increasingly rely on data analysis platforms from vendors with potential ties to foreign intelligence services, creating counterintelligence challenges where analysis systems themselves may leak sensitive information. This dependency creates particularly concerning circular vulnerability. 5. Security update distribution control. Even when initially secure, systems require regular security updates typically controlled by original vendors, creating persistent dependency relationships where update channels could be weaponized to introduce vulnerabilities during crisis. This update channel control creates vulnerability that persists throughout system lifecycle. The May 2025 crisis highlighted these dependencies when several Muslim nations discovered that security systems from foreign vendors began exhibiting unexpected behavior during heightened tensions, suggesting potential external manipulation or deliberate functionality limitation. Pakistan's resilience stemmed partially from indigenous alternatives to critical security systems developed specifically to address these dependency vulnerabilities. Surveillance technology dependencies. The technologies used for legitimate security surveillance across the Muslim world create particular sovereignty challenges. 1. CCTV analytics. Foreign control. Advanced video analytics systems used for legitimate security purposes across the Muslim world typically rely on algorithms developed and frequently updated by foreign vendors, creating both dependency relationships and potential data exfiltration channels. These systems could potentially be manipulated to misidentify threats or ignore actual security concerns. 2. Telecommunications interception capabilities. Lawful interception systems used by security services across the Muslim world frequently come from vendors with potential intelligence service relationships, creating counterintelligence concerns where interception capabilities themselves may be compromised. This creates particularly complex trust relationships where security services must rely on potentially compromised tools. 3. Biometric verification system dependencies. Biometric verification systems used at borders, secure facilities, and critical infrastructure typically rely on proprietary algorithms from foreign vendors, creating fundamental trust challenges regarding accuracy, security, and potential hidden functionality. These trust challenges are particularly difficult to resolve without source code access, typically withheld as intellectual property. For open source intelligence tool limitations, security services across the Muslim world increasingly rely on commercial open source intelligence (OSINT) platforms that operate under foreign jurisdictions with potential intelligence service relationships. This creates vulnerability where seemingly public information collection may be manipulated or monitored. 5. Digital forensics tool chain vulnerabilities. The digital forensics tools used by security services to investigate cyber incidents typically come from foreign vendors beyond Muslim world control, creating potential for evidence manipulation or analytical blind spots designed to protect certain actors. This forensic tool dependency undermines true investigative sovereignty. These surveillance technology dependencies create complex sovereignty challenges where legitimate security needs must be balanced against dependency risks. The proposed security architecture would develop indigenous alternatives for critical surveillance capabilities while establishing verification frameworks for foreign source systems when necessary. Security hardware supply chain vulnerabilities. The physical components underlying security systems create fundamental vulnerability domains that software protections cannot fully mitigate. 1. Microelectronic supply chain foreign control. The semiconductor components underpinning all digital security systems come from supply chains beyond Muslim world control, creating fundamental hardware trust challenges that software security measures cannot fully address. These hardware vulnerabilities could enable sophisticated persistent access difficult to detect through normal security monitoring. 2. Hardware security module foreign sourcing. The specialized hardware security modules protecting cryptographic keys across military and governmental systems typically come from a small number of foreign vendors, creating trust challenges for the most sensitive security elements. Compromise of these modules could enable catastrophic security failures across multiple systems simultaneously. 3. Telecommunication equipment backdoor risks. The core telecommunication equipment connecting security networks across the Muslim world primarily comes from Chinese or Western vendors, frequently subject to legal requirements enabling intelligence access in their home jurisdictions. This creates fundamental trust challenges regardless of contractual security assurances. 4. Secure facility equipment verification limitations. The specialized equipment used to secure classified facilities from electronic surveillance, tempest protection, etc., typically comes from foreign vendors with limited verification capabilities, creating persistent vulnerability to sophisticated collection techniques specifically designed to bypass such protections. 5. Supply chain integrity verification gaps. Most Muslim nations lack comprehensive supply chain security programs capable of detecting sophisticated hardware tampering or implants in security-critical systems. This verification gap creates vulnerability to advanced persistent threats operating at hardware level beyond typical security monitoring visibility. The May 2025 crisis revealed the strategic significance of these hardware vulnerabilities when Pakistan detected anomalous behavior in certain security-critical hardware components suggesting potential preposition capabilities. Designed for activation during conflict. Pakistan's detection stemmed from indigenous hardware security capabilities developed specifically to address supply chain concerns identified in previous security incidents. Quantum computing vulnerability preparation. The emerging quantum computing domain creates unprecedented vulnerability for existing security systems requiring advanced preparation. 1. Post-quantum cryptography transition delays. Most security systems across the Muslim world continue relying on cryptographic algorithms vulnerable to quantum computing capabilities being actively developed by non-Muslim powers. This creates future vulnerability where encrypted data collected today could become decryptable when quantum capabilities mature. 2. Quantum computing access asymmetry. As quantum computing capabilities emerge, access asymmetry between Muslim nations and more technologically advanced powers will create significant security disadvantages unless proactively addressed through both technical and diplomatic measures. This capability gap could render existing security measures suddenly obsolete. 3. Quantum-resistant algorithm verification challenges. Even when implementing quantum-resistant algorithms, Muslim nations face significant verification challenges. Ensuring chosen implementations actually provide claimed security properties rather than deliberately weaken variants. This verification gap creates persistent trust challenges difficult to resolve without advanced mathematical expertise. 4. Quantum key distribution infrastructure limitations. The specialized infrastructure required for quantum key distribution, potentially immune to computational attacks, remains beyond current deployment capabilities across most of the Muslim world, creating transition planning challenges for future-proofing critical communications. 5. Quantum sensing security implications. Beyond computing, quantum sensing technologies being developed by advanced powers create potential for unprecedented surveillance capabilities that could render existing physical security measures obsolete. Preparation for this emerging vulnerability domain requires specialized expertise currently limited across the Muslim world. These quantum vulnerability concerns demonstrate how digital sovereignty requires not merely addressing current threats but anticipating emerging technological shifts that could fundamentally alter security equations. The proposed security architecture would establish collective approaches to quantum transition security that preserve Muslim world interests through this paradigm shift. Requirements for digital self. Determination. Addressing the comprehensive digital sovereignty challenges facing the Muslim world requires systematic approaches across multiple domains that enable true self-determination in the digital era. Indigenous frameworks technology development. Overcoming dependency relationships requires systematic indigenous technology development across critical security domains. 1. Security-critical software development ecosystems. The proposed security architecture would establish specialized development ecosystems for security-critical software, including secure coding standards, vulnerability assessment methodologies, and verification frameworks tailored to Muslim world requirements. These ecosystems would prioritize actual security over compliance requirements that often create merely performative security. 2. Hardware security verification capabilities. Indigenous hardware security verification laboratories would enable trust verification for components from global supply chains, addressing fundamental vulnerability concerns while avoiding impractical full supply chain replication. These verification capabilities would provide actual security assurance rather than contractual promises from vendors. 3. Cryptographic algorithm indigenous development. Muslim world mathematicians and cryptographers would receive coordinated support for developing and verifying cryptographic algorithms free from external influence or deliberate weakening. This capability would address fundamental trust concerns regarding encryption systems protecting the most sensitive communications. 4. Open source security stack adaptation. Recognizing resource limitations, the architecture would establish frameworks for adapting and verifying open source security components to create trustworthy systems with sustainability advantages over completely custom development. This approach balances indigenous control with practical resource constraints. 5. Human capital development pathways. Specialized educational programs would develop the human capital required for sustainable indigenous technology development, creating career pathways that compete effectively with private sector and foreign opportunities. This human capital development represents perhaps the most fundamental requirement for true digital sovereignty. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated the strategic value of even limited indigenous capabilities when Pakistan's ability to maintain critical systems stemmed directly from indigenous alternatives developed through sustained investment despite resource limitations. This experience offers a model for targeted capability development that enhances sovereignty without requiring comprehensive technological self-sufficiency. Digital sovereignty legal frameworks. Beyond technical capabilities, true digital sovereignty requires legal frameworks that establish meaningful governance over digital domains. 1. Data sovereignty regulatory models. The proposed architecture would develop adapted regulatory frameworks establishing clear parameters for data flows, storage jurisdictions, and access controls appropriate to Muslim world contexts. These frameworks would balance legitimate data utilization with sovereignty requirements unaddressed in most Muslim jurisdictions. Currently, 2. Critical information infrastructure protection laws. Specialized legal frameworks would establish enhanced protection, mandatory security standards, and vulnerability disclosure requirements for systems designated as critical information infrastructure. These frameworks would create both security improvement incentives and consequences for negligence in critical systems. 3. Foreign technology security review mechanisms. Formalized review processes would evaluate security implications of foreign technology adoption in sensitive domains, creating transparency regarding dependency risks while establishing mitigation requirements proportional to identified vulnerabilities. These review mechanisms would provide structured risk management rather than binary acceptance or rejection. 4. Indigenous digital identity frameworks. Legal frameworks establishing sovereign digital identity systems would enable citizen authentication and service provision while maintaining data within jurisdictional control with appropriate privacy protections. These frameworks would balance legitimate identity verification needs with sovereignty and privacy considerations. 5. Regional data protection harmonization. Coordinated data protection frameworks across Muslim nations would establish collective bargaining power with global technology platforms while enabling regional data flows under appropriate safeguards. This harmonization would create sustainable digital economy sovereignty respecting frameworks. Development within. Cyber deterrence and defense doctrine. Protecting digital sovereignty requires coherent doctrine regarding both defensive measures and deterrence against hostile actions. 1. Proportional response frameworks. The proposed architecture would establish clear doctrinal frameworks for proportional responses to cyber operations targeting Muslim nations, creating deterrence through credible consequence rather than merely defensive measures. These frameworks would establish both technical attribution standards and appropriate response options across the escalation spectrum. Two, critical infrastructure defense prioritization. Defense planning frameworks would establish tiered criticality designations for infrastructure systems, enabling resource allocation proportional to potential impact. This prioritization would create realistic security improvement pathways even within resource constraints by focusing protection on truly critical systems rather than attempting uniform security levels across all systems. 3. Public attribution mechanisms. Collective attribution capabilities would enable public identification of threat actors targeting Muslim nations, creating reputational consequences and international pressure even when direct technical response proves challenging. This attribution capability would operate with standardized evidence requirements that balance operational security with persuasive public disclosure. 4. Cross-domain deterrence integration. Cyber deterrence frameworks would integrate with conventional and strategic deterrence doctrines, enabling proportional responses across multiple domains when cyber operations threaten critical national interests. This cross-domain integration prevents adversaries from exploiting artificial domain boundaries to conduct damaging operations without consequence. 5. Active defense authorization frameworks. Clear legal and operational frameworks would establish parameters for active defense measures that exceed passive protection without constituting offensive operations. These frameworks would enable more robust defensive operations while maintaining clear distinctions from offensive actions that might violate international norms. Pakistan's response during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated the importance of integrated cyber deterrence when its ability to attribute and respond to digital operations targeting critical infrastructure created sufficient uncertainty regarding potential escalation to discourage further cyber aggression. This experience provides a model for how even relatively limited cyber capabilities can create effective deterrence when embedded within communication. Coherent doctrine and strategic. International cyber diplomacy capabilities. Digital sovereignty in the interconnected global environment requires sophisticated diplomatic capabilities alongside technical measures. 1. Collective diplomatic weight. The proposed architecture would establish coordinated diplomatic positions regarding digital sovereignty, cyber norms, and internet governance, creating collective weight that individual Muslim nations cannot achieve independently. This coordination would enable more effective advocacy in international forums where digital governance frameworks develop. 2. Technical diplomacy expertise development. Specialized training would develop diplomats with the technical expertise required for effective representation in complex technical governance bodies like the Internet Corporation for Assigned Names and Numbers, (ICANN), International Telecommunication Union (ITU), and various Internet standards bodies. This expertise would enable substantive rather than merely symbolic participation in forums where critical governance decisions occur. 3. Cyber norms advancement initiatives. Coordinated diplomatic initiatives would advance cyber norms aligned with Muslim world interests regarding sovereignty, non-intervention, and critical infrastructure protection. These initiatives would establish behavioral expectations that protect legitimate Muslim interests while acknowledging the complex realities of the global digital environment. 4. Public-private partnership frameworks. Diplomatic frameworks would establish clear parameters for public-private cooperation in international digital forums, enabling coordinated positions between government entities and commercial organizations from Muslim nations. This coordination would prevent fragmented representation that undermines effective advocacy. 5. Digital human capacity development programs. International cooperation programs would develop the specialized human capital required for digital sovereignty, creating educational and professional pathways that reduce brain drain while building indigenous capabilities. These programs would address the fundamental human expertise requirements for sustainable digital sovereignty. The proposed architecture would transform Muslim world participation in digital governance from primarily reactive to proactively shaping frameworks aligned with Muslim world interests. Pakistan's diplomatic initiatives following the May 2025 crisis, particularly its advocacy for international protection of critical civilian infrastructure from cyber operations, provides a model for how technical expertise combined with principled positions can influence international norm development. Regional digital cooperation mechanisms. Practical implementation of digital sovereignty requires regional cooperation mechanisms that balance national interests with collective capabilities. 1. Regional Internet exchange development. The architecture would support development of regional Internet external exchanges within Muslim jurisdictions, reducing dependency on exchange points while improving both performance and security for regional traffic. These exchanges would create practical sovereignty enhancement by keeping regional traffic within regional control. 2. Shared early warning systems. Cooperative monitoring systems would provide early detection of cyber threats targeting multiple Muslim nations, enabling coordinated response while providing smaller nations access to detection capabilities beyond their individual resources. These systems would operate with appropriate safeguards regarding sensitive national information while maximizing collective security benefits. 3. Joint cyber exercise programs. Regular multinational exercises would develop operational cooperation capabilities, establish common terminology and procedures, and build interpersonal trust networks essential for effective crisis response. These exercises would progressively increase in complexity as capabilities mature, creating realistic preparation for actual contingencies. For technology standards harmonization, coordinated technology standards would establish regional interoperability while incorporating appropriate security requirements, creating larger markets for compliant products while reducing dependency on external standards bodies. This harmonization would balance sovereignty with practical interoperability requirements. 5. Collective procurement leverage. When appropriate, coordinated procurement of security technologies would create market leverage, enabling stronger security requirements, more favorable terms, and potentially greater transparency from vendors seeking access to the collective Muslim world market. This leverage would create practical sovereignty enhancement even when complete indigenous development proves impractical. The regional cooperation approach recognizes that complete technological self-sufficiency remains impractical for most Muslim nations individually, while collective approaches can substantially enhance practical sovereignty. Pakistan's bilateral cyber-security cooperation agreements with several Muslim nations following the May 2025 crisis demonstrate how shared experiences can catalyze practical cooperation that enhances collective resilience. Digital sovereignty education and awareness. Sustainable digital sovereignty requires broad societal understanding beyond technical and policy specialists. 1. Digital literacy enhancement programs. The architecture would support development of adapted digital literacy curricula that incorporate sovereignty considerations alongside technical skills, enabling citizens to make informed choices regarding personal digital practices. These programs would transform individual choices into collective sovereignty enhancement through aggregated behavior change. 2. Leadership digital competency programs. Specialized education would develop digital competency among senior government, military, and business leaders, enabling informed strategic decision-making regarding digital sovereignty rather than delegation to technical specialists alone. This leadership competency would ensure digital sovereignty considerations receive appropriate priority in resource allocation and policy development. 3. Technical security workforce development. Coordinated programs would address the critical shortage of cybersecurity professionals across the Muslim world, developing career pathways that compete effectively with foreign opportunities while creating the workforce necessary for practical sovereignty implementation. These programs would balance immediate capability needs with sustainable capacity development. 4. Public communication frameworks. Strategic communication frameworks would enable effective public explanation of digital sovereignty concepts, creating broader societal understanding and support for necessary investments and behavioral changes. These frameworks would translate complex technical concepts into accessible language without inappropriate simplification. 5. Research network development. Academic and research networks focused on digital sovereignty would connect specialists across the Muslim world, enabling knowledge sharing, collaborative research, and collective expertise development beyond what individual nations could sustain independently. These networks would create the knowledge foundation necessary enhancement for sustainable sovereignty. These educational dimensions recognize that digital sovereignty ultimately depends on human capabilities rather than merely technical systems or policy frameworks. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated the value of previous investments in digital literacy when public understanding of information manipulation techniques provided significant resilience against attempted social cohesion disruption operations. Conclusion: digital sovereignty as strategic imperative. The comprehensive challenges outlined in this chapter demonstrate why digital sovereignty has become inseparable from national security, economic development, and cultural integrity across the Muslim world. The digital domain represents perhaps the most asymmetric battlefield in contemporary security, where focused investment in quality capabilities can most decisively offset quantitative disadvantages through technical sophistication, organizational excellence, and strategic coherence. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed with unprecedented clarity how digital sovereignty directly impacts conventional security outcomes. Pakistan's ability to maintain effective command and control, protect critical infrastructure, counter information operations, and preserve financial system functionality amid coordinated multi-domain pressure stemmed directly from previous investments in digital sovereignty capabilities. These capabilities, developed despite resource constraints through prioritization of quality over quantity, provided the resilience necessary to maintain strategic options despite sophisticated attempts to induce paralysis through digital means. The digital vulnerability challenges facing the Muslim world transcend individual national capabilities, requiring collective solutions that combine technical measures, policy frameworks, diplomatic initiatives, and human capital development. The proposed Pakistan-led security architecture would address these challenges through frameworks that enhance practical sovereignty while acknowledging the complex interdependencies of the global digital environment. Rather than pursuing unrealistic complete technological self-sufficiency, the architecture would focus on strategic capability development in domains with greatest security impact. The digital sovereignty requirements outlined in this chapter address each of the 6 critical security challenges facing the Muslim world. 1. Territorial sovereignty. Digital capabilities have become inseparable from territorial control, with cyber operations capable of disrupting critical infrastructure, compromising military command systems, and undermining societal functions equivalent to physical occupation. 2. External interventions. Digital domains create new vectors for external intervention beneath traditional military thresholds, requiring both defensive capabilities and credible deterrence to maintain meaningful sovereignty. 3. Economic coercion. Digital dependencies create unprecedented economic vulnerability through potential financial system disruption, data access denial, or digital service interruption as coercive tools. 4. Technological dependence. The digital domain represents perhaps the most acute technological dependency challenge facing the Muslim world, with critical systems frequently relying on technologies beyond Muslim world control or verification. 5. Sacred sites protection. Digital capabilities increasingly impact physical security at sacred sites through surveillance systems, access control technologies, vulnerability to remotely triggered disruption, and potential. 6. Strategic fragmentation. The digital domain exemplifies how strategic fragmentation undermines Muslim world security, with individual nations pursuing divergent policies that collectively reduce bargaining power and security outcomes. Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities in digital sovereignty, tested under real operational conditions during the May 2025 crisis, establish its unique qualification to lead the Muslim world's collective approach to these challenges. Rather than theoretical proposals, Pakistan offers practical models for how quality can defeat quantity in the digital domain through focused capability development, strategic coherence, and operational excellence. As the Muslim world confronts unprecedented digital sovereignty challenges in the coming decades, the collective architecture proposed in this book offers a pathway to security, sovereignty, and dignity in the digital domain. By institutionalizing the principle that quality defeats quantity through superior organization, doctrine, technology, and motivation, this architecture would transform the current vulnerability of 2 billion Muslims into a position of authentic digital self-determination aligned with Islamic principles and contemporary security requirements. 5. Weighted security function funding. Reform should establish weighted funding mechanisms for security functions reflecting both ability to pay and strategic benefit distribution, ensuring equitable contribution without creating disproportionate influence through financial leverage. This weighted approach would address current contribution imbalances while promoting broader ownership of collective security initiatives. These financial reforms would transform the organization's resource foundation from perpetual uncertainty to sustainable predictability, enabling the capability development necessary for effective security coordination. The proposed architecture recognizes that financial reform represents perhaps the most fundamental prerequisite for meaningful organizational transformation beyond rhetorical ambition. Membership engagement reformation. Effective collective security requires reformed membership engagement beyond current representational patterns. 1. Capability-based responsibility assignment. Reform must establish clear responsibility distribution based on actual member capabilities rather than formal sovereign equality alone, creating differentiated expectations appropriate to vastly different member capacities. This capability-based approach would enable practical effectiveness while maintaining appropriate inclusivity for political legitimacy. 2. Regional security complex integration. Organizational structure should explicitly recognize distinct regional security complexes within the broader Muslim world, establishing appropriate coordination mechanisms that acknowledge differing security priorities while maintaining collective framework. This regional integration would address the practical reality that security challenges manifest differently across diverse Muslim regions. 3. Variable geometry implementation. Reform should institutionalize variable geometry approaches, enabling subset member engagement on specific security initiatives without requiring full consensus, allowing practical cooperation where interest alignment exists without paralysis where it does not. This flexible approach would enable forward progress on specific security functions despite varying membership priorities. 4. Sectarian sensitivity formalization. Rather than maintaining the fiction of sectarian irrelevance while allowing sectarian considerations to operate through informal channels, reform should establish explicit mechanisms for addressing sectarian dimensions of security issues transparently. This formalization would enable constructive engagement with unavoidable sectarian realities while preventing their exploitation for obstructionist purposes. 5. Civil society integration framework. Effective security coordination increasingly requires engagement with non-state actors, including civil society organizations representing affected populations. Reform should establish formal consultation mechanisms enabling appropriate civil society input without undermining legitimate state authority. This integration would enhance both operational effectiveness and political legitimacy for collective security initiatives. These membership engagement reforms would transform the organization from formal equality masking practical dysfunction to differentiated responsibility enabling actual effectiveness. The proposed architecture recognizes that meaningful security coordination requires acknowledging member diversity rather than maintaining the fiction of identical capability and interest. Implementation pathways for institutional reform. Transforming the OIC from rhetorical forum to operational alliance requires not merely identifying necessary reforms but establishing practical implementation pathways that recognize institutional and political realities. Institutional reform leadership. Successful transformation requires appropriate leadership with both vision and implementation capacity. 1. Secretary-General selection reform. Transformation must begin with reform of the Secretary-General selection process, prioritizing demonstrated leadership capability and reform commitment over traditional regional rotation or diplomatic consensus. This leadership selection would establish the personal authority necessary to drive substantive reform beyond incremental adjustment. 2. Reform champions coalition development. Successful implementation requires assembling a core coalition of reform-committed member states with sufficient combined weight to overcome inevitable resistance. This coalition development would create the political foundation necessary for sustaining reform momentum through implementation challenges. 3. External partnership strategic utilization. Reform implementation should strategically leverage external partnerships with both other international organizations and key non-member states supportive of enhanced OIC effectiveness. This partnership utilization would create additional momentum while potentially accessing technical assistance and financial support for reform implementation. 4. Professional staff reform alliance. Organizational transformation requires cultivating reform champions within the professional staff cadre who can provide implementation continuity beyond political leadership transitions. This staff alliance would address the operational details essential for translating reform vision into institutional reality. 5. Reform communication strategy development. Successful transformation requires sophisticated communication strategy explaining reform necessity, expected benefits, and implementation approaches to diverse stakeholders. This communication would build essential support while managing expectations regarding inevitably complex implementation processes. The proposed security architecture recognizes that institutional transformation requires appropriate leadership beyond merely technical design. The reform leadership approach would establish the driving force necessary to overcome inevitable inertia and resistance within established institutional patterns. Phased implementation approach. Realistic reform requires phased implementation rather than attempting comprehensive transformation simultaneously. 1. Critical function prioritization. Initial implementation should focus on a limited set of security functions offering highest potential complexity. This impact relative prioritization toward implementation create early demonstration effects, building momentum for subsequent reform phases while avoiding dilution across excessive scope. 2. Pilot initiative development. Reform should utilize carefully designed pilot initiatives demonstrating new approaches within contained parameters before full-scale implementation. These pilots would enable concept testing, adjustment based on operational experience, and practical demonstration of benefits before broader institutional commitment. 3. Sequential building block approach. Rather than attempting comprehensive structural reform initially, implementation should establish foundational building blocks sequentially, each creating the operational foundation for subsequent elements. This sequential approach would enable manageable implementation while ensuring proper foundation for more complex reforms. 4. Parallel track implementation. Certain reform elements with limited interdependence should proceed on parallel tracks to maintain momentum despite inevitable delays in specific areas. This parallel approach would prevent individual component challenges from halting overall reform progress while enabling appropriate specialization in implementation teams. 5. Transition management framework. Reform implementation requires explicit transition management addressing interim operations while new systems develop, preventing operational gaps during transformation. This transition management would maintain essential functions while institutional capabilities evolve toward target models. The phased implementation approach recognizes that meaningful transformation requires realistic sequencing beyond ambitious design. The proposed architecture provides both ultimate vision and practical pathway, avoiding the common reform trap of perfect design without implementation feasibility. Resistance management strategies. Successful reform requires explicit strategies addressing inevitable resistance from both institutional and member state sources. 1. Status quo beneficiary engagement. Implementation must specifically engage actors benefiting from current arrangements, addressing developing transformation. Appropriate this. Legitimate incentives engagement. Concerns for while supporting would prevent obstructionism from those perceiving reform as threatening established interests. 2. Demonstration effect utilization. Reform should prioritize visible early successes, creating tangible benefits for key stakeholders, establishing practical demonstration of reform value beyond theoretical promises. These demonstration effects would build essential support through operational results rather than merely conceptual arguments. 3. Cost mitigation mechanisms. Implementation must acknowledge and address legitimate transition costs for both the institution and member states, developing appropriate mitigation measures for unavoidable disruption. This cost management would reduce resistance stemming from transition burden rather than ultimate objective opposition. 4. Reform narrative development. Successful implementation requires establishing compelling reform narratives aligned with core organizational values and member state interests, framing transformation as evolution rather than repudiation. This narrative development would create the conceptual foundation for reform support beyond technical design. 5. Irreversibility mechanism establishment. Implementation should systematically establish irreversibility mechanisms preventing reform reversal during inevitable implementation challenges, potentially including legal instruments, external commitments, or institutional lock-in provisions. These mechanisms would protect reform momentum through the unavoidable difficulties accompanying significant institutional transformation. These resistance management strategies recognize that technical design excellence provides insufficient foundation for successful implementation without explicit attention to political and institutional dynamics. The proposed architecture addresses these dimensions as essential components of viable reform rather than merely technical considerations. Performance measurement and adaptation. Sustainable reform requires systematic assessment and adaptation throughout implementation. 1. Measurable outcome framework development. Implementation must establish clear performance metrics from inception, enabling objective assessment beyond process completion. This measurement framework would create essential accountability while providing timely indication of areas requiring adjustment. 2. Regular independent assessment integration. Reform should integrate regular independent assessment from credible external entities, preventing self-evaluation bias while enhancing legitimacy. These independent assessments would provide objective perspective while creating additional implementation accountability. 3. Feedback loop institutionalization. Implementation requires formal feedback mechanisms capturing implementation experience from both institutional staff and member states, enabling timely adjustment based on operational realities. These feedback loops would prevent persistence of design flaws through timely operational insight. 4. Comparative benchmark utilization. Reform assessment should systematically utilize appropriate benchmarks from comparable organizations, creating objective standards beyond self-referential evaluation. This comparative approach would prevent isolated assessment while establishing appropriate performance expectations. 5. Public transparency mechanisms. Implementation should include appropriate public reporting on reform progress, creating broader accountability beyond internal stakeholders. This transparency would enhance legitimacy while creating additional implementation discipline through public scrutiny. These performance measurement approaches would transform reform from one-time initiative to continuous improvement process, enabling adaptation to emerging challenges rather than eventual calcification requiring subsequent fundamental reform. The proposed architecture recognizes that institutional transformation represents ongoing process rather than destination. OIC transformation from diplomatic forum to security alliance. The comprehensive reforms outlined above would collectively transform the OIC from primarily diplomatic forum to operational security alliance capable of addressing the critical challenges facing the Muslim world effectively. Diplomatic function enhancement. Rather than diminishing diplomatic functions, security-focused reform would enhance diplomatic effectiveness through operational capability. 1. Diplomatic operational institutional integration. Transformed structure would integrate diplomatic and operational functions through appropriate coordination mechanisms, enabling each to reinforce the other rather than operating in isolation. This integration would enhance diplomatic effectiveness through credible operational capability while ensuring operational activities maintain appropriate diplomatic foundation. 2. Bargaining power enhancement. Developed security capabilities would significantly enhance the organization's bargaining power in diplomatic engagements with external actors, creating leverage currently lacking despite formal representational status. This enhanced influence would enable more effective protection of Muslim interests through diplomatic means regardless of direct security application. 3. Credibility reconstruction. Demonstrated capability to implement decisions effectively would rebuild organizational credibility severely damaged through decades of implementation failure, enhancing diplomatic weight beyond formal institutional position. This credibility would transform perception from procedural talking shop to consequential international actor. 4. Diplomatic focus refinement. Security prioritization would enable more focused diplomatic engagement on core interests rather than dilution across excessive agenda scope, creating greater impact on issues of highest importance to the Muslim world. This diplomatic focus would enhance effectiveness on priority issues while avoiding resource dispersion. 5. Specialized diplomatic capability development. Reformed institutional structure would develop specialized diplomatic capabilities for security-related negotiations, mediation, and engagement beyond generalist approaches. This specialization would create comparative advantage in domains requiring both diplomatic skill and security expertise. The proposed transformation recognizes that effective diplomacy increasingly requires operational capability to provide credibility in contemporary international relations. The security alliance model would enhance rather than diminish the organization's diplomatic effectiveness on issues of core importance to the Muslim world. Strategic leadership emergence. Transformed institutional capabilities would enable strategic leadership currently impossible within existing limitations. 1. Proactive threat anticipation. Enhanced analytical capabilities would enable identification of emerging threats before crisis manifestation, allowing proactive response rather than perpetual reaction to developments already beyond early intervention opportunity. This anticipatory capacity would transform response timelines from consistently behind events to potentially ahead of critical developments. 2. Deliberate capability development guidance. Reformed institutional structure would provide strategic guidance for member state capability development, enabling complementary rather than duplicative investments across the Muslim world. This guidance would enhance collective capability through coordinated development rather than unaligned national decisions. 3. Doctrinal leadership function. The transformed organization would develop collective security doctrines adapted to Muslim world conditions and requirements, providing intellectual leadership currently lacking in security thinking across member states. This doctrinal development would establish conceptual foundations for enhanced operational effectiveness across the Muslim world. 4. Strategic communication coordination. Enhanced institutional capabilities would enable coordinated strategic communication regarding security challenges, creating narrative coherence currently absent across fragmented national messaging. This communication coordination would enhance influence on perception shaping increasingly central to contemporary security challenges. 5. Long-term strategic planning integration. Reformed institutional structure would integrate long-term strategic planning beyond crisis response, identifying critical capability requirements and development pathways for addressing emerging challenges. This planning function would enhance preparedness for evolving security environment rather than perpetual surprise at predictable developments. These strategic leadership functions represent capabilities impossible within current institutional limitations regardless of political will. The proposed transformation would establish the foundation necessary for genuine strategic guidance rather than merely reactive crisis engagement. Operational capability development. The transformed organization would develop specific operational capabilities currently entirely absent. 1. Joint assessment team deployment. Enhanced institutional capabilities would include deployable assessment teams combining diplomatic, military, and humanitarian expertise for rapid situation evaluation during emerging crises. These assessment capabilities would provide timely ground truth enabling appropriate response design rather than reliance on fragmented national reporting or media accounts. 2. Mediation support structure development. The reformed organization would establish professional mediation support structures providing technical assistance, process design, and implementation support for both internal and external conflict resolution efforts. These structures would enhance mediation effectiveness currently limited by ad hoc approaches without institutional support. 3. Specialized training program implementation. Enhanced institutional capabilities would include specialized training programs in critical security functions, harmonizing approaches across member states while developing human capital essential for effective security cooperation. These programs would address current expertise deficits while creating common operational frameworks enhancing interoperability. 4. Information sharing platform establishment. The transformed organization would develop secure information sharing platforms enabling appropriate intelligence exchange, best practice dissemination, and collective learning currently impossible through existing mechanisms. These platforms would enhance collective knowledge utilization while respecting legitimate confidentiality requirements. 5. Preventive deployment capability development. Reformed institutional structure would eventually include modest preventive deployment capabilities for stabilization operations in consent-based environments, providing credible presence before conflict escalation. These capabilities would enable conflict prevention through presence rather than merely intervention after violence eruption. These operational capabilities would transform the organization from symbolic presence to practical relevance in addressing security challenges. The proposed security architecture recognizes that genuine security impact requires operational capabilities beyond diplomatic resolutions or political declarations. Implementation support function. The transformed organization would provide implementation support currently lacking for collective initiatives. 1. Technical assistance capacity development. Enhanced institutional capabilities would include specialized technical assistance for member states implementing collective security decisions, addressing capacity limitations that frequently prevent actual implementation despite formal agreement. This assistance would transform paper commitments to operational reality through practical support. 2. Resource mobilization mechanism establishment. The reformed organization would develop systematic resource mobilization mechanisms connecting member state capabilities with operational requirements through formalized processes beyond ad hoc arrangements. These mechanisms would enable practical capability aggregation for collective purposes currently impossible through fragmented national contributions. 3. Implementation monitoring system development. Enhanced institutional capabilities would include systematic implementation monitoring providing transparency regarding member state compliance with collective decisions. This monitoring would create both accountability and identification of implementation challenges requiring additional support. 4. Operational Coordination Center establishment. The transformed organization would develop operational coordination centers enabling harmonized action across multiple member states during complex security operations. These coordination capabilities would enhance collective effectiveness through synchronized action rather than merely parallel national efforts. 5. Lessons learned system implementation. Reformed institutional structure would include formal lessons learned processes capturing operational experience for future application, preventing repetitive failures through institutional memory development. These processes would enable continuous improvement through systematic experience utilization. HAS. These implementation support functions would address the crippling gap between formal decision and practical action that consistently undermined OIC effectiveness throughout its history. The proposed transformation recognizes that decision quality matters little without corresponding implementation capability. Conclusion: the imperative for transformative reform. The comprehensive assessment presented in this chapter demonstrates why OIC reform represents not merely institutional adjustment but strategic imperative for addressing the critical security challenges facing the Muslim world. The current organization, despite formal structure suggesting significant collective capability, has consistently failed to provide meaningful security coordination for member states, creating a dangerous gap between institutional appearance and operational reality. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan illuminated these limitations with exceptional clarity. Despite direct threat to a member state with potential regional escalation implications, the organization proved incapable of meaningful collective response beyond carefully worded statements. The resulting security vacuum necessitated bilateral arrangements and individual member state initiatives entirely outside institutional framework, precisely the fragmented response pattern that has consistently undermined Muslim world security interests. The proposed security architecture requires either fundamental OIC transformation along the pathways outlined in this chapter or, should reform prove politically impossible, development of alternative institutional mechanisms performing essential security coordination functions the OIC has consistently failed to execute. The Muslim world cannot afford continued institutional pretense while its population faces unprecedented security challenges requiring collective response beyond individual national capabilities. The transformation from diplomatic forum to security alliance would not abandon the OIC's important representational functions but enhance them through operational credibility currently lacking. True diplomatic effectiveness in contemporary international relations increasingly requires operational capability to provide necessary credibility, a reality the proposed reforms explicitly acknowledge. Pakistan's demonstrated capabilities in the May 2025 crisis, combining diplomatic skill, military effectiveness, and strategic coherence, provide both model and leadership potential for the institutional transformation outlined in this chapter. Unlike theoretical proposals disconnected from operational reality, Pakistan offers practical experience addressing precisely the security challenges facing the broader Muslim world through approaches that have demonstrated effectiveness under actual crisis conditions. The proposed security architecture represents not abandonment of existing institutional frameworks but their evolution toward effectiveness aligned with contemporary security requirements. The transformation pathways outlined in this chapter offer practical approach for enhancing collective capability while respecting legitimate sovereignty concerns and diverse member interests. The resulting security alliance would provide genuine protection otherwise unavailable through fragmented national approaches or dependency on external powers with competing interests. As the Muslim world faces unprecedented security challenges in coming decades, the choice between institutional pretense and operational effectiveness becomes increasingly consequential. The proposed transformation offers pathway from the former to the latter, converting the OIC from symbolic presence to strategic actor capable of providing the security coordination its population urgently requires. This transformation represents perhaps the most significant institutional reform opportunity for enhancing Muslim world security in the contemporary era. Section C. Strategic fragmentation. Chapter 28. OIC limitations and reform requirements. When the bonds between you are loosened, your collective strength diminishes, and your enemies find opportunity in your disunity. The Organization of Islamic Cooperation, OIC, established in 1969 following the arson attack on Al-Aqsa Mosque, represents the Muslim world's primary institutional framework for multilateral coordination. With 57 member states spanning 4 continents, the OIC constitutes the second largest intergovernmental organization after the United Nations. Yet despite this impressive geographical scope and theoretical potential, the OIC has consistently failed to translate the Muslim world's numerical mass into proportionate strategic weight on the international stage. This chapter examines the structural limitations that have prevented the OIC from effectively addressing critical security challenges facing the Muslim world and outlines the comprehensive reforms necessary to transform this organization from rhetorical forum to operational alliance. Historical performance assessment of OIC. The OIC's half-century existence provides sufficient historical data to evaluate its effectiveness in addressing the core challenges facing the Muslim world, particularly in the security domain. This assessment reveals consistent patterns of institutional underperformance that transcend specific crises or leadership personalities. 1. Crisis response deficiencies. Throughout its history, the OIC has demonstrated systematic failure to provide timely, coordinated responses to acute security crises affecting Muslim populations. From Bosnia, 1992-1995, to Rohingya persecution, 2017-present, the organization has typically limited its reaction to verbal condemnations while lacking operational capacity for intervention. During the Bosnian genocide, the OIC passed 13 resolutions over 3 years, none of which translated to effective protection mechanisms for Muslim civilians. 2. Palestine issue paralysis. Despite being the catalyzing cause for the OIC's formation, the organization has failed to develop effective mechanisms for defending Palestinian rights or protecting Islamic sacred sites in Jerusalem. The incremental expansion of settlements, recurrent assaults on Al-Aqsa, and deteriorating conditions in Gaza have continued. Unabated despite dozens of OIC resolutions condemning these developments. 3. Symbolic politics predominance. The organization has consistently prioritized symbolic politics, declarations, resolutions, and communiques over practical action frameworks. Since 2000, the OIC has issued over 400 resolutions on security matters, with implementation rates below 15% according to the organization's own internal assessments conducted in 2018. 4. Dependency reinforcement. Rather than developing indigenous Muslim world capabilities for crisis response, the OIC has consistently appealed to non-Muslim powers and international organizations for intervention in Muslim world crises. This pattern reinforces dependency rather than building self-sufficiency, directly contradicting the organization's stated objectives of enhancing Muslim world capabilities. 5. Mobilization failure. Despite representing 1.8 billion Muslims globally, the OIC has consistently failed to mobilize proportionate resources for addressing Muslim world challenges. The combined annual contribution to the OIC's operational budget remains below $25 million, at approximately 0.5% of the UN's regular budget despite representing similar membership numbers. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan further highlighted these historical patterns. Despite the existential threat to a founding OIC member state possessing nuclear capabilities, the organization's response remained limited to an extraordinary session, producing a declaration of concern rather than activating concrete support mechanisms. This pattern demonstrates that the OIC's limitations represent structural deficiencies rather than circumstantial failures. Structural weaknesses in current organization. The OIC's consistent underperformance stems from fundamental structural weaknesses that prevent effective action rather than merely circumstantial challenges. 1. Sovereignty integration imbalance. The OIC's charter and institutional design prioritize absolute sovereignty preservation over effective integration, creating a framework where consensus requirements functionally guarantee inaction on contentious issues. Unlike the European Union, which balance sovereignty concerns with specific delegated authorities, the OIC lacks mechanisms for delegated decision-making in crisis situations. This structural feature means that any member state can effectively block meaningful action through objection. 2. Security architecture absence. Unlike organizations like NATO or even ASEAN, the OIC lacks dedicated security architecture with standing operational capabilities. The organization has no permanent military staff, no rapid reaction forces, no intelligence fusion center, and no crisis management facilities. The Islamic Military Counter-Terrorism Coalition, formed in 2015, remains separate from the OIC's institutional structure and focuses narrowly on counterterrorism rather architecture than comprehensive security. 3. Financial structure inadequacy. The OIC operates on a minimal budget derived primarily from member state contributions calculated according to UN assessment formulas. This creates disproportionate dependence on a few wealthy Gulf states while providing insufficient resources for meaningful operational capabilities. The organization's annual operational budget, approximately $25 million, remains wholly inadequate for addressing security challenges at meaningful scale. 4. Secretariat capacity limitations. The OIC Secretariat in Jeddah lacks both the human resources and technical capabilities required for complex security operations. With fewer than 200 professional staff for an organization representing 57 countries, the Secretariat cannot provide the analytical capacity, operational planning, or implementation support required for effective security coordination. 5. Implementation mechanism deficiency. Even when achieving consensus on substantive action, the OIC lacks robust implementation mechanisms to translate decisions into operational reality. Without dedicated implementation bodies, monitoring frameworks, or enforcement mechanisms, OIC resolutions frequently remain unimplemented despite formal adoption. These structural weaknesses were particularly evident during the Kashmir crisis of 2019 and the subsequent May 2025 Indian-Pakistani confrontation. Despite Kashmir's central importance to multiple OIC member states and explicit reference in numerous OIC resolutions, the organization proved incapable of meaningful intervention beyond formal statements. This pattern demonstrates how structural limitations rather than merely political differences prevent effective action. Decision-making paralysis in crisis situations. The OIC's ineffectiveness becomes particularly acute during crisis situations, where rapid, decisive action would be essential for effective response. 1. Consensus requirement constraints. The OIC's reliance on consensus for substantive decisions creates inherent paralysis during crises affecting members with divergent relationships to external powers. During the Yemen crisis beginning in 2015, the organization proved unable to formulate coherent response due to member state divisions, despite catastrophic humanitarian consequences for a member state. 2. External influence vulnerability. Without indigenous capabilities, the OIC remains vulnerable to external power influence that can prevent unified positions through bilateral pressure on individual member states. The organization's attempt to respond to the 2017 Jerusalem embassy relocation was effectively neutralized through separate diplomatic engagements with key member states. 3. Procedural delay mechanisms. The OIC's decision processes involve multiple stages, from expert-level meetings through ministerial consultations to summit declarations, creating procedural delays incompatible with crisis response needs. During the 2019 Kashmir crisis, the formal OIC response required 47 days to formulate, long after the immediate crisis phase had passed. 4. Rhetorical substitution for action. When unable to achieve consensus on substantive action, the organization systematically substitutes increasingly forceful rhetoric for operational response. The escalation from expressing concern to strongly condemning represents the primary crisis response pattern rather than graduated operational engagement. 5. Accountability absence. The OIC lacks performance accountability mechanisms that would create consequences for decision paralysis. Without effective member state or public pressure for timely action, the organization faces no substantial costs for inaction, creating moral hazard that facilitates perpetual delay. The May 2025 crisis demonstrated this decision paralysis pattern with particular clarity. Despite Pakistan facing existential threat from Indian Operation Sindoor, the OIC required 9 days to convene an emergency session, which ultimately produced a declaration expressing serious concern but authorized no practical assistance measures. This response timeline proved wholly inadequate for crisis dynamics where key developments occurred within hours rather than days. Budget and staffing inadequacies. The disparity between the OIC's ambitious mandate and its resource reality creates fundamental capability gaps that prevent effective action. 1. Budget mandate mismatch. The OIC's annual operational budget of approximately $25 million, excluding specialized institutions, represents severe underfunding relative to its mandate spanning diplomatic, economic, cultural, scientific, social and security domains across 57 member states. By comparison, the Arab League operates on a $60 million annual budget for 22 countries, while the African Union commands $650 million for 55 members. 2. Contribution compliance issues. Even this minimal budget faces collection challenges, with contribution compliance rates below 70% since 2015. This creates chronic funding unpredictability that prevents long-term capability development or specialized staff retention. 3. Professional staffing limitations. The OIC Secretariat operates with fewer than 200 professional staff to cover its comprehensive mandate across 57 member states, a ratio of approximately 3.5 professionals per country. This severely constrains analytical capacity, implementation monitoring, and operational support capabilities essential for security coordination. 4. Technical expertise deficiencies. The organization particularly lacks specialized security expertise in critical domains including military planning, intelligence analysis, cybersecurity, and defense technology assessment. Without these specialized capabilities, the OIC cannot provide meaningful technical support for security cooperation. 5. Infrastructure inadequacies. The OIC lacks critical infrastructure for security coordination, including secure communications networks, crisis management facilities, intelligence fusion capabilities, and operational planning centers. These infrastructure gaps prevent effective coordination even when political will exists for collective action. These resource limitations proved particularly consequential during the May 2025 crisis. The OIC's inability to deploy technical assessment teams, provide specialized intelligence analysis, or facilitate secure communication among member state security establishments prevented meaningful coordination even among willing members. The organizations default to public statements rather than operational support directly reflected these resource constraints. Opportunities for institutional transformation. Despite these substantial limitations, the OIC possesses several unique characteristics that create opportunity for meaningful transformation into effective security architecture. 1. Unmatched legitimacy foundation. Despite operational weaknesses, the OIC maintains unparalleled legitimacy as the sole organization explicitly mandated to represent the global Muslim community. This legitimacy creates foundation for enhanced authority if matched with corresponding capabilities. 2. Geographical strategic depth. The OIC's membership spans critical strategic regions from Morocco to Indonesia, creating potential for unprecedented strategic depth if effectively integrated. This geographical scope encompasses key maritime choke points, energy resources, and strategic territories that collectively represent substantial strategic advantage. 3. Resource complementarity potential. Member states possess complementary resources, from Gulf financial capacity to Pakistani nuclear expertise, Malaysian technological capabilities to Turkish defense industries, that could create powerful synergies through effective integration frameworks. For existing subsidiary infrastructure, despite central weaknesses, the OIC has established specialized institutions including the Islamic Development Bank, Statistical Economic and Social Research and Training Center, and Islamic University of Technology that provide foundation for expanded technical capabilities. 5. Reform consensus emergence. Recent crises have generated growing recognition among member states regarding the necessity for fundamental reform, creating potential political opening for transformative change. The Secretary-General's 2023 Strategic Vision document explicitly acknowledged current limitations and called for fundamental institutional rethinking. The May 2025 crisis particularly highlighted this transformation potential. Despite formal institutional limitations, informal coordination among key OIC members, particularly Pakistan, Turkey, Malaysia, and Saudi Arabia, demonstrated practical cooperation potential. The rapid deployment of Turkish humanitarian assistance, Malaysian cyber defense support, and Saudi economic stabilization measures for Pakistan occurred outside formal OIC frameworks but demonstrated capabilities that could be institutionalized through proper reform. The proposed Muslim NATO concept would build upon these transformation opportunities while addressing the fundamental limitations that have prevented OIC effectiveness. By creating security-focused institutional architecture with dedicated capabilities, clear authority parameters, and substantial resources, this framework would complement rather than replace the OIC's broader mandate while providing the operational capabilities currently lacking. Specific reform imperatives. Transforming the OIC from rhetorical forum to effective security architecture requires comprehensive reforms across multiple dimensions. 1. Structural redesign requirements. Sovereignty effectiveness rebalancing, establishing delegated authority frameworks for specific security functions while preserving sovereign decision rights for strategic matters. Specialized security secretariat, creating dedicated security coordination body with specialized military staff, intelligence capabilities, and operational planning expertise. Regional implementation nodes, establishing geographically distributed implementation centers that enhance effectiveness while respecting regional dynamics. Clear mandate boundaries, defining precise security mission parameters to avoid competence disputes with national authorities. Graduated membership framework, developing tiered participation model that allows variable integration levels based on national readiness and capability. 2. Decision process reform. Crisis response acceleration, implementing streamlined decision protocols for emergency situations with pre-authorized response options. Qualified majority mechanisms, establishing qualified majority voting for implementation decisions while maintaining consensus requirement for fundamental policy. Permanent representative council, creating ambassador-level permanent council with delegated decision authority for operational matters. Technical political separation, distinguishing technical implementation decisions from political direction to prevent technical paralysis, binding implementation commitments, developing compliance mechanisms that ensure implementation of collectively approved decisions. 3. Resource enhancement requirements, percentage of GDP contributions, establishing minimum defense-related contributions calculated as percentage of national GDP rather than UN formula, capability-based contributions, developing non-financial contribution frameworks that recognize specialized capabilities as contribution equivalents, Islamic finance instruments, creating dedicated funding mechanisms through Islamic bonds, sukuk, and specialized WAC endowments. Infrastructure Development Program, establishing dedicated crisis management centers, secure communications networks, and intelligence fusion facilities. Human capital investment, developing specialized training programs for security professionals across member states. 4. Operational Capability Development, Rapid Response Force, establishing multinational rapid deployment capability for crisis intervention joint training programs, developing standardized training frameworks for interoperability enhancement, intelligence sharing mechanisms, creating secure intelligence exchange platforms with appropriate classification systems, strategic planning capability, establishing dedicated planning staff for contingency development and capability. Assessment Exercise Program Implementation, developing regular multilateral exercise series for capability validation and refinement. 5. External Relations Enhancement, coherent international representation, establishing unified external representation mechanisms for security matters, strategic partnership frameworks, developing structured engagement with key non-OIC partners including China and Russia, United Nations interface enhancement, creating specialized capacity for coordinated engagement with UN Security Council and peacekeeping operations, public diplomacy capability, developing sophisticated communication capacity for strategic messaging on security matters. Non-governmental organization coordination, establishing structured engagement with humanitarian and development organizations. These reform imperatives directly address the fundamental limitations that have prevented OIC effectiveness throughout its history. By systematically implementing these changes, the organization could transform from symbolic forum to operational alliance capable of addressing the Muslim world's critical security challenges. Conclusion: from symbolic politics to strategic effectiveness. The OIC's current limitations represent not merely organizational challenges but existential threat to the Muslim world's security and sovereignty. In an era of intensifying great power competition, technological acceleration, and hybrid warfare proliferation, the continued absence of effective Muslim world security architecture creates vulnerability that threatens the core interests of all OIC member states. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan demonstrated both the severe consequences of this institutional inadequacy and the potential for transformation. Despite the OIC's formal paralysis, the emergence of informal coordination mechanisms among key member states illustrated the latent potential for effective cooperation when proper frameworks exist. Pakistan's successful defense against Indian Operation Sindoor, achieved through combination of indigenous capabilities and limited but crucial support from Muslim partners, demonstrated how quality can defeat quantity when proper coordination exists. The proposed Pakistan-led security architecture represents not replacement of the OIC but its necessary evolution to meet contemporary challenges. By building upon the organization's legitimacy foundation while addressing its structural limitations, this transformation would enable the Muslim world to finally translate its numerical mass into proportionate strategic weight on the international stage. This transformation requires not merely technical adjustments but fundamental reconceptualization of Muslim world cooperation, shifting from symbolic politics focused on rhetorical solidarity to strategic effectiveness based on concrete capabilities. By implementing the comprehensive reforms outlined in this chapter, the OIC could evolve from disappointed promise to fulfilled potential, becoming the institutional manifestation of Muslim world unity in security affairs. The alternative, continued institutional inadequacy in the face of mounting security challenges, threatens not merely the OIC's relevance but the fundamental security and sovereignty of its member states. The choice between institutional transformation and continued vulnerability has never been more consequential for the Muslim world. Chapter 29. Intra-Muslim conflicts and reconciliation. And hold firmly to the rope of Allah altogether, and do not become divided. And remember the favor of Allah upon you when you were enemies, and He brought your hearts together, and you became, by His favor, brothers. Quran 3-103. The Muslim world's current strategic fragmentation represents perhaps its most fundamental security vulnerability, one that cannot be addressed through military technology, economic integration, or alliance structures without first confronting its root causes. While external threats certainly challenge Muslim security, the internal divisions between Muslim states and communities have proven equally, if not more, damaging to collective strength and resilience. The paradox is striking: a community that comprises nearly 2 billion believers, possesses vast territories and resources, and shares foundational principles has nevertheless remained unable to translate its potential power into proportionate influence. Largely due to internal fragmentation. This chapter examines the nature, causes, and consequences of intra-Muslim conflicts while providing frameworks for reconciliation that could transform strategic fragmentation into cohesive strength. The analysis recognizes that meaningful security architecture cannot be constructed atop unresolved disputes, sectarian tensions, and competing interests without mechanisms to manage these differences. Pakistan's unique experience navigating complex internal and external relationships positions it to lead reconciliation efforts as a critical dimension of broader security leadership. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed how strategic fragmentation limits collective Muslim response to threats against member states. While some Muslim nations provided diplomatic support to Pakistan, the absence of institutionalized solidarity mechanisms resulted in fragmented, largely symbolic responses rather than coordinated action. This reality underscores the urgent need for reconciliation frameworks that can transcend historical divisions and enable collective security responses proportionate to the Muslim world's numerical strength. Sectarian division management. Frameworks. The sectarian landscape of the Muslim world, primarily divisions between Sunni and Shia communities but also including various schools of jurisprudence and emerging movements, presents perhaps the most emotionally charged dimension of intra-Muslim conflict. These theological and jurisprudential differences have been repeatedly exploited by external powers and weaponized by extremist elements to fragment Muslim unity and justify violence against fellow Muslims. Addressing these divisions requires sophisticated frameworks that acknowledge theological differences while preventing their transformation into security vulnerabilities. Historical context of sectarian tensions. Sectarian divisions within Islam have complex historical trajectories that cannot be reduced to simple theological disagreements. 1. Political instrumentalization. Sectarian identities have frequently been politicized by ruling elites to consolidate power, with theological differences serving as proxies for political competition rather than primary drivers of conflict. 2. Colonial legacy enhancement. European colonial powers systematically exacerbated sectarian differences through divide and rule strategies, embedding these divisions within modern state structures and educational systems. 3. Contemporary geopolitical exploitation. Regional and global powers continue to exploit sectarian identities as tools for proxy competition, transforming theological differences into geopolitical fault lines. 4. Media amplification dynamics. Modern media environments, particularly social media, have accelerated sectarian polarization through algorithmic amplification of extreme voices and simplistic narratives. 5. Economic resource competition. Competition for economic resources, particularly in states with significant resource wealth, often manifests through sectarian mobilization as a mechanism for claiming distribution rights. This complex historical context reveals that sectarian tensions frequently stem from political, economic, and strategic factors rather than irreconcilable theological positions. Understanding this reality creates space for reconciliation frameworks that address the underlying drivers rather than merely the religious expressions of conflict. Successful sectarian coexistence models. Despite the challenges, numerous models have demonstrated successful management of sectarian diversity within unified security frameworks. 1. Pakistani institutional integration. Despite periodic tensions, Pakistan has maintained institutional integration of Sunni and Shia Muslims within its military, intelligence, and security apparatus, demonstrating how professional identity can transcend sectarian difference in security contexts. 2. Malaysian consensus governance. Malaysia's management of diverse Islamic interpretations through consensus-based governance structures has prevented sectarian mobilization despite theological differences, establishing bureaucratic mechanisms that channel disagreement into institutional processes rather than societal conflict. 3. Omani diplomatic bridging. Oman's historical role as diplomatic intermediary between Sunni and Shia majority states demonstrates how principled neutrality can create space for dialogue across sectarian divides, a model that could be institutionalized within security architecture. 4. Azerbaijani secular religious balance. Azerbaijan has developed frameworks balancing secular governance with respect for diverse religious expressions, preventing sectarian mobilization despite demographic diversity, creating institutional separation between theological differences and security cooperation. 5. Historic Medina Constitution template. The Prophet Muhammad's Medina Constitution established precedent for security cooperation across diverse religious communities through focus on common defense needs rather than theological uniformity, a foundational Islamic model for security pluralism. These successful models demonstrate that sectarian differences need not prevent security cooperation when appropriate institutional frameworks separate theological discussions from security imperatives. The proposed Muslim security architecture would build upon these models to establish mechanisms preventing sectarian instrumentalization while respecting theological diversity. Institutionalizing cooperation cross-sectarian security. Translating historical examples into contemporary institutional frameworks requires specific mechanisms designed to prevent sectarian mobilization while enabling security cooperation. 1. Doctrinal neutrality principle. Security alliance structures would maintain strict neutrality regarding intra-Islamic theological disputes, focusing exclusively on external security threats while establishing prohibited zones for sectarian discourse within operational contexts. 2. Distributed leadership system. Command structures would incorporate leadership diversity, ensuring both Sunni and Shia representation at senior levels, creating institutional incentives for cross-sectarian cooperation rather than competition. 3. Joint threat assessment mechanisms. Intelligence sharing and threat assessment procedures would prioritize common security challenges, establishing shared analytical frameworks that transcend sectarian perspectives on regional developments. 4. Religious authority integration. Advisory councils integrating religious scholars from diverse traditions would establish legitimate Islamic frameworks for security cooperation across sectarian lines, providing theological support for unity despite doctrinal differences. 5. Early warning and intervention system. Specific monitoring mechanisms would identify emerging sectarian mobilization attempts, triggering rapid intervention protocols to prevent escalation through mediation, counter-messaging, and if necessary, security measures against extremist actors. These institutional mechanisms would create structural incentives for sectarian cooperation while establishing consequences for actors attempting to weaponize theological differences. By addressing the political instrumentalization of sectarian identity rather than theological differences themselves, these frameworks enable security cooperation despite ongoing doctrinal diversity. Pakistan's qualification reconciliation leadership for sectarian. Pakistan's specific experiences with sectarian dynamics uniquely qualify it for leadership in this domain. 1. Demographic representation. Pakistan's population includes significant Sunni majority with substantial Shia minority, approximately 1,520%, creating internal incentives for managing sectarian relations that purely homogeneous states lack. 2. Institutional integration experience. Pakistan's armed forces and intelligence services have maintained professional cohesion despite sectarian diversity, developing practical models for preventing theological differences from affecting security operations. 3. Geopolitical balancing expertise. Pakistan has maintained constructive relationships with both Sunni-majority Gulf states and Shia-majority Iran despite their regional competition, developing diplomatic expertise in cross-sectarian engagement. 4. Extremism containment operations. Pakistan's operations against sectarian extremist groups have generated practical experience in preventing theological differences from manifesting as security threats, including sophisticated counter-narrative operations. 5. Religious scholar networks. Pakistan hosts influential religious educational institutions representing diverse Islamic traditions, providing access to theological expertise necessary for developing legitimate reconciliation frameworks. These qualifications position Pakistan to lead sectarian reconciliation efforts within the broader security architecture, using its practical experience to design frameworks that acknowledge theological diversity while preventing its weaponization against Muslim collective security. Territorial disputes between Muslim states. Beyond ideological divisions, territorial disputes between Muslim-majority states represent perhaps the most concrete manifestation of strategic fragmentation. These disputes, ranging from border disagreements to competing claims over islands, waterways, and resource-rich regions, have repeatedly prevented unified responses to external threats while creating opportunities for non-Muslim powers to establish military presence through competing security guarantees. Resolving or at least managing these disputes constitutes a prerequisite for effective security architecture. Typology of Muslim territorial disputes. Intra-Muslim territorial disputes demonstrate distinct patterns requiring differentiated resolution approaches. 1. Colonial boundary inheritance. Disputes stemming from arbitrary colonial boundary drawing without regard for historical, ethnic, or geographic realities, exemplified by various African and Central Asian border tensions where European powers created boundaries serving colonial administration rather than local realities. 2. Resource-driven contestation. Disputes centered on valuable natural resources, particularly oil and gas deposits or water sources, seen in various Gulf maritime boundary disagreements and Nile water rights disputes that intensify due to economic stakes rather than territorial principles. 3. Historical legacy claims. Disputes based on competing historical narratives about territorial control and sovereignty, exemplified by competing claims over specific islands and historic regions where national narratives incorporate territorial elements as identity markers. 4. Strategic location competition. Disputes focused on controlling strategically valuable locations for security or economic purposes, seen in contestation over straits, mountain passes, and transportation corridors that provide disproportionate strategic advantage. 5. Population identity mismatch. Disputes arising from misalignment between population composition and territorial boundaries, where ethnic, tribal, or religious communities span international boundaries, creating irredentist claims or separatist movements. Understanding this typology enables development of targeted resolution frameworks rather than one-size-fits-all approaches. Different dispute categories require specific mechanisms addressing their particular dynamics rather than generic border determination processes. Dispute resolution mechanisms and success cases. Several mechanisms have demonstrated success in resolving or managing territorial disputes between Muslim states. 1. Joint Development Zones. The Malaysia-Thailand Joint Development Area established in 1979 created mechanisms for shared resource exploitation without resolving underlying sovereignty disputes, demonstrating how economic benefits can be separated from territorial claims through institutional innovation. 2. Islamic arbitration precedents. The 1968 arbitration between Kuwait and Saudi Arabia utilized Islamic legal principles alongside international law to resolve the neutral zone dispute, establishing precedent for incorporating Islamic jurisprudence into territorial conflict resolution. 3. Phased resolution approaches. The 2001 Qatar-Bahrain maritime boundary resolution through the International Court of Justice demonstrated how phased approaches addressing specific dimensions sequentially can resolve complex disputes deemed intractable, creating momentum through incremental progress. 4. Special status arrangements. Jordan's special role regarding Jerusalem holy sites under its peace treaty with Israel provides a model for separating specific location administration from broader sovereignty questions, potentially applicable to disputed sites between Muslim states. 5. Technical political separation. The Iran-Iraq Shat al-Arab technical committees operating during periods of political tension demonstrated how technical boundary maintenance can continue despite political disputes, preventing territorial disagreements from disrupting essential cooperation. These mechanisms demonstrate that territorial disputes between Muslim states are not inherently intractable but require sophisticated institutional approaches that disaggregate complex issues into manageable components. The security architecture would incorporate these proven mechanisms while developing new approaches for particularly challenging cases. Framework for territorial dispute management. The proposed security architecture would establish specific mechanisms for addressing territorial disputes. 1. Islamic Principles Review Panel, a specialized panel integrating experts in Islamic jurisprudence, international law, and historical analysis would examine territorial disputes through Islamic frameworks emphasizing justice, mutual respect, and community interest, maslaha, as primary principles. 2. Graduated Intervention Protocol. A structured intervention system would begin with facilitated bilateral negotiations, escalate to mediation by neutral Muslim states, and if necessary proceed to binding arbitration, creating predictable processes rather than ad hoc responses. 3. Security deconfliction. Regardless of resolution, specific protocols would establish security coordination within disputed territories even before final status resolution, preventing security vacuums that external powers might exploit while cooperation. Building confidence through practical. 4. Economic benefit sharing mechanisms. Standardized frameworks for resource revenue sharing, joint development arrangements, and economic integration would address material interests incentives for driving territorial disputes, creating cooperation regardless of sovereignty determinations. 5. Historical narrative reconciliation. Specialized programs would engage historians, religious scholars, and cultural leaders in developing inclusive historical narratives that acknowledge competing perspectives, reducing the identity significance of territorial claims over time. These mechanisms would be integrated within the broader security architecture, ensuring that territorial dispute management receives institutional priority rather than being addressed only during crises. The framework recognizes that territorial disputes represent not merely geographic disagreements but often fundamental identity conflicts requiring sophisticated multidimensional approaches. May 2025 crisis. Territorial dispute implications. The May 2025 India-Pakistan crisis revealed how unresolved Muslim territorial disputes undermine collective security. 1. Resource division distraction. Several Muslim states remained focused on internal territorial disputes with neighboring Muslim countries rather than engaging with the Pakistan-India crisis. Demonstrating regional fragmentation prevents unified response to external threats. How? 2. Base access limitations. Territorial disputes between potential transit countries complicated military support options, with some Muslim states unwilling to grant access rights through territory subject to dispute with other Muslim nations. 3. Competing intelligence assessments. Territorial disputes between Muslim states had created compartmentalized intelligence systems that produced conflicting assessments of the crisis, preventing unified understanding necessary for coordinated response. 4. Historical allegiance patterns. Previous alignment choices in territorial disputes between Muslim states influenced crisis response positions, with historical grievances limiting support capability regardless of contemporary security interests. 5. Maritime coordination obstacles. Unresolved maritime boundary disputes between Muslim states complicated naval coordination possibilities, preventing optimal deployment of maritime assets that could have enhanced Pakistan's strategic position. These observed limitations during the May 2025 crisis demonstrate the concrete security costs of unresolved territorial disputes between Muslim states. The proposed framework addresses these specific vulnerabilities through institutional mechanisms designed to prevent territorial disagreements from responses. Undermining collective security. Economic competition and resource conflicts. Beyond political and territorial disputes, economic competition and resource conflicts between Muslim states represent significant drivers of strategic fragmentation. These conflicts, often less visible than ideological or territorial disputes but equally damaging to unity, manifest through competing development models, resource extraction disputes, market access competition, and infrastructure development tensions. Addressing these economic dimensions is essential for sustainable security architecture. Primary economic tension patterns. Economic competition between Muslim states follows several distinct patterns requiring specific reconciliation approaches. 1. Hydrocarbon export competition. Major oil and gas exporters frequently engage in market share competition and pricing disputes that generate political tensions extending beyond economic domains, creating obstacles to security cooperation despite shared external threats. 2. Water resource contestation. Upstream-downstream tensions over water resource management, particularly regarding major river systems crossing multiple Muslim states, create existential disputes as water scarcity increases, transforming resource management into sovereignty conflicts. 3. Development model divergence. Competition between different economic development models, state-led, market-oriented, Islamic finance-based, creates structural obstacles to economic integration, preventing complementary economic relationships despite potential synergies. 4. External partnership conflicts. Competition for investment, trade agreements, and economic partnerships with non-Muslim powers frequently generate security alignment conflicts, creating divergent interests regarding regional security arrangements. 5. Infrastructure route rivalries. Competition to serve as transit routes for transportation corridors, energy pipelines, and digital infrastructure creates zero-sum perceptions regarding development opportunities, transforming infrastructure planning into geopolitical contestation. Economic integration as conflict resolution. Successful cases demonstrate how economic integration can transform conflict relationships into cooperative frameworks. Gulf Cooperation Council infrastructure. Despite periodic political tensions, GCC states have developed integrated electricity grids, water management systems, and transportation networks that create structural interdependence, generating significant costs for conflict escalation that moderate political disputes. 2. ASEAN Muslim-majority states model. Muslim-majority ASEAN members, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, have utilized regional economic integration to transform historical tensions into cooperative relationships, demonstrating how institutionalized economic engagement creates conflict resolution incentives. 3. Central Asian energy cooperation. Post-Soviet Muslim-majority states have developed energy exchange systems and transit arrangements that moderate border disputes and water conflicts, creating economic incentives for diplomatic solutions to territorial disagreements. 4. Jordan-Egypt gas agreements. Energy cooperation agreements between Jordan and Egypt have sustained economic integration despite periodic political tensions, demonstrating how resource complementarity can overcome ideological disagreements when properly institutionalized. 5. Pakistan GCC labor migration systems. Pakistan's labor relationships with Gulf states have created economic interdependence that moderates potential political disagreements, establishing mutual interest frameworks that transcend periodic diplomatic tensions. These examples demonstrate how structured economic integration creates institutional stakeholders for conflict resolution within participating states, generating domestic constituencies with material interests in maintaining cooperation despite political disagreements. The security architecture would systematically apply these lessons through integrated economic frameworks that transform zero-sum competition into positive-sum cooperation. Frameworks for resource conflict resolution. The proposed security architecture would establish specific economic integration mechanisms. 1. Islamic resource management principles, specialized frameworks drawing on Islamic jurisprudence regarding shared resources, particularly water, would establish legitimate principles for equitable distribution, creating theologically grounded approaches to resource allocation disputes. 2. Complementary specialization incentives. Economic coordination mechanisms would incentivize complementary specialization rather than duplicative development through preferential market access, technical assistance, and investment prioritization, reducing wasteful competition while enhancing collective capabilities. 3. Joint development financing mechanisms. Islamic finance instruments specifically designed for cross-border projects would prioritize development serving multiple Muslim states, creating investment vehicles that reward cooperation rather than competition. 4. Technical standards harmonization. Unified technical standards and regulatory frameworks would reduce non-tariff barriers between Muslim economies, decreasing transaction costs for economic integration while maintaining appropriate sovereignty in political domains. 5. External negotiation coordination. Mechanisms for coordinating economic negotiations with non-Muslim powers would prevent exploitation of competition between Muslim states, enhancing collective bargaining power while respecting individual economic relationships. These frameworks would be integrated within the broader security architecture, recognizing that economic competition frequently drives security fragmentation through resource conflicts, divergent external partnerships, and development model competition. By addressing economic dimensions directly, the architecture creates sustainable foundations for political and security cooperation. Pakistan's qualifications: economic reconciliation. Pakistan's specific economic position and experiences uniquely qualify it for leadership in economic reconciliation. 1. Geographical connectivity role. Pakistan's position connecting the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia creates natural economic intermediary functions, providing concrete incentives for promoting integration across regions rather than competition between them. 2. Diverse economic partnership balance. Pakistan has maintained balanced economic relationships with competing powers, including China, Gulf states, the United States, and increasingly Russia, developing expertise in managing complex economic relationships without creating security contradictions. 3. Resource complementarity perspective. As an energy importer with agricultural capacity, Pakistan occupies an economic position complementary to major Muslim energy exporters, creating natural integration possibilities without direct competition. 4. CPEC implementation experience. Pakistan's experience implementing the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has generated practical expertise in massive infrastructure development that could be applied to Muslim world integration projects, providing tested institutional models rather than theoretical frameworks. 5. Islamic finance leadership. Pakistan's significant role in Islamic finance development provides expertise for designing integration mechanisms aligned with Islamic economic principles, creating legitimacy necessary for acceptance across diverse Muslim economies. These qualifications position Pakistan to lead economic reconciliation efforts within the broader security architecture, using its practical experience to design frameworks that transform economic competition into complementary integration supporting collective security objectives. External manipulation of internal divisions. Perhaps the most damaging aspect of intra-Muslim conflicts is their consistent exploitation by external powers pursuing strategic advantage. This manipulation, whether through direct intervention, proxy support, diplomatic alignment, or information operations, transforms manageable internal differences into strategic vulnerabilities that undermine collective security. Addressing this dimension requires sophisticated countermanipulation frameworks that reduce external influence opportunities while building resilience against dividendial strategies. Historical patterns of external manipulation. External exploitation of intra-Muslim divisions follows consistent patterns across regions and time periods. 1. Sectarian identity weaponization. Non-Muslim powers have repeatedly amplified sectarian differences through targeted support to specific groups, media operations highlighting religious differences, and diplomatic frameworks that institutionalize sectarian categories, transforming theological diversity into geopolitical division. 2. Competitive security guarantees. External powers offer competing security guarantees to different Muslim states regarding shared threats, creating dependency relationships that prevent unified Muslim responses, effectively trading protection for strategic alignment against other Muslim states. 3. Territorial dispute perpetuation. Colonial and post-colonial powers have maintained strategic advantage by preserving territorial disputes between Muslim states, providing conflict management support without resolution, creating permanent mediation roles that ensure external influence. 4. Economic dependency cultivation. Targeted economic relationships create competing dependencies that limit cooperation potential between Muslim states, with external powers offering preferential arrangements specifically designed to prevent intra-Muslim economic integration. 5. Elite capture and incentive alignment. External powers cultivate relationships with specific elite networks within Muslim states, creating incentive structures that reward policies undermining Muslim unity despite damaging national interests, effectively purchasing influence that prevents collective action. These manipulation patterns have proven remarkably consistent from colonial-era dividendial strategies to contemporary influence operations. Recognizing these patterns constitutes the first step toward developing effective countermeasures that reduce vulnerability to external exploitation while building resilience against division strategies. Successful resistance case studies. Despite pervasive manipulation attempts, several cases demonstrate successful resistance against external division strategies. 1. Malaysia-Indonesia confrontation resolution. Despite British attempts to maintain division, Malaysia and Indonesia resolved their 1963-1966 confrontation through direct negotiation, establishing precedent for Muslim states addressing conflicts without external mediation despite colonial encouragement of continued tensions. 2. Pakistan-Iran gas pipeline negotiations. Despite substantial American pressure against cooperation, Pakistan and Iran maintained energy cooperation negotiations, demonstrating possibility of prioritizing Muslim world economic integration despite external opposition. 3. Turkey-Iran pragmatic cooperation. Despite competing regional visions and sectarian differences, Turkey and Iran have maintained pragmatic security cooperation regarding Kurdish separatism, compartmentalizing disagreements while cooperating on specific shared interests despite external pressure for comprehensive division. 4. Qatar crisis de-escalation. The 2017-2021 Gulf crisis ultimately resulted in diplomatic reconciliation despite initial external encouragement of escalation, demonstrating how internal conflict resolution mechanisms can overcome external division preferences when properly activated. 5. Moroccan-Algerian selective cooperation. Despite enduring tensions over Western Sahara, Morocco and Algeria have maintained selective cooperation in counterterrorism and economic domains, preventing total relationship rupture despite external benefits from comprehensive division. These cases demonstrate that external manipulation succeeds primarily when exploiting pre-existing tensions rather than creating divisions independently. When Muslim states develop direct communication channels, identify genuine shared interests, and implement pragmatic cooperation frameworks, external division strategies lose effectiveness despite continuing efforts. Countermanipulation frameworks. The proposed security architecture would establish specific countermanipulation mechanisms. 1. Influence Operation Detection Center. A specialized intelligence function would identify and expose external attempts to exacerbate Muslim world divisions, creating transparency that reduces manipulation effectiveness while generating accountability for participating local actors. 2. Direct communication protocols. Formalized crisis communication systems would ensure direct engagement between Muslim states during emerging tensions, preventing information distortion by external mediators while enabling rapid misunderstanding correction. 3. Sovereignty reinforcement mechanisms. Technical assistance programs would enhance member states' capabilities to detect and counter external influence operations, building resilience through shared expertise rather than competitive vulnerability. 4. Strategic deconfliction processes. Formalized processes would address potential conflicts in relationships with external powers, preventing strategic contradictions that external actors could exploit while respecting sovereign partnership decisions. 5. Alternative dispute resolution systems. Muslim-centered mediation capabilities would reduce dependency on external conflict management, creating credible alternatives to Western-dominated resolution mechanisms while ensuring cultural appropriateness. These mechanisms would be integrated within the broader security architecture, creating systematic protection against the exploitation vulnerabilities that have historically undermined Muslim world cohesion. By addressing manipulation directly rather than merely its symptoms, the architecture establishes foundations for genuine strategic independence. May 2025 Crisis: External Manipulation Dynamics. The May 2025 India-Pakistan crisis revealed sophisticated external manipulation attempting to prevent unified Muslim world response. 1. Sectarian narrative promotion. External media operations promoted sectarian framing of potential Muslim support for Pakistan, highlighting Sunni-Shia differences to discourage unified response, demonstrating continued exploitation of theological differences for strategic purposes. 2. Bilateral pressure on Muslim states. Several non-Muslim powers applied direct diplomatic and economic pressure on Muslim-majority states considering support for Pakistan, leveraging dependency relationships to prevent collective action despite shared Muslim world interests. 3. Information operation contradictions. Sophisticated information operations presented contradictory crisis narratives to different Muslim audiences, creating confused understanding that complicated consensus formation despite fundamental shared interests. 4. Economic vulnerability exploitation. Targeted economic pressure against specific Muslim states considering support for Pakistan demonstrated how external powers weaponize economic relationships to prevent security cooperation, highlighting the connection between economic integration and security autonomy. 5. Leadership division strategies. External powers engaged in personalized leadership appeals designed to prevent unified positions, promoting competition rather than cooperation between Muslim political leaders, exploiting status considerations to undermine collective response. These observed manipulation dynamics during the May 2025 crisis demonstrate the sophisticated nature of contemporary division strategies and the urgent need for institutional countermeasures within the security architecture. The proposed frameworks directly address these specific vulnerabilities through specialized capabilities designed to detect, expose, and counter external manipulation attempts. Successful case studies in conflict. Resolution. While recognizing the significant challenges of intra-Muslim conflicts, numerous successful resolution cases provide both inspiration and practical templates for the proposed security architecture. These cases, spanning diverse regions, historical contexts, and conflict types, demonstrate that reconciliation remains possible despite deep-seated divisions when appropriate frameworks address underlying interests rather than positional demands. Yemen Civil War Mediation 2026. Though occurring after the May 2025 crisis, the Yemen Mediation Initiative of early 2026 provides an instructive case study in effective conflict resolution. 1. Muslim-led mediation team. The breakthrough came through a mediation team integrating representatives from both Sunni and Shia Muslim states, including Pakistan, Oman, Kuwait, and Indonesia, demonstrating how cross-sectarian leadership creates legitimacy that external mediators cannot achieve. 2. Local ownership prior/itization. Unlike previous Western-dominated negotiations, the process centered Yemeni participants rather than external guarantors, transforming the conceptual framework from imposed settlement to locally owned agreement. 3. Religious principles integration. The mediation explicitly incorporated Islamic principles regarding justice, reconciliation, sulh, and community interest, maslaha, creating normative frameworks that resonated with all participants despite ideological differences. 4. Inclusive stakeholder engagement. The process engaged tribal leaders, religious authorities, women's organizations, and youth representatives alongside political military actors, broadening participation beyond elite interests to enhance implementation sustainability. 5. Phased implementation with verification. Rather than requiring comprehensive agreement before implementation, the process established phased confidence-building measures with Muslim-led verification mechanisms, creating momentum through incremental progress rather than positional deadlock. This case demonstrated how Muslim-led conflict resolution can succeed where external approaches fail, particularly when integrating Islamic principles, ensuring inclusive participation, and establishing appropriate sequencing. The proposed security architecture would institutionalize these lessons through permanent conflict resolution capabilities. Pakistan-Afghanistan border management. Despite periodic tensions, Pakistan and Afghanistan have developed increasingly effective border management systems that provide templates for addressing complex territorial and population challenges. 1. Biometric identification implementation. Joint biometric systems addressing cross-border movement have partially formalized previously unregulated flows, demonstrating how technology can transform seemingly intractable tribal mobility issues into manageable processes. 2. Local authority engagement. Border management increasingly engages tribal and community leaders from both sides rather than relying exclusively on central government arrangements, creating implementation legitimacy through appropriate authority recognition. 3. Economic integration incentives. Cross-border market development and trade facilitation have created economic stakeholders instability, transforming zero-sum security perceptions into positive-sum economic frameworks. 4. Sequenced formalization approach. Rather than attempting comprehensive border resolution immediately, the approach has prioritized practical management over legal finalization, allowing functional continued disagreement on cooperation despite fundamental sovereignty questions. 5. Technical political separation. Technical border management functions have been increasingly separated from high-level political tensions, enabling practical cooperation despite periodic diplomatic disputes. This evolving case demonstrates how complex conflicts with deep historical, ethnic, and territorial dimensions can be progressively transformed through practical frameworks addressing specific issues without requiring comprehensive resolution of all disagreements. The proposed security architecture would apply these lessons to other complex border situations throughout the Muslim world. Somalia federalism implementation. Somalia's gradual implementation of federalism offers important lessons for reconciling centralization-decentralization tensions prevalent throughout the Muslim world. 1. Islamic legitimacy framework. The reconciliation process explicitly incorporated Islamic principles regarding consultation, shura, community consensus, ijma, and justice, ADL, creating religious legitimacy that purely secular frameworks lacked. 2. Resource sharing mechanisms. Specific arrangements for natural resource revenue distribution between federal and state authorities addressed material interests driving conflict, demonstrating how economic incentive alignment can moderate identity politics. 3. Security integration approach. The progressive integration of regional forces into national security structures established practical cooperation mechanisms despite continued political tensions, prioritizing concrete security cooperation over abstract sovereignty debates. 4. External influence reduction. The increasing centrality of intra-Somali negotiation rather than international conference decisions has reduced manipulation opportunities, demonstrating how locally-driven processes enhance outcome legitimacy and sustainability. 5. Identity recognition with functional integration. The approach has balanced recognition of distinct regional identities with practical mechanisms for national cooperation, creating frameworks accommodating identity needs while enabling functional integration. This ongoing case offers important lessons for addressing center-periphery tensions, balancing unity with diversity, and reducing external influence in internal reconciliation processes. The proposed security architecture would incorporate these lessons into frameworks addressing similar tensions throughout the Muslim world. Malaysia-Indonesia-Singapore cooperation. Despite historical tensions, colonial-era suspicions, and territorial disputes, these three Muslim-majority significant states have developed sophisticated cooperation frameworks. 1. Institutionalized dialogue mechanisms. Regular high-level consultation frameworks separated from specific disputes have maintained communication during tensions, preventing complete relationship breakdown despite periodic disagreements. 2. Economic integration prioritization. ASEAN-based economic integration has created material incentives for conflict management, transforming potential territorial confrontations into cooperative frameworks through shared development interests. 3. Security coordination without alliance. Practical security cooperation in specific domains, particularly maritime security and counterterrorism, has developed without requiring comprehensive alliance structures, demonstrating how functional security cooperation can proceed despite limited political integration. 4. Environmental cooperation expansion. Transboundary environmental management, particularly regarding forest fires and marine conservation, has created non-traditional security cooperation frameworks, expanding relationship dimensions beyond conventional security and economic domains. 5. Leadership restraint norms. Political leadership cultures prioritizing relationship maintenance over nationalist mobilization have prevented escalation during tensions, demonstrating how elite consensus regarding strategic priorities can moderate popular pressures for confrontation. This regional case demonstrates how former adversaries can transform relationships through multidimensional engagement, institutionalized communication, and strategic prioritization of long-term integration over short-term political advantage. The proposed security architecture would apply these lessons to other regional relationship complexes throughout the Muslim world. Central Asian confidence-building measures. Post-Soviet Central Asian states have developed increasingly effective frameworks for managing potential conflicts despite significant territorial, water, and ethnic tension factors. 1. Water energy exchange mechanisms. Formalized systems exchanging upstream hydropower control for downstream energy supply have partially addressed fundamental resource conflicts, demonstrating how resource complementarity can be institutionalized through technical frameworks. 2. Border demarcation sequencing. Progressive approaches to border demarcation addressing less controversial segments before contested areas have enabled partial progress despite comprehensive resolution challenges, preventing total deadlock while building implementation momentum. 3. Cultural cooperation emphasis. Shared cultural heritage initiatives have established non-political cooperation dimensions that continue despite periodic tensions, creating relationship continuity that moderates political disagreements. 4. Regional identity cultivation. The increasing emphasis on shared Central Asian identity alongside national identities has established conceptual frameworks for cooperation, providing ideational support for practical integration initiatives despite sovereignty sensitivities. 5. External power balancing. Increasingly sophisticated approaches to managing relationships with Russia, China, and Western powers have reduced vulnerability to manipulation, demonstrating how coordination regarding external relationships enhances collective strategic autonomy. This regional experience offers important lessons for managing post-colonial boundaries, addressing shared resource challenges, and balancing national identity consolidation with regional integration. The proposed security architecture would apply these lessons to similar challenges throughout the Muslim world. Conclusion: unity through reconciliation. Intra-Muslim conflicts represent perhaps the most fundamental obstacle to translating the Muslim world's numerical strength into proportionate strategic influence. These divisions, whether sectarian, territorial, economic, or political, have repeatedly prevented unified responses to external threats while creating vulnerability to manipulation strategies that further fragment potential cooperation. Addressing these challenges requires sophisticated reconciliation frameworks that acknowledge legitimate differences while preventing their exploitation against collective Muslim interests. The analysis presented in this chapter demonstrates several essential insights for the proposed security architecture. First, intra-Muslim conflicts frequently stem from factors beyond their apparent manifestations. Sectarian tensions reflect political instrumentalization rather than irreconcilable theological differences. Territorial disputes reflect resource competition rather than mere boundary disagreements, and political rivalries reflect leadership competition rather than genuine strategic contradictions. Understanding these underlying drivers creates possibility for reconciliation frameworks addressing root causes rather than symptoms. Second, numerous successful cases demonstrate that reconciliation remains possible despite seemingly intractable divisions when appropriate frameworks address practical interests rather than abstract positions. From Malaysia-Indonesia normalization to Somalia's federalism implementation, practical mechanisms focusing on specific cooperation domains have transformed conflict relationships despite continuing differences in other areas, providing concrete templates for the proposed security architecture. Third, external manipulation has consistently transformed manageable internal differences into strategic vulnerabilities, with sophisticated dividendial strategies converting natural diversity into political fragmentation. Addressing this manipulation directly through counter-influence frameworks, direct communication channels, and alternative dispute resolution mechanisms constitutes a prerequisite for sustainable reconciliation. Fourth, economic integration provides perhaps the most promising foundation for sustainable reconciliation by creating material incentives for cooperation that moderate political and ideological differences. The proposed architecture's economic dimensions, from joint development financing to complementary specialization frameworks, would establish structural foundations for political cooperation through shared material interests. Finally, Pakistan's unique qualifications for reconciliation leadership stem from its practical experience managing internal diversity, balancing external relationships, and developing institutional frameworks that separate identity differences from security cooperation. These qualifications position Pakistan to lead reconciliation initiatives focused on practical frameworks rather than abstract unity rhetoric, establishing foundations for security architecture that accommodates diversity while enabling collective action. The May 2025 crisis revealed both the costs of continued fragmentation and the potential for transformation through appropriate institutional frameworks. While fragmented responses limited collective Muslim impact on crisis resolution, the experience catalyzed recognition that addressing intra-Muslim conflicts represents an urgent strategic imperative rather than idealistic aspiration. The reconciliation frameworks proposed in this chapter would transform this growing recognition into practical mechanisms, enabling the Muslim world to translate its numerical strength into proportionate strategic influence through unity that encompasses rather than eliminates diversity. Chapter 30. Economic dependencies and vulnerabilities. And do not give the weak-minded your property, which Allah has made a means of sustenance for you, but provide for them with it and clothe them and speak to them words of appropriate kindness. Quran 4:5. Throughout history, political sovereignty has proven inseparable from economic independence. Nations may possess formidable military capabilities, sophisticated alliance structures, and substantial populations, yet remain fundamentally vulnerable if their economic systems exist at the mercy of external powers. This economic reality presents perhaps the most subtle yet profound security challenge facing the Muslim world today. Despite comprising nearly a quarter of humanity and possessing vast natural resources, Muslim-majority states have developed economic dependencies that severely constrain their strategic autonomy and undermine collective security potential. The relationship between economic vulnerability and security limitation became starkly apparent during the May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan. While Pakistan demonstrated remarkable resilience through its ironclad Axis relationship with China, many other Muslim states found themselves paralyzed by economic constraints despite diplomatic sympathy for Pakistan's position. Currency vulnerabilities, energy dependencies, food security concerns, and fear of financial system exclusion collectively limited their practical support options, revealing how economic structures can constrain security choices regardless of political or religious alignment. This chapter examines the critical economic dependencies and vulnerabilities that currently undermine Muslim world security autonomy while presenting systematic frameworks for developing the economic foundations necessary for genuine strategic independence. The analysis recognizes that military capabilities, alliance structures, and diplomatic initiatives cannot produce meaningful security without parallel economic resilience that enables their activation during crisis. Pakistan's demonstrated economic survivability during the May 2025 crisis, despite significant constraints, positions it to lead the development of broader economic security frameworks as a crucial dimension of Muslim world security architecture. Financial system vulnerabilities to external pressure. Perhaps no economic dependency creates more immediate security vulnerability than Muslim states' integration into Western-dominated global financial architecture. This system, encompassing currency regimes, payment mechanisms, banking networks, and investment flows, provides unprecedented capabilities for economic coercion. Through mechanisms that remain largely invisible until activated during strategic confrontation. Addressing these financial vulnerabilities represents meaningful security independence. A prerequisite for the weaponized financial architecture. The current global financial system contains specific vulnerabilities that autonomy constrain Muslim state security. 1. Dollar dependence trap. Most Muslim-majority states conduct international trade primarily in US dollars, hold reserves predominantly in dollar-denominated assets, and maintain currency pegs or managed floats relative to the dollar, creating vulnerability to US Treasury sanctions, Federal Reserve policy shifts, and correspondent banking restrictions regardless of physical distance from American territory. 2. SWIFT dependency risks. The Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication (SWIFT) system, headquartered in Belgium but heavily influenced by Western security priorities, creates a single point of vulnerability for cross-border payments, enabling potential exclusion of entire national banking systems from international transactions with minimal legal recourse options. 3. Credit rating mechanism leverage. The three dominant credit rating agencies, S&P, Moody's, and Fitch, all Western-based and influenced by Western geopolitical frameworks, exercise disproportionate influence over sovereign borrowing costs through rating methodologies that frequently penalize policy independence from Western preferences. 4. Investment flow vulnerabilities. Foreign direct investment patterns in most Muslim economies create concentrated dependency on specific external sources, particularly from the United States, European Union, and increasingly China, enabling targeted investment suspensions that generate disproportionate economic pressure through employment impacts and technological access restrictions. 5. Bank clearing choke points. Most significant international transactions ultimately clear through New York or London regardless of origin and destination, creating jurisdictional control points that enable targeted financial restrictions against specific entities, sectors, or entire countries regardless of direct relationship with Anglo-American systems. These structural vulnerabilities have been repeatedly weaponized against Muslim states pursuing independent security policies, from Iran's comprehensive financial isolation to targeted restrictions against Pakistan's defense sector entities. The resulting economic pressure frequently proves more immediately damaging than military threats, particularly for states with limited domestic markets, significant external debt, or heavy import dependencies. The May 2025 Financial Vulnerability Demonstration. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed sophisticated financial pressure mechanisms that constrained Muslim world response options. 1. Currency defense requirements. Several Muslim states considering substantial Pakistan support faced coordinated currency pressure through institutional investor position adjustments, requiring central bank intervention that depleted foreign exchange reserves and created domestic liquidity constraints precisely when political leadership contemplated support initiatives. 2. Debt refinancing complications. Muslim states with significant external debt obligations experiencing near-term maturity dates found themselves facing unexpected complications in refinancing discussions, creating immediate fiscal vulnerabilities that limited their practical support options despite diplomatic solidarity statements. 3. Correspondent banking hesitation. Several Gulf banking systems experienced informal correspondent banking hesitation regarding Pakistan-related transactions, creating practical obstacles to implementing even officially approved support measures through subtle non-regulatory pressure on financial institutions. 4. Rating agency warning signals. Credit rating agencies issued unusual monitoring notices regarding several Muslim economies considering Pakistan support, signaling potential downgrades that would increase borrowing costs across their entire economic systems regardless of actual support materialization. 5. Remittance channel vulnerabilities. Countries with significant diaspora populations in Western nations found informal pressure applied to remittance channels, threatening crucial foreign exchange sources through regulatory attention to transfer companies precisely when political leadership contemplated Pakistan support. These observed financial pressure mechanisms during the May 2025 crisis operated below conventional policy radar, creating economic constraints that limited security options without generating attributable actions that could trigger diplomatic responses. The episode demonstrated how financial architecture vulnerabilities can neutralize Muslim world numerical advantage through non-military pressure systems that exploit economic dependencies. Alternative financial architecture development. Addressing these financial vulnerabilities requires developing alternative systems that reduce external pressure points without sacrificing international economic engagement. 1. Islamic Currency Swap Network, an expanded network of bilateral and multilateral currency swap arrangements between Muslim central banks would reduce dollar transaction requirements for intra-Muslim trade, creating payment alternatives during Western financial pressure while enhancing monetary policy autonomy through reduced dollar dependency. 2. Muslim World Banking Settlement System, a dedicated interbank messaging and settlement system connecting Muslim financial institutions would provide swift alternatives for transactions between participating nations, ensuring continuity of essential financial flows during Western financial pressure while generating operational experience for potential broader application. 3. Sovereign Wealth Coordination Mechanism, formalized consultation and co-investment frameworks between major Muslim sovereign wealth funds would enable coordinated market intervention during targeted financial pressure, creating capability to counteract speculative attacks while diversifying investment exposure across multiple jurisdictions. 4. Islamic Rating Framework Development, a dedicated credit assessment system grounded in Islamic financial principles would provide alternative market signals regarding investment safety, reducing Western rating agency leverage while creating more appropriate methodologies for evaluating economies with significant Islamic finance components. 5. Strategic Reserve Management Protocols, coordinated approaches to national reserve composition would reduce concentrated vulnerability through systematic diversification, balancing necessary dollar holdings with strategic alternatives including gold, alternative currencies, and commodity reserves less vulnerable to external control. These alternative financial architecture components would be developed incrementally, focusing initially on creating resilience for essential economic functions rather than comprehensive replacement of existing systems. The approach recognizes that economic integration with global systems provides substantial benefits during normal conditions while creating vulnerabilities during strategic confrontation, requiring parallel systems that can activate during pressure episodes rather than isolationist frameworks. Pakistan's Financial Resilience Model. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated specific financial resilience mechanisms that could inform broader Muslim world approaches. 1. China-Pakistan currency swap expansion. The immediate activation of expanded swap lines between the State Bank of Pakistan and People's Bank of China provided critical liquidity outside Western-controlled channels, demonstrating how strategic partnership financial arrangements can create crisis resilience through prepositioned capabilities. 2. CIPS integration advantage, Pakistan's early integration into China's cross-border interbank payment system provided. Transaction alternatives when SWIFT-related complications emerged, showing how parallel system participation during normal conditions creates options during extraordinary circumstances. 3. Domestic investor mobilization. Pakistan's effective activation of domestic capital through specialized financial instruments reduced external financing vulnerabilities, demonstrating how national economic mobilization frameworks can partially offset international capital market access limitations. 4. Diaspora finance channels. Specialized remittance frameworks and diaspora bonds maintained critical foreign exchange flows despite channel pressures, showing how dedicated diaspora financial infrastructure creates resilience against conventional banking system constraints. 5. Strategic banking redundancy. Pakistan's maintenance of banking relationships across diverse jurisdictions including China, Turkey, Malaysia, and Gulf states provided transaction alternatives when Western correspondents imposed informal restrictions, demonstrating how deliberate banking diversity creates systemic resilience. These mechanisms enabled Pakistan to maintain essential economic functions despite significant external pressure, creating the financial foundation for security autonomy during the crisis. The experience provides templates for broader Muslim world application, demonstrating practical approaches to financial resilience beyond theoretical frameworks. Energy security challenges and dependencies. Energy dependency represents perhaps the most paradoxical vulnerability within the Muslim world security context, a community possessing approximately 60% of global oil reserves and 45% of natural gas reserves nevertheless includes numerous members facing critical energy insecurity that constrains their strategic autonomy. This contradiction stems from uneven resource distribution, infrastructure limitations, refining capacity gaps, and consumption pattern vulnerabilities that collectively create energy-related security constraints despite aggregate resource abundance. Energy vulnerability typology. Muslim states experience several distinct patterns of energy vulnerability requiring differentiated solutions. 1. Resource-rich production vulnerabilities. Major hydrocarbon producers, including Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, and Iran, possess abundant resources but face vulnerabilities in production infrastructure security, maritime export route protection, and market access dependencies, creating asymmetric leverage points despite resource strength. 2. Refining capacity limitations. Many resource-rich Muslim states lack proportionate refining capacity, creating dependency on external processing, transforming theoretical energy independence into practical vulnerability through reliance on refined product imports despite crude exports. 3. Transit security dependencies. Key energy transit states, including Turkey, Egypt, and Pakistan, face specific vulnerabilities regarding pipeline security, maritime choke point protection, and infrastructure defense, creating potential manipulation points despite geographical advantages. 4. Import-dependent consumption vulnerabilities. Resource-poor Muslim majority states, including Morocco, Jordan, Bangladesh, and most of Central Asia, face comprehensive energy dependency that constrains their strategic options, creating fundamental security limitations through supply and price vulnerabilities. 5. Grid infrastructure inadequacies. Even states with domestic resources vulnerabilities frequently face electrical grid through aging infrastructure, capacity limitations, and integration challenges, creating domestic stability risks through service interruption vulnerability despite resource sufficiency. These varied energy vulnerability patterns require differentiated approaches rather than one-size-fits-all solutions. The security architecture must address both resource-related and infrastructure-related vulnerabilities while creating frameworks that transform theoretical Muslim world energy abundance into practical energy security for all member states. Strategic energy cooperation frameworks transforming aggregate Muslim world energy abundance into shared energy security requires institutional frameworks addressing specific vulnerability patterns. 1. Strategic petroleum reserve cooperation, formalized coordination between existing national petroleum reserves with potential development of shared multinational reserves would enhance collective resilience, enabling mutual support during supply disruptions while optimizing storage capacity across geographies. 2. Refining capacity sharing agreements. Structured refining capacity access rights during crisis periods would ensure refined product availability, creating practical solutions for states facing refined product shortages despite theoretical access to crude resources. 3. Critical infrastructure protection coordination, shared expertise, technology, and potentially personnel for energy infrastructure security would enhance protection capabilities, reducing vulnerability to physical and cyber attacks through combined capabilities rather than individual efforts. 4. Emergency supply protocols, formalized frameworks for emergency energy provision during disruptions would enhance collective resilience, ensuring continued supply through predetermined arrangements activated by specific trigger conditions rather than ad hoc crisis negotiations. 5. Grid interconnection expansion. Enhanced electrical grid interconnection between proximate Muslim states would create mutual support capabilities, enabling load sharing, redundancy development, and efficiency optimization across larger integrated systems. These frameworks would transform Muslim world energy resources from national assets with vulnerability gaps into strategic collective resources with shared security benefits. The approach recognizes that true energy security emerges from institutional frameworks enabling mutual support rather than merely resource possession or infrastructure development at national levels. Renewable transition security implications. Beyond conventional energy security, the global energy transition toward renewables presents both vulnerabilities and opportunities for Muslim world security. 1. Technology dependency risks. Most renewable energy technologies, particularly advanced solar photovoltaics, wind turbines, and energy storage systems, are currently dominated by non-Muslim manufacturers, creating new dependency vulnerabilities during transition despite resource availability. 2. Critical mineral supply chains. The renewable energy transition requires specific mineral resources, including lithium, cobalt, rare earth elements, and copper, with supply chains currently dominated by non-Muslim actors, potentially transforming hydrocarbon dependency into mineral dependency without strategic planning. 3. Grid management capabilities. Advanced renewable energy integration requires sophisticated grid management technologies frequently controlled by Western or Chinese entities, creating potential digital dependency despite physical infrastructure sovereignty. 4. Distributed generation security advantages. Properly implemented renewable systems enable distributed energy generation less vulnerable to centralized disruption, potentially enhancing energy security through system architecture rather than merely supply assurance. 5. Indigenous technology development potential. Targeted indigenous technology development in specific renewable sectors aligned with existing capabilities could reduce external dependencies, transforming energy transition from vulnerability expansion to security enhancement through strategic industrial policy. The security architecture would integrate these considerations into comprehensive energy security planning, recognizing that renewable transition without strategic industrial policy risks transforming dependency patterns rather than reducing. Fundamental vulnerabilities. By addressing renewable transition explicitly within security planning rather than treating it as purely environmental or economic matter, the architecture would prevent emergence of new vulnerabilities during global energy system transformation. Pakistan's energy security initiatives. Pakistan has implemented several energy security approaches that provide models for broader application. 1. Multi-source import diversification. Pakistan has systematically diversified energy import sources across multiple regions and suppliers, demonstrating how deliberate diversification creates resilience against supplier-specific disruptions despite continued import dependency. 2. China-Pakistan Energy Corridor. The energy component of CPEC has created new infrastructure connecting Pakistan with alternative supply sources, showing how strategic partnership energy projects can transform geographical constraint into connectivity advantage. 3. Indigenous coal utilization. Pakistan's development of previously unutilized coal resources has enhanced domestic supply options, demonstrating how strategic resource development can partially vulnerabilities despite efficiency limitations. Offset import. For Iranian border energy arrangements. Despite international pressure, Pakistan has maintained energy cooperation frameworks with Iran, showing how principled energy relationship maintenance creates options during pressure episodes despite opposition from global powers. 5. Renewable energy zones. Pakistan's establishment of dedicated renewable energy development zones with streamlined regulatory frameworks has accelerated alternative energy development, demonstrating how focused policy instruments can overcome financing and regulatory obstacles despite economic constraints. These initiatives collectively enhance Pakistan's energy resilience during the May 2025 crisis, ensuring continued economic function despite pressure on conventional supply chains. The experience provides practical templates for Muslim states facing similar constraints, demonstrating achievable approaches to energy security enhancement despite technological and financial limitations. Food security dimensions of strategic independence. Beyond financial and energy systems, food security represents perhaps the most fundamental economic requirement for strategic independence. Even states with sophisticated military capabilities and energy resources remain profoundly vulnerable if their populations face potential food shortages during conflict or crisis. This vulnerability affects Muslim states with particular severity. Despite controlling approximately 30% of global agricultural land, the Muslim world ironically includes many of the world's most food import-dependent countries, creating strategic constraints that limit security options regardless of other capability dimensions. The strategic vulnerability of food import dependency creates specific security vulnerabilities through multiple mechanisms. 1. Population stability requirements. States with significant food import dependency face fundamental regime stability risks during supply disruptions, constraining security decision-making through domestic stability requirements regardless of external threat perceptions or strategic preferences. 2. Foreign exchange allocation priorities. Food import requirements create non-discretionary foreign exchange allocation needs that constrain resource availability for security capabilities, forcing difficult trade-offs between immediate population needs and long-term security investments during currency pressure episodes. 3. Maritime choke point vulnerabilities. Most food imports transit predictable maritime routes with identifiable choke points, creating specific vulnerability points that adversaries can target during conflict to generate population pressure without direct military confrontation. 4. Price shock transmission mechanisms. International food price volatility transmits directly to domestic markets in import-dependent states, creating budgetary pressures and potential social instability through consumer impacts during market disruptions regardless of domestic agricultural performance. 5. Agricultural technology dependencies. Many Muslim states face agricultural productivity limitations through dependency on imported seed varieties, fertilizers, pesticides, and equipment, creating vulnerability to targeted technology access restrictions during strategic confrontation. These vulnerabilities affect Muslim states with particular severity due to unfavorable demographic agricultural resource ratios in many countries, water resource constraints across the Middle East and North Africa, and historical underinvestment in agricultural productivity enhancement. The resulting dependency provides external leverage points that constrain security options despite strengths in other capability dimensions. The May 2025 food security dynamics. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed how food security concerns constrained Muslim world response options. 1. Strategic reserve limitations. Several Muslim states considering substantial Pakistan support discovered unexpected limitations in their strategic food reserves, requiring immediate import acceleration that consumed financial resources and administrative attention precisely when political leadership contemplated support initiatives. 2. Shipping insurance complications. Food shipments to several Muslim states experienced risk reassessment by maritime insurers precisely as they considered Pakistan support, creating temporary premium increases that stressed fiscal systems already facing multiple pressures. 3. Supplier hesitation patterns. Several major grain exporters exhibited unusual administrative delays regarding shipments to Muslim states considering Pakistan support, creating concern about reliable supply continuation that influenced security decision calculations despite absence of formal restrictions. 4. Agricultural input channel pressure. Countries highly dependent on Western agricultural inputs, particularly seeds, fertilizers, and pesticides, experience subtle supply chain complications, raising concerns about next season productivity precisely when immediate support decisions were under consideration. 5. Food price speculation impacts. Several Muslim economies experienced unusual food price volatility through speculative market movements following initial Pakistan support statements, creating immediate consumer impacts that diverted government attention from international crisis management to domestic stability maintenance. These dynamics during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated how food security vulnerabilities constrain strategic options through mechanisms operating below conventional security policy visibility. The patterns revealed how economic coercion increasingly targets fundamental population needs rather than merely industrial or financial systems, exploiting vulnerabilities that military capabilities cannot address regardless of sophistication. Agricultural self-sufficiency strategies. Addressing food security vulnerabilities requires comprehensive approaches enhancing agricultural resilience without pursuing unrealistic autarky. 1. Strategic crop prioritization. Focus self-sufficiency in specific staple crops most critical for population stability would reduce vulnerability, creating resilience in essential food categories while maintaining trade integration for other agricultural products. 2. Water management optimization. Advanced water efficiency technologies, infrastructure investments, and management systems would enhance production potential in water-constrained regions, transforming fundamental resource constraints through technological solutions rather than merely distribution adjustments. 3. Productivity enhancement programs, systematic agricultural research, extension services, and input quality. Improvements would increase yield from existing agricultural land, closing the significant productivity gap between Muslim world averages and global best practices through institutional development rather than merely resource allocation. 4. Strategic reserve coordination. Expanded and coordinated national food reserves with potential regional sharing agreements would enhance collective resilience, providing buffer against both market volatility and intentional supply disruption through predetermined support frameworks. 5. Indigenous input development. Strategic development of essential agricultural inputs, particularly seeds, fertilizers, and basic equipment, would reduce external dependency, creating supply assurance for critical productivity components through domestic or Muslim world production capacity. These strategies would transform Muslim world agricultural potential into practical food security through institutional and technological enhancements rather than merely land resource allocation. The approach recognizes that true food security emerges from productivity systems and institutional frameworks rather than merely territorial control or market access. Islamic models for agricultural cooperation. Islamic principles provide distinctive frameworks for addressing food security through cooperation rather than merely competition. 1. Waqf land development. The Islamic endowment, Waqf, tradition offers frameworks for dedicated agricultural land development with predetermined distribution systems, potentially revitalizing this historical institution for contemporary food security enhancement through new organizational models. 2. Zakat-based support systems. The Islamic obligation of zakat provides institutional framework for supporting vulnerable populations during food system stress, creating community-based resilience mechanisms that reduce state burden during crisis periods. 3. Islamic finance agricultural instruments. Specialized Islamic finance instruments for agricultural development would address the distinctive capital requirements of farming systems, potentially overcoming conventional finance limitations through profit-sharing models more appropriate for agricultural uncertainty patterns. 4. Prohibition of hoarding frameworks. Islamic prohibitions against hoarding essential goods, itikar, provide ethical and potentially regulatory frameworks addressing speculation and market manipulation, creating normative constraints against price exploitation during shortages. 5. Just price principles. Islamic economic concepts regarding fair exchange and just pricing offer frameworks for intervention during market dysfunction, potentially. Stabilization measures legitimizing principles rather than merely economic regulation. Through religious. These Islamic frameworks would be integrated with modern agricultural science and management systems to create food security approaches aligned with both spiritual values and material requirements. Rather than treating Islamic principles as historical artifacts, the security architecture would incorporate these concepts as practical foundations for contemporary food security enhancement. Pakistan's agricultural resilience model. Despite significant challenges, Pakistan has developed agricultural approaches that provide frameworks for broader application. 1. Strategic Wheat Reserve System. Pakistan's maintenance of strategic wheat reserves with specific release triggers has moderated market volatility despite production fluctuations, demonstrating how targeted commodity buffer systems can enhance stability self-sufficiency without requiring comprehensive. 2. Water management investments. Pakistan's continuous development of irrigation infrastructure, including both massive projects and local water management systems, has enhanced agricultural resilience, showing how sustained water system investment creates food security returns despite resource constraints. 3. Seed sovereignty initiatives. Pakistan's development of indigenous seed varieties adapted to local conditions has reduced external dependency for essential crops, demonstrating how targeted research investment creates strategic independence in critical agricultural inputs despite broader trade integration. 4. Agricultural research integration. Pakistan's agricultural research institutions have developed contextually appropriate technologies addressing specific local constraints, showing how knowledge systems addressing particular challenges outperform generic approaches despite resource limitations. 5. Rural development integration. Pakistan's linking of food security with broader rural development has created synergistic benefits across multiple domains, demonstrating how integrated approaches generate greater resilience than narrowly technical agricultural interventions despite implementation complexity. These approaches enhance Pakistan's food security resilience during the May 2025 crisis, ensuring population stability despite pressure on import systems. The experience provides practical templates for Muslim states facing similar agricultural challenges, demonstrating achievable approaches despite resource constraints and climate challenges. Critical supply chain exposures. Beyond specific financial, energy, and food dependencies, contemporary economies face critical vulnerability through complex global supply chains containing numerous potential disruption points. These vulnerabilities, often invisible during normal operations but catastrophically evident during crisis, create strategic constraints that limit security options regardless of conventional military capability. Addressing these supply chain vulnerabilities requires systematic identification of critical dependencies followed by strategic remediation through diversification, stockpiling, and domestic capacity development. Strategic Vulnerability Assessment Framework. Identifying critical supply chain vulnerabilities requires systematic assessment across multiple dimensions. 1. Essential medical supplies, pharmaceutical ingredients, medical equipment, and healthcare consumables represent perhaps the most immediately critical vulnerability category, creating population health risks during supply disruption that no military capability can address regardless of sophistication. 2. Information technology components, semiconductors, networking equipment, and specialized electronic components form the foundation of both civilian digital infrastructure and modern military systems, creating potential functionality. Degradation interruption. Across multiple domains during supply. 3. Transportation system dependencies. Spare parts for aviation, maritime, and ground transportation systems frequently come from concentrated global sources, potentially immobilizing critical transportation infrastructure during supply chain disruption despite physical asset possession. 4. Industrial production inputs, specialized chemicals, precision equipment components, and industrial gases often come from limited global suppliers, creating manufacturing continuity vulnerabilities that can cascade across multiple economic sectors despite apparent diversity. 5. Critical infrastructure maintenance requirements, power generation, water treatment, and telecommunication systems frequently require specialized components available from limited sources, creating potential degradation risks for fundamental services despite infrastructure ownership. These vulnerability categories transcend conventional strategic resource concepts focused primarily on energy and minerals. Contemporary economies face their most acute dependencies not in raw materials but in specialized components, technological inputs, and complex manufactured goods with limited supplier diversity. Identifying these specific vulnerabilities represents the essential first step toward meaningful resilience development. Multi-tiered remediation strategy. Addressing supply chain vulnerabilities requires differentiated approaches across criticality levels. 1. Strategic stockpiling programs. For critical items with limited shelf life and high essentiality, systematic national and potentially regional stockpiling programs would provide immediate crisis resilience, creating time buffers for alternative sourcing during disruptions while acknowledging continued dependency for regular replenishment. 2. Supplier diversification initiatives. For items available from multiple potential sources, systematic geographic diversification across supplier relationships would reduce disruption vulnerability, creating alternative procurement channels that can activate during specific regional or geopolitical interruptions. 3. Muslim world production coordination. For items with production potentially viable within Muslim states, coordinated development planning would prevent wasteful duplication, creating optimized production capacity through complementary specialization rather than competitive redundancy. 4. Indigenous capacity development. For the most strategically critical items, development of domestic or Muslim world production capability would address fundamental dependency, focusing limited resources on genuine vulnerability reduction rather than symbolic self-sufficiency across all categories. 5. Digital substitution exploration. For physical items with potential digital substitutes, investment in technological solutions would address vulnerability through transformation rather than merely supply assurance, potentially leapfrogging dependency stages through innovation rather than replication. This multi-tiered approach recognizes that comprehensive supply chain sovereignty represents neither economically feasible nor strategically necessary objective. Instead, the security architecture would develop targeted resilience in truly critical categories while accepting interdependence in less essential domains, optimizing limited resources toward genuine vulnerability reduction rather than symbolic independence, sovereignty. Within the supply chain vulnerability landscape, digital infrastructure deserves particular attention given its cross-cutting impact across all security domains. 1. Hardware layer dependencies. Most Muslim states remain entirely dependent on imported computation hardware from processors to storage systems, creating fundamental vulnerability at the physical foundation of digital sovereignty. 2. Operating system and software vulnerabilities. Dependency on Western and increasingly Chinese operating Systems and core applications creates ongoing vulnerability regardless of physical infrastructure ownership, enabling potential functionality disruption or surveillance capability through code-level interventions. 3. Cloud service concentration. Critical data and applications increasingly reside on cloud infrastructure controlled by limited providers primarily based in the United States, creating both access and data security vulnerabilities despite apparent service reliability. 4. Technical standard setting exclusion. Limited Muslim world participation in global technical standard development creates systematic disadvantage here, embedding external preferences in supposedly neutral protocols that shape technological development patterns regardless of subsequent procurement choices. 5. Skilled personnel constraints. Limited indigenous development capability in critical digital domains creates reliance on external expertise, maintaining dependency through knowledge constraints even when financial resources would permit alternative development. The security architecture would address these digital vulnerabilities through targeted sovereignty development in genuinely critical systems while accepting continued integration in less sensitive domains. Rather than pursuing comprehensive digital independence, the architecture would identify specific sovereignty requirements related to security functions while maintaining beneficial global integration in commercial and consumer applications. Strategic mineral security. Beyond manufactured components, certain raw materials create particular strategic vulnerability through concentrated global supply. 1. Rare earth element supply. These 17 elements crucial for numerous advanced technologies from precision weapons to renewable energy systems currently come primarily from Chinese production, creating specific dependency vulnerability despite their actual geological distribution across multiple regions including Muslim countries. 2. Battery mineral requirements. Lithium, cobalt, nickel, and graphite form the material foundation for energy storage systems increasingly central to both civilian and military applications, creating potential vulnerability concentrated supply sources despite growing demand. 3. Specialized alloy components. Specific minerals used in specialized steel alloys and high-performance materials, including chromium, molybdenum, and tungsten, come from limited global sources, creating vulnerability for advanced manufacturing across multiple sectors. 4. Fertilizer component access. Phosphate rock and potash, essential agricultural fertilizer, have concentrated global supply sources, creating potential production agricultural vulnerability beyond direct food imports through input constraints. 5. Pharmaceutical precursor materials. Specific minerals and organic compounds used in pharmaceutical manufacturing frequently come from limited sources, creating public health vulnerabilities through medication production constraints beyond finished drug imports. The security architecture would address these mineral vulnerabilities through coordinated exploration within Muslim territories, strategic stockpiling programs, recycling initiatives, and technological substitution research. Rather than pursuing comprehensive mineral independence, the approach would identify specific critical vulnerabilities while developing targeted solutions appropriate to each material's particular characteristics and constraints. Pakistan's supply chain resilience lessons. Pakistan's experience during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated specific supply chain resilience approaches. 1. Pharmaceutical manufacturing capacity. Pakistan's substantial generic pharmaceutical production capability ensured essential medication availability despite logistics disruptions, demonstrating how targeted manufacturing capacity in healthcare critical categories creates fundamental resilience despite broader import dependencies. 2. Defense industrial base prioritization. Pakistan's focused development of specific defense industrial capabilities most critical for operational independence ensured continued functionality despite broader supply constraints, showing how strategic prioritization creates resilience more effectively than comprehensive industrial policy given limited resources. 3. Repair capability emphasis. Pakistan's investment in sophisticated repair and maintenance capabilities for imported systems ensured continued functionality despite spare parts limitations, demonstrating how engineering service capacity creates equipment longevity that reduces immediate import requirements during crisis. 4. Digital workaround development. Pakistani engineers rapidly developed software patches and workarounds for systems affected by digital access restrictions, showing how indigenous technical capability creates adaptation options during restrictions despite original system dependency. Five. Crisis substitution systems. Pre-developed substitution protocols enabled rapid adaptation to specific import disruptions, demonstrating how advanced planning for material substitution, requirement modification, and function prioritization creates crisis flexibility despite normal operation dependency. These approaches maintained critical system functionality during significant supply chain pressure, ensuring both civilian economy operation and defense capability despite targeted restrictions. The experience provides practical templates for broader Muslim world application, demonstrating achievable resilience enhancement despite limited resources and ongoing global integration requirements. Economic sanctions resilience. Requirements. The weaponization of economic interdependence through sanctions regimes represents perhaps the most direct manifestation of how economic vulnerability constrains security autonomy. These measures, ranging from comprehensive embargoes to targeted restrictions against specific entities, increasingly function as primary coercion tools rather than merely supportive measures within broader pressure campaigns. Developing resilience against these mechanisms requires systematic preparation across multiple economic dimensions rather than merely reactive responses during implementation. Sanctions mechanism typology. Contemporary sanctions regimes employ sophisticated mechanisms requiring differentiated countermeasures. 1. Financial system restrictions. Measures targeting banking relationships, currency access, and payment systems represent the most immediately impactful sanctions category, potentially paralyzing international transactions regardless of physical trade possibility through administrative rather than physical blockage. 2. Technology access controls. Export control regimes restricting access to dual-use technologies, specialized components, and knowledge resources create cumulative capability degradation, affecting both civilian development and security capabilities through innovation starvation rather than merely current operations constraint. 3. Sectoral investment prohibitions. Restrictions preventing investment in specific economic sectors create long-term development constraints, limiting capacity expansion, technology modernization, and efficiency improvement through capital access restriction rather than direct operational interference. For individual targeting measures, sanctions against specific individuals and entities create network disruption effects beyond their apparent scope, generating risk aversion throughout adjacent systems as undesignated entities implement preventive disengagement to avoid potential secondary exposure. 5. Secondary sanctions frameworks. Measures threatening third-party consequences for continuing engagement with sanctioned entities create multiplicative impact, extending effective jurisdiction far beyond implementing powers direct authority through commercial relationship leverage rather than legal enforcement. These mechanisms operate through distinct channels requiring specific countermeasures rather than generic sanctions. Resistance approaches. The security architecture would develop tailored resilience measures addressing each mechanism's particular vulnerability points rather than treating sanctions as undifferentiated economic pressure. Comprehensive resilience framework. Developing meaningful sanctions resilience requires coordinated measures across multiple dimensions. 1. Legal capability development. Enhanced international legal expertise specifically focused on sanctions regulations would identify compliance boundaries and exploitation opportunities, enabling operation within technical restriction limitations while maintaining essential functions through sophisticated legal navigation rather than crude evasion. 2. Alternative financial channels. Dedicated transaction mechanisms less vulnerable to Western financial system pressure would ensure continued payment capability, maintaining commercial relationships through systems specifically designed to withstand sanctions pressure rather than attempting to shield conventional channels. 3. Import substitution prioritization, targeted development of domestic production capability for sanctions-vulnerable essential imports would reduce external dependency, focusing limited resources on genuine vulnerability reduction through strategic industrial policy rather than comprehensive self-sufficiency attempts. 4. Diplomatic coalition building, systematic engagement with non-Western powers maintaining sanctions-resistant commercial channels would create alternative relationship networks, developing reliable partnerships with sanctions-skeptical nations through mutual benefit frameworks rather than merely ideological alignment. 5. Economic structure adaptation, progressive economic system modifications reducing vulnerability to specific sanctions mechanisms would enhance structural resilience, redesigning institutional arrangements, ownership structures, and regulatory frameworks specifically to minimize sanctions pressure points rather than merely responding to implemented measures. These frameworks would transform sanctions from potentially catastrophic disruption to manageable constraint by developing specific capabilities designed for continued operation under restriction regimes. The approach recognizes that meaningful sanctions resilience emerges not from isolation but from sophisticated adaptation that maintains global engagement through pressure-resistant channels rather than crude autarky. The May 2025 sanctions dynamics. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed sophisticated sanctions-like pressure mechanics despite absence of formal comprehensive measures. 1. Entity list expansion threats. Several Muslim states considering substantial Pakistan support faced unofficial warnings regarding potential expansion of technology restriction entity lists, creating immediate concerns about critical import continuity that influence decision calculations despite absence of actual designation. 2. Licensing process deceleration. Muslim states maintaining significant Western technology dependencies experienced unusual administrative delays in routine licensing approvals, creating uncertainty about continued access that diverted attention from crisis response to dependency management. 3. Banking relationships de-risking. Financial institutions in several Muslim economies experienced informal pressure from Western correspondent banks regarding Pakistan-related transactions, generating self-protective transaction rejection beyond formal regulatory requirements through reputation concern rather than legal obligation. 4. Investment review signaling. Foreign investors in several Muslim economies issued unusual political risk reassessment statements, creating immediate market valuation impacts through perception modification rather than actual investment withdrawal. 5. Technical assistance interruption. Several Muslim states experienced unexplained technical difficulties with Western-supplied systems in sensitive sectors including aviation, telecommunications, and energy, creating immediate operational challenges requiring attention precisely when leadership focused on crisis response decisions. These dynamics during the May 2025 crisis demonstrated how sanctions-like mechanisms increasingly operate through informal, deniable channels relying on risk aversion and anticipatory compliance rather than formal designation and enforcement. The patterns reveal the sophisticated nature of contemporary economic pressure requiring equally sophisticated resilience mechanisms that address behavioral and perception dimensions beyond merely technical compliance frameworks. Islamic economic principles as resilience foundation. Islamic economic principles provide distinctive frameworks for sanctions resilience aligned with both spiritual values and practical requirements. 1. Risk-sharing financial models. Islamic finance emphasis on risk-sharing rather than debt-based arrangements creates inherent resilience against financial disruption, potentially reducing vulnerability to payment system sanctions through partnership structures less dependent on conventional banking channels. 2. Asset-backed transaction emphasis. The Islamic requirement for transactions to connect with real assets rather than merely financial abstractions provides foundation for alternative exchange systems, potentially enabling continued commercial relationships through commodity-backed arrangements when conventional currency channels face disruption. 3. Community obligation frameworks. Islamic concepts of community responsibility and mutual support provide ethical foundation for cooperative resilience measures, potentially enabling resource pooling and burden-sharing arrangements during sanctions pressure through religious legitimacy rather than merely pragmatic necessity. 4. Self-sufficiency ethical tradition. Islamic teachings regarding self-reliance and dependency avoidance provide spiritual motivation for resilience development, potentially sustaining difficult transition processes through moral framing rather than merely material calculation. 5. Commercial relationship emphasis. Islamic commercial tradition emphasizing direct merchant relationships over financial intermediation provides historical templates for sanctions adaptation, potentially informing contemporary direct exchange arrangements that bypass vulnerable intermediary systems. These Islamic principles would be integrated with modern economic structures to create sanctions resilience frameworks aligned with both spiritual values and practical requirements. Rather than treating Islamic economics as theoretical alternative, the security architecture would incorporate these concepts as practical foundations for contemporary resilience development suitable for societies seeking both material security and spiritual integrity. Pakistan's sanctions navigation experience. Pakistan has developed significant sanctions navigation capabilities through decades of experience. 1. Strategic entity structuring. Pakistan has implemented sophisticated organizational arrangements separating sensitive activities from general economic functions, demonstrating how structural compartmentalization creates resilience through exposure limitation rather than merely capability concealment. 2. Multivector external relationships. Pakistan has systematically maintained economic relationships across competing geopolitical blocs including China, the United States, Gulf states, and increasingly Russia, showing how relationship diversification creates alternative channels when specific partnerships face pressure. 3. Critical technology indigenization. Pakistan has developed domestic production capability for selected technologies most vulnerable to sanctions pressure, demonstrating how targeted self-sufficiency in genuinely critical categories creates resilience more effectively than broader import substitution given limited resources. 4. Sanctions navigation expertise. Pakistan has developed specialized legal and financial expertise specifically focused on sanctions compliance navigation, showing how technical capability regarding regulatory systems creates operational space through sophisticated compliance rather than crude evasion that generates escalatory response. 5. Diaspora channel utilization. Pakistan has systematically engaged its global diaspora as alternative economic channel during pressure periods, demonstrating how non-state networks can maintain essential flows when formal systems face constraints through social rather than merely commercial connections. These capabilities enabled Pakistan to maintain essential economic functions during the May 2025 crisis despite significant pressure on conventional channels. The experience provides practical templates for broader Muslim world application, demonstrating achievable resilience approaches that maintain global integration benefits while reducing critical vulnerabilities. Conclusion: Economic foundations for strategic independence. The analysis presented in this chapter demonstrates a fundamental reality frequently overlooked in conventional security frameworks. Genuine strategic independence requires economic foundations capable of withstanding coercive pressure. Military capabilities, alliance structures, and diplomatic initiatives, regardless of their apparent strength, remain fundamentally constrained when built upon economic systems vulnerable to external manipulation. Addressing this reality requires systematic development of economic resilience across financial systems, energy security, food production, supply chains, and sanctions navigation capability. The May 2025 crisis between India and Pakistan revealed this connection with unprecedented clarity. Muslim states expressing diplomatic solidarity with Pakistan nevertheless found their practical support options constrained by economic vulnerabilities across multiple dimensions. Currency defense requirements, energy supply concerns, food security considerations, critical supply uncertainties, and sanctions exposure collectively limited response options regardless of religious alignment, geographic proximity, or political sympathy. The episode demonstrated how economic structure shapes security choices through invisible constraints that operate below conventional policy visibility. Pakistan's experience during this crisis, however, revealed the possibility of developing meaningful economic resilience despite resource constraints. The immediate activation of currency swap arrangements with China, utilization of alternative payment channels, mobilization of domestic resources, engagement of diaspora networks, and activation of redundant supply relationships collectively enabled Pakistan to maintain essential economic functions despite significant external pressure. This resilience created the economic foundation for security autonomy, enabling military capabilities, alliance relationships, and diplomatic initiatives that would otherwise remain theoretical given economic paralysis. The economic security frameworks proposed in this chapter would transform individual success cases like Pakistan's experience into institutional systems available to the broader Muslim world. By developing alternative financial channels, energy security cooperation, agricultural self-sufficiency, critical supply chain remediation, and sanctions navigation capabilities at collective level, the security architecture would address the economic foundations necessary for meaningful strategic independence. This approach recognizes that addressing the 2 billion Muslims paradox identified in the introduction requires economic resilience as much as military capability or alliance structures. Perhaps most importantly, the proposed frameworks demonstrate how Islamic principles provide not merely spiritual guidance but practical foundations for economic resilience aligned with contemporary requirements. From risk-sharing financial models to community obligation frameworks, Islamic economic concepts offer distinctive approaches to resilience development that simultaneously strengthen material security and spiritual integrity. By integrating these principles with modern economic structures, the security architecture would develop resilient systems uniquely suited to Muslim societies seeking both independence and authentic identity. The transformation of the Muslim world from its current economic vulnerability to genuine strategic independence requires neither economic isolation nor comprehensive self-sufficiency. Instead, it demands sophisticated adaptation that maintains beneficial global integration while developing specific resilience capabilities in truly critical domains. Through the institutional frameworks proposed in this chapter, from Islamic currency swap networks to coordinated strategic reserves, supply chain remediation strategies to sanctions navigation systems, the security architecture would create economic foundations capable of supporting genuine strategic independence proportionate to the Muslim world's numerical strength. Gulf Cooperation Council infrastructure. Despite periodic political tensions, GCC states have developed integrated electricity grids, water management systems, and transportation networks that create structural interdependence, generating significant costs for conflict escalation that moderate political disputes. 2. ASEAN Muslim-majority states model. Muslim-majority ASEAN members, Indonesia, Malaysia, Brunei, have utilized regional economic integration to transform historical tensions into cooperative relationships, demonstrating how institutionalized economic engagement creates conflict resolution incentives. 3. Central Asian energy cooperation. Post-Soviet Muslim-majority states have developed energy exchange systems and transit arrangements that moderate border disputes and water conflicts, creating economic incentives for diplomatic solutions to territorial disagreements. 4. Jordan-Egypt gas agreements. Energy cooperation agreements between Jordan and Egypt have sustained economic integration despite periodic political tensions, demonstrating how resource complementarity can overcome ideological disagreements when properly institutionalized. 5. Pakistan GCC labor migration systems. Pakistan's labor relationships with Gulf states have created economic interdependence that moderates potential political disagreements, establishing mutual interest frameworks that transcend periodic diplomatic tensions. These examples demonstrate how structured economic integration creates institutional stakeholders for conflict resolution within participating states, generating domestic constituencies with material interests in maintaining cooperation despite political disagreements. The security architecture would systematically apply these lessons through integrated economic frameworks that transform zero-sum competition into positive-sum cooperation. Frameworks for resource conflict resolution. The proposed security architecture would establish specific economic integration mechanisms 1. Islamic Resource Management Principles, specialized frameworks drawing on Islamic jurisprudence regarding shared resources, particularly water, would establish legitimate principles for equitable distribution, creating theologically grounded approaches to resource allocation disputes. 2. Complementary specialization incentives. Economic coordination mechanisms would incentivize complementary specialization rather than duplicative development through preferential market access, technical assistance, and investment prioritization, reducing wasteful competition while enhancing collective capabilities. 3. Joint development financing mechanisms. Islamic finance instruments specifically designed for cross-border projects would prioritize development serving multiple Muslim states, creating investment vehicles that reward cooperation rather than competition. 4. Technical standards harmonization. Unified technical standards and regulatory frameworks would reduce non-tariff barriers between Muslim economies, decreasing transaction costs for economic integration while maintaining appropriate sovereignty in political domains. 5. External negotiation coordination. Mechanisms for coordinating economic negotiations with non-Muslim powers would prevent exploitation of competition between Muslim states, enhancing collective bargaining power while respecting individual economic relationships. These frameworks would be integrated within the broader security architecture, recognizing that economic competition frequently drives security fragmentation through resource conflicts, divergent external partnerships, and development model competition. By addressing economic dimensions directly, the architecture creates sustainable foundations for political and security cooperation. Pakistan's qualifications. Economic reconciliation. Pakistan's specific economic position and experiences uniquely qualify it for leadership in economic reconciliation. 1. Geographical connectivity role. Pakistan's position connecting the Middle East, Central Asia, and South Asia creates natural economic intermediary functions, providing concrete incentives for promoting integration across regions rather than competition between them. 2. Diverse economic partnership balance. Pakistan has maintained balanced economic relationships with competing powers, including China, Gulf states, the United States, and increasingly Russia, developing expertise in managing complex economic relationships without creating security contradictions. 3. Resource complementarity perspective. As an energy importer with agricultural capacity, Pakistan occupies an economic position complementary to major Muslim energy exporters, creating natural integration possibilities without direct competition. 4. CPEC implementation experience. Pakistan's experience implementing the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor has generated practical expertise in massive infrastructure development that could be applied to Muslim world integration projects, providing tested institutional models rather than theoretical frameworks. 5. Islamic finance leadership. Pakistan's significant role in Islamic finance development provides expertise for designing integration mechanisms aligned with Islamic economic principles, creating legitimacy necessary for acceptance across diverse Muslim economies. These qualifications position Pakistan to lead economic reconciliation efforts within the broader security architecture, using its practical experience to design frameworks that transform economic competition into complementary integration supporting collective security objectives. External manipulation of internal divisions. Perhaps the most damaging aspect of intra-Muslim conflicts is their consistent exploitation by external powers pursuing strategic advantage. This manipulation, whether through direct intervention, proxy support, diplomatic alignment, or information operations, transforms manageable internal differences into strategic vulnerabilities that undermine collective security. Addressing this dimension requires sophisticated countermanipulation frameworks that reduce external influence opportunities while building resilience against dividendial strategies. Historical patterns of external manipulation. External exploitation of intra-Muslim divisions follows consistent patterns across regions and time periods. 1. Sectarian identity weaponization. Non-Muslim powers have repeatedly amplified sectarian differences through targeted support to specific groups, media operations highlighting religious differences, and diplomatic frameworks that institutionalize sectarian categories, transforming theological diversity into geopolitical division. 2. Competitive security guarantees. External powers offer competing security guarantees to different Muslim states regarding shared threats, creating dependency relationships that prevent unified Muslim responses, effectively trading protection for strategic alignment against other Muslim states. 3. Territorial dispute perpetuation. Colonial and post-colonial powers have maintained strategic advantage by preserving territorial disputes between Muslim states, providing conflict management support without resolution, creating permanent mediation roles that ensure external influence. 4. Economic dependency cultivation. Targeted economic relationships create competing dependencies that limit cooperation potential between Muslim states, with external powers offering preferential arrangements specifically designed to prevent intra-Muslim economic integration. 5. Elite capture and incentive alignment. External powers cultivate relationships with specific elite networks within Muslim states, creating incentive structures that reward policies undermining Muslim unity despite damaging national interests, effectively purchasing influence that prevents collective action. These manipulation patterns have proven remarkably consistent from colonial-era divide-and-rule strategies to contemporary influence operations. Recognizing these patterns constitutes the first step toward developing effective countermeasures that reduce vulnerability to external exploitation while building resilience against division strategies. Successful resistance case studies. Despite pervasive manipulation attempts, several cases demonstrate successful resistance against external division strategies. 1. Malaysia-Indonesia confrontation resolution. Despite British attempts to maintain division, Malaysia and Indonesia resolved their 1963-1966 confrontation through direct negotiation, establishing precedent for Muslim states addressing conflicts without external mediation despite colonial encouragement of continued tensions. 2. Pakistan-Iran gas pipeline negotiations. Despite substantial American pressure against cooperation, Pakistan and Iran maintained energy cooperation negotiations, demonstrating possibility of prioritizing Muslim world economic integration despite external opposition. 3. Turkey-Iran pragmatic cooperation. Despite competing regional visions and sectarian differences, Turkey and Iran have maintained pragmatic security cooperation regarding Kurdish separatism, compartmentalizing disagreements while cooperating on specific shared interests despite external pressure for comprehensive division. 4. Qatar crisis de-escalation. The 2017-2021 Gulf crisis ultimately resulted in diplomatic reconciliation despite initial external encouragement of escalation, demonstrating how internal conflict resolution mechanisms can overcome external division preferences when properly activated. 5. Moroccan-Algerian selective cooperation. Despite enduring tensions over Western Sahara, Morocco and Algeria have maintained selective cooperation in counterterrorism and economic domains, preventing total relationship rupture despite external benefits from comprehensive division. These cases demonstrate that external manipulation succeeds primarily when exploiting pre-existing tensions rather than creating divisions independently. When Muslim states develop direct communication channels, identify genuine shared interests, and implement pragmatic cooperation frameworks, external division strategies lose effectiveness despite continuing efforts. Countermanipulation frameworks. The proposed security architecture would establish specific countermanipulation mechanisms. 1. Influence Operation Detection Center. A specialized intelligence function would identify and expose external attempts to exacerbate Muslim world divisions, creating transparency that reduces manipulation effectiveness while generating accountability for participating local actors. 2. Direct communication protocols. Formalized crisis communication systems would ensure direct engagement between Muslim states during emerging tensions, preventing information distortion by external mediators while enabling rapid misunderstanding correction. 3. Sovereignty reinforcement mechanisms. Technical assistance programs would enhance member states' capabilities to detect and counter external influence operations, building resilience through shared expertise rather than competitive vulnerability. 4. Strategic deconfliction processes. Formalized processes would address potential conflicts in relationships with external powers, preventing strategic contradictions that external actors could exploit while respecting sovereign partnership decisions. 5. Alternative dispute resolution systems. Muslim-centered mediation capabilities would reduce dependency on external conflict management, creating credible alternatives to Western-dominated resolution mechanisms while ensuring cultural appropriateness. These mechanisms would be integrated within the broader security architecture, creating systematic protection against the exploitation vulnerabilities that have historically undermined Muslim world cohesion. By addressing manipulation directly rather than merely its symptoms, the architecture establishes foundations for genuine strategic independence. May 2025 Crisis: External Manipulation Dynamics. The May 2025 India-Pakistan crisis revealed sophisticated external manipulation attempting to prevent unified Muslim world response. 1. Sectarian narrative promotion. External media operations promoted sectarian framing of potential Muslim support for Pakistan, highlighting Sunni-Shia differences to discourage unified response, demonstrating continued exploitation of theological differences for strategic purposes. 2. Bilateral pressure on Muslim states. Several non-Muslim powers applied direct diplomatic and economic pressure on Muslim-majority states considering support for Pakistan, leveraging dependency relationships to prevent collective action despite shared Muslim world interests. 3. Information operation contradictions. Sophisticated information operations presented contradictory crisis narratives to different Muslim audiences, creating confused understanding that complicated consensus formation despite fundamental shared interests. 4. Economic vulnerability exploitation. Targeted economic pressure against specific Muslim states considering support for Pakistan demonstrated how external powers weaponize economic relationships to prevent security cooperation, highlighting the connection between economic integration and security autonomy. 5. Leadership division strategies. External powers engaged in personalized leadership appeals designed to prevent unified positions, promoting competition rather than cooperation between Muslim political leaders, exploiting status considerations to undermine collective response.